He was humiliated for 10 straight years, mocked, ignored, treated like the weakest person in the entire school, and the worst part, he let it happen on purpose. Welcome to a world where people's souls became literal combat power. That's right, the essence of your personality, of your spirit, turned into a weapon called Edea. Some are born with legendary swords, others are born with the equivalent of a wet stick, and the whole society revolves around that. High rank, you're basically a god walking around and you're gonna get rich. Low rank, get ready to be a joke and eat boogers for lunch. But that's where our protagonist comes in. Park Jinsung is rank F, the type of character who in any normal story would just be the funny guy who gets beaten up in the back of the classroom. He's pushed around, mocked, forgotten, the typical easy target of the school. Except there's one detail nobody knows. He's not weak. He was never weak. In reality, his rank is S, the highest that exists. The problem is that his soul, the Edea he carries, is called absolute killing intent, the instinct to kill in its purest form. And that's why he lives hiding everything. Training hard alone, controlling every inch of that power, so he doesn't hurt anyone by accident. Every time he lets out a bit of that aura, you can feel the environment changing, fear taking over everyone nearby. He is true death itself. That's why he wants to hide it. But hiding a secret this big for 2 whole years of school is practically impossible. And that's when she shows up, Kang Gina, the new girl at school who decides to provoke him right off the bat with no clue who she's really challenging. Poking the lion with a short stick, he tries to run from the fight, tries to dodge it, tries to be the same old F rank, but she simply won't give up. And when he's finally forced to show what he really is, instead of running away scared, she becomes completely fascinated. She must be a masochist at the very least. And from there, his double life starts to crumble. Real threats show up, enemies who won't leave just because he pretends to be weak, and situations that push him closer and closer to the limit of his own control. Every training session, every moment alone trying to master that killer aura is a race against time because he knows that sooner or later someone will discover the truth. And when that happens, there will be no turning back. Death will have already knocked on your door. Today's manhwa is called My School Life Pretending to be a Worthless Person. And to everyone's delight, the story is complete, containing all 153 chapters, so enjoy. Inside the school, a boy is getting jumped by more than 4 people at once, but he looks totally sure of himself. Then he suddenly pulls out a huge iron axe and swings at one of the boys, who blocks it with his Edea. Even so, they're no match for him, and he puts all of them in trouble. Seeing they're about to lose, the redhead calls to Park Jinsung, who's just watching, and asks for help. Calmly, he says no. His Edea is useless right now. That only makes the guy mad, and he jumps back into the fight. They lose anyway, and in the next moment they're beating up Park, blaming him for everything, calling him useless, and complaining that their luck is awful for ending up in the same class as the weakest student in the school. The main character, the protagonist, tells them to stop hitting him in a mocking tone, which annoys the redhead even more. He throws a huge punch, but it misses because MC dodges it. That just makes the others angrier, and they move in to keep beating him. After sizing things up, Park decides the smartest move is to run, so he does, shouting for help, but nobody steps in, they just laugh at him. That's because he's the weakest student there, an F rank, someone people say is worse than trash. The others manage to corner him, and he knows he can't use his Edea at school, so he ends up taking a beating while the rest of the class enjoys watching. They hate being stuck in the same class as the lowest of the low in the school. Park begs them to stop, saying it isn't his fault they lost. That only makes them madder, and they're ready to hit him even harder. But right then the teacher walks into the classroom, forcing the bullies to stop, though they warn the protagonist this isn't over. Some students start making fun of the teacher because he seems way too happy. He slams the wall and tells everyone to be quiet. Then he announces the government has officially approved the school and will now support it. Bai-un asks him to skip the weird speeches and offers, since they always waste time. The teacher walks over and tells him to get his feet off the desk. It's not his decision, and if he doesn't like it, he'd better get used to it. The ones who earned the school that recognition were the 3rd years, so Bai-un should stay quiet. The school is now a test site for military systems. From now on, everyone is a comrade, and everything will be judged by rank and battlefield skill. The teachers will hold ranks from 2nd lieutenant up to commander, and this teacher will command the 10th platoon, the class he teaches. The students aren't happy, but he says many groups will want to recruit them if they do well. From now on, they're soldiers, and everything will follow military rules, from greetings to farewells. Obviously, Park hates hearing that. He asks if doing everything military style is really required. The teacher says no, there's still the option of transferring to another school. MC says he understands, but he knows no other school would take him. A couple of students ask why this change is happening. The teacher says it's all thanks to the 3rd years, a special group seen as Korea's future. Every 3rd year has been rated as a sergeant, while most 2nd years are just private soldiers. Then he starts handing out ID tags. They don't have to wear them on their uniforms, but they must carry them at all times. When Park notices he didn't get one, he asks where his is. The teacher answers that his abilities are so low he didn't even make private rank. He's only a trainee soldier, still the very bottom of the school. That clearly worries him. Still, the teacher says his rank can be reviewed any time if he improves. After class, the teacher calls Park to his office, where he bluntly says the protagonist should transfer because he knows about his condition. If things were already bad in a normal school, a military one might break him. He also warns he won't be able to watch over him all the time. Even knowing things will go badly, MC tells the teacher he doesn't want to transfer. Maybe he can do well now. He begs for a chance to show the hidden potential he has. Hearing that, the teacher just looks at him and laughs. That makes Park mad. The first time the man really looked at him was just to laugh. Still, he calms down and asks if he truly believes souls can be judged by rank. The teacher laughs and says yes. He seriously answers that to him souls have no rank and no value, ending the meeting there. Later in class, the teacher tells the sergeants of each platoon to give the attendance report. Everyone does it. But when it's Byun Gi-young's turn, he asks if it's really necessary. The teacher tells him to stop talking and do it. Byun reports that everyone is present, but since there's trash on his team, it's like one person is still absent. That makes everyone laugh except Park. Not that he can do much about it. Or maybe he can. The teacher then says today's activity will happen outside the school. Basically a squad combat exercise. Third years, second years, and first years will all join because government people will be mixed in, judging everyone's potential. The protagonist relaxes, thinking he'll just watch for most of it. But that's not how it goes. The teacher tells the squad sergeant, Byun Ji-young, that they'll face the top third years because that's how the draw turned out. That terrifies Byun, but there's nothing he can do. They have to head out in 20 minutes. Byun complains about being stuck on the same team as Park, saying they'll lose because of an F rank. So he heads over to the main character, who when he sees him, gives him a mocking look. Byun hits him, blaming him for the coming loss, though he admits that not even the second-year aces together could beat the third-year monster named Seung-jae. Park answers that if they're going to lose no matter what, blaming him makes no sense. That annoys Byun, who wants to hit him again but stops himself, saying it's better to give the trash a job. MC says he'll do anything for the team, so Byun tells him that from now on he's his human shield and has to protect him no matter what during the whole fight. 20 minutes later, all the student soldiers head out to the yard, where the teacher calls up the two leaders from each squad. As expected, he praises Seung-jae and tells him to do his best because important people are watching. Very respectfully, the boy says he'll give everything he has in the match. Before it starts, the commander explains they must wear armbands that offer some protection. Once they take enough damage, the armband breaks and that player is out. Byun grabs Park by the sweater and reminds him that he's only there as a shield. That leaves him feeling miserable because he's being treated like an object. Once everyone is ready, the match begins, but first they're told that because of the huge gap in power and experience, there will be a time limit. If the protagonist team stays standing for more than 5 minutes, they win. If not, they lose. Now the fight really starts, and Byun drags Park along to cover him, while ordering the rest of his squad to handle the third years, who come in looking dead serious. They quickly surround the second years. Byun thinks they can at least last 5 minutes, but he's wrong. One girl drops a student with a single kick, then Seung-jae snaps another one's arm. Park and Byun both shake with fear. After taking the armbands from MC's teammates, the girl dodges a couple more students and goes straight for the leader. Byun is so scared he doesn't even run, he just tells him to protect him. Park asks how he's supposed to do that when he's so weak, and says they'd at least buy time by running the other way while lightly mocking Byun. The girl keeps charging at them. The protagonist looks at his teacher, who seems to be signaling that after this he'll have to transfer. That ticks him off, and when the girl reaches for his armband, he easily dodges and catches her hand in midair. Seeing MC's look, the girl activates her Edea, an armor-type ability. Park stares at it and says her Edea looks really nice, and shines so brightly it's blinding. She tells him to stop playing around and use his own power. He says he isn't that strong and that it would be better not to, because he's still going to lose anyway. Right then, the only thing that mattered was keeping his leader safe. But that leader had already run off. The girl ignores that. She says Park is hiding something interesting. She orders him to show his Edea now, or she'll attack even if he's defenseless. That scares the protagonist when he sees she means it. So he finally activates his Edea. It turns out to be an F-rank dagger, basically useless. That instantly lets the girl down. She's even more annoyed when she realizes she wasted all this time on the school's F-rank bug, so she decides he isn't worth it, and turns her back on him. But Park still hasn't bought enough time. He quickly slips behind her and attacks with everything he has. It doesn't do any damage at all. It makes more noise than impact, but it does make her mad. One look from her is enough to make him shake. Her squad laughs. Sure, he's about to get wrecked, but that's not what happens. Instead, she tells Park to stop trying. Hurting him isn't even worth it, and she turns away again. MC calms down when he sees they only need to last 2 more minutes. Then Byun sees the girl heading his way and yells that he is useless for failing to hold her back. She shuts him down right away. He has no right to talk after spending the whole fight running. Asked where his so-called merit is, Byun backs away, shaking in fear. Then he bumps into a huge rock and suddenly smiles. He activates his Edea called Unstuck and Swing, which lets him use any lodged object as a weapon, no matter how heavy it is. Park realizes the girl is in danger and yells for her to raise her armor to the limit, but she doesn't. Byun unleashes a brutal attack that shocks everyone, while he screams that she'll be the step he uses to prove his worth. Then Sun Yai appears behind him and uses his power to slam Bainon into the ground. Seeing the girl rushed, he also destroys Bainon's attack. That annoys the girl, but she calms down when Sun Yai says he knows she could have stopped it. Still, as leader, his job is to protect his people. Bainon rushes in with a bat to attack him, but Sun Yai blocks and crushes it easily. His Edea is called "I'll definitely catch you," and it lets him move a set distance while skipping the time it would normally take. Basically a short time jump. Park watches his squad leader get beaten with no effort at all. Then Sun Ye turns to him with a cold stare and says he's next, scaring the protagonist. MC immediately says he gives up and begs not to keep fighting. But Sun Ye says he's hiding something. Before Bainon activated his Edea, he warned the girl, and that's why she escaped the attack unharmed. Park dodges the topic, saying Sun Ye is so admired that he should at least wave to the crowd. He also notices there's still a minute left. Sun Ye catches that and says the thing he hates most is people wasting his time. Then asks why the protagonist won't try. MC says there's no point in a weak person trying hard. Sun Ye fires back that if he doesn't try, he'll be thrown out of the school. Everyone there is replaceable, even him. He says he doesn't want to be transferred, so he'll try, and asks Sun Ye to survive. A red aura bursts out of him and his smile turns completely wicked. His body and stats both rise, revealing his true Edea, Absolute Assassin. It lets him see an enemy's weak points, level, and even the name of their Edea, while also releasing his overwhelming bloodlust. Feeling that pressure, Sun Ye realizes the dagger wasn't Park's full Edea. After reading his opponent's power, the protagonist says, "You're only a rank lower than B. What kind of trash ability is that?" Sun Ye is stunned because he realizes MC fully analyzed him. Neither of them moves. Park just says he hopes Sun Ye doesn't die too soon. Sun Ye answers that he is too old to still be in his edgy phase. That actually makes the protagonist laugh. No matter how many openings Sun Ye looks for, he can't find a single one to attack. The people watching start getting restless because neither of them moves, but the one really shaking under Park's bloodlust is the girl from before. She knows she can't leave her leader alone or he might die, so she orders her whole team to attack MC, and they manage to pin him down. Sun Yai asks why the hell they did that. The girl says it was to protect him. He says there was nothing to worry about, but she tells him deep down he knows there really was danger. Even in that brief moment when they attacked, none of them could track Park's movement. He was too fast to follow. Sun Yai just smiles and tells the girl to turn off her Edea because she's taken too much damage, which turns out to be true. The moment she notices, all her armor breaks apart, leaving her stunned. Then Park cuts in and says 5 minutes are up, so get off him. They do, and their bracelets instantly break, making Binder's group, his group, the winners. Seeing the protagonist return to normal, Sun Yai says they need to fight again without interruptions and tells him to be ready. That leaves MC sprawled on the ground, only able to sigh now that it's over. The teacher and everyone else, still shocked, announces the winner. After the fights, the school director meets a government advisor in his office, where the man asks to review every student file. His file in Sun Yai's catches eye. He checks both, but his interests him much more. The protagonist entered under a very unusual case, since every child normally awakens their power at age 8, without fail. The most shocking part is that his Edea awakened when he watched his parents being killed, which the advisor finds very strange. As for Sun Yai, he's already one of the best in the world, so there's not much else to say about him. After looking through the files, the director asks the advisor why they turned the school into a military facility. He instantly regrets asking after one sharp look from the man. The reason still isn't clear, but if it comes up again, it'll be explained later. Another day, Park tells us about his routine, waking up early and getting ready while bracing himself for another awful day at school. When he arrives, some older students stop him and ask if he's the F rank. MC says he is, and jokes that he feels honored to be that famous. The guys decide he's just an idiot who only beat Sun Yai by luck, so they leave him alone. Later, after Park finishes his cleaning duties, the others congratulate him in their own way. They don't hit him anymore, but they still use him as an errand boy no matter how busy he is. Even so, he thinks that's way better than getting beaten all the time. Before class ends, the teacher tells them that as second years they all have to join a club. That worries Park because joining means measuring your Edea, and with an F rank he's sure no club will accept him. The rest of the class makes sure he knows it by mocking him. After everyone leaves, he keeps searching for a club to join. Just when he's about to give up, he finds one focused on exercise. It doesn't require Edea rank, just the will to work out. That catches his attention, so he heads to the club gym thinking hardly anyone would show up. He's completely wrong, because a huge crowd is already there waiting to join. That makes him wonder why anyone wants this club when better ones exist. A moment later, the answer shows up. The reason is Sun Yai, the school's top student and most admired fighter. When he spots Park, he lets him in and says, "What a surprise, I didn't think you'd come here." That freaks the protagonist out. He wants nothing to do with this monster, so he says he came by mistake and should check other clubs first. But when he tries to leave, Sun Yai grabs him by the neck and says he has to take the test like the other applicants. He also reveals the club has only one member. We'll soon see why, once everyone is ready except Park. Sun Yai explains the entrance test. Follow his workout: 30 burpees, 30 push-ups, 30 more burpees, and 30 squats. At first, people get excited and say they can handle it, but their faces change when he adds that they have to do 30 rounds of all of that. MC can only think this guy isn't human. Even so, the first group starts, and one by one they give up because keeping up with Sun Yae is basically impossible. In the end, every single person in that first group quits. Park is left stunned because Sun Yae looks like he hasn't even exercised at all. Then the second group steps up, and that's the one with him. Everyone is terrified. No one thinks they can get into this club, so they shove Park to the front. Nervous, he tells Sun Yae he won't do it, but Sun Yae ignores him and tells everyone it's time to start. Before long, the protagonist is actually doing well, even though he feels this routine is inhuman. Even the club leader praises him for lasting that long, then says they're about to push a little harder. After a while, everyone still in the test gets eliminated except Park Jinsung. He explains that he can endure so much because he's used to taking daily beatings. While MC Jinsung and Sun Yae kept pushing like monsters, the others couldn't believe an F-rank boy was still going. If he lasted a few more reps, he'd actually make it into the club. Sun Yae praises him, but now that everyone else is out, Park Jinsung has to match his pace alone. Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, he still keeps giving it everything he has. That shocks everyone even more, because the two are moving so fast they're hard to follow. On the final rep, Jinsung is completely spent, while Sun Yae looks untouched. Even so, Sun Yae welcomes him into the club, and everyone else who watched the F-rank kid's performance congratulates him. Still, Park says he quits right away because this club is way too brutal. Sun Yae ignores that and says it took him a whole year to find his first workout partner, someone finally close to his level. So with no way out, the protagonist Jinsung ends up joining Sun Yae's club. The next day, MC looks worried. All he wanted was a quiet club where nobody noticed him, and instead he joined the most popular guys club in the whole school. What scares him most is knowing Sun Yae is going to train him to the limit. The only good thing is that people don't hit him anymore, though idiots still bother him, and jealous students keep asking how an F rank got into the top students club. Park can only put up with it. Just thinking about going to club practice makes him consider breaking his own arm. But he gives up on that idea because Sun Yae would just drag him from the infirmary straight back to the club. With no other choice, he goes to meet him, but a girl stops him. She completely catches him off guard. She asks for his name, and by pure reflex, Park introduces himself like a soldier. She introduces herself too, saying she just transferred there, will be in his class and squad, and her name is Ju Ye. He says it's nice to meet her, then tries to leave. But Ju Ye grabs him by the neck. She says she needs someone to guide her around. Park warns that's a bad idea and tells her to find someone else, but she says no, she feels comfortable with him, so he's doing it. The protagonist wonders why he always runs into crazy people. First Sun Yae, now this girl. Still, she intimidates him enough that he agrees. Ju Ye tells him to take her to Sun Yae, which actually makes Park happy since that's where he was headed anyway. Before they can leave, Sun Yae shows up himself and asks, with a deadly look, why MC took so long. Ju Ye cuts in and says she was looking for him. Sun Yae tells her to show some respect to her seniors, but she fires back that according to his badge, they're the same rank, and even their abilities seem almost equal. Sun Yae says he'd like to see that, and the mood turns tense. Watching them, Park thinks staying around these lunatics might get him hurt. Then Ju Ye asks Sun Jae if he has a wife, a girlfriend, or anyone he's seeing. He says he's with no one. Ju Ye says that makes sense, but still tells him to loosen up a little because her family is pretty outgoing. That leaves everyone confused. Then she asks if he likes girls, and Sun Jae says he has no time for that right now. That makes Ju Ye say she's glad, and then she suddenly asks Park if he'd like to go out with her. He gets so nervous that he just blushes and can't answer, which she finds cute. Then Ju Ye asks him about her rank and her overall ability. He plainly says both are F. She can't believe it, saying it's impossible for someone to match her rank and overall skill at the same low level. Park says it's true, but Su Jae cuts in and tells him to head to the gym. He says he doesn't want to keep looking at a certain rude person whose name he won't say. Later, while the protagonist is basically being tortured with training, Ju Jae watches and notices how impressive an F-rank's body is. Once he finishes, he's exhausted and begs Ju Jae to get him out of there, but she tells him not to touch her because he's covered in sweat. That breaks Park's heart, and he says she wasn't this cold before. Ju Jae asks Sun Yae who this F-rank boy really is, and why he's so set on keeping him close. He only says MC is a great training partner, but she knows that's not the whole truth. She presses again, asking what his secret is and why the strongest student sticks so close to the weakest one. Sergeant Sun Yae pretends not to hear. Ju Jae still won't let it go, so she asks the protagonist directly. He just says he's a charming F-rank guy, and that's all. Then Sun Yae ends the talk by dragging Park back to training. After exercise time comes class, and the commander tries to introduce Ju Jae to everyone, but she walks in like she owns the place and tells him she's joining the third squad, the one MC is in. Then she very politely tells the boy sitting next to him to give up his seat. One look at her face and he stands up and moves. Park clearly doesn't seem to like the girl, but after saying a bunch of random things, she somehow gets him to admit that he likes her a lot actually. The commander asks Ju Jae to introduce herself and she says she will, but from her seat. Bayun speaks up and asks if she has no manners or if that's how she was raised, at least stand up to introduce yourself. Yuji tells him to be quiet because she's a corporal just like him, then introduces herself. Her name is Juji. She transferred in through family influence, and her Edea is the White Jade Goblin. Everyone is stunned because that Edea is famous. It's also the only hereditary Edea, created because the descendants of an ancient king kept marrying within their line to perfect the bloodline, producing generations of elites, though very few survived. Jaya is different because she was a genius from childhood and nearly mastered the goblin's power. Park is shocked to see someone from such an important family in person, but Jaya tells him he's special too, since getting F in both categories is just as rare. She teases him a little. Most people end up liking Jaya's bold attitude, except Baiyun, who feels threatened because if he's not careful, he could lose leadership of Squad 3. He gets even angrier when classmates start saying Jue is better than everyone and should be the one leading them, and that pushes him into making a plan that definitely can't be good. At lunch, Jue goes to Park and asks him to eat with her because she's all alone and nobody wants her there. The protagonist says that's obviously not true because she's already the most popular girl in the whole school, so plenty of students would gladly have lunch with her. Jue says those people are just fake and that he's the only one she actually likes, then asks again to eat together. MC makes excuses, saying he's too busy cleaning the board, the floor, the walls, and a bunch of other jobs. Hearing that, Joy goes silent, then seriously asks if that isn't way too much for one person. Is he doing the work of other squad leaders too? Park just says it's normal, and since he's already doing his part, he doesn't mind when they tell him to do more. That makes Joy mad, and she grabs him by the sweater, dragging him off to confront the leaders dumping work on him. First they go to this red-haired guy, and Joy makes it clear he's going to answer to her and apologize. He does it without arguing. After that they deal with the other leaders too, then head to the commander or teacher. Joy tells him to hand over the job of assigning tasks, and he gladly agrees. Now things are finally getting interesting. Joy goes from person to person handing out duties, and because she asks so sweetly, nobody refuses except Baiyun, who walks up to her and says they need to talk on the rooftop. Joy happily agrees and says she'll meet him there soon. Park hears all of this and suspects Baiyun is planning something, so he decides to follow her to the rooftop, where he hides and waits to see what happens. There Jai meets Baiyun, but not just him. A whole group of students is with him, and they're clearly not there to greet her. They want to teach her a lesson for disrespecting Baiyun, the leader of Squad 3. That only makes the girl laugh. She mocks Baiyun, saying he's so pathetic he can't even talk to her alone. Baiyun just laughs and tells her there's only one way out of what's coming. She has to start following his rules. Joya fires back with a challenge. Are you stronger than me? Smarter than me? Higher ranked than me? Are you better than me at anything? If you are, prove it, and I'll follow you without a word. That makes Baiyun even madder, and he orders everyone to activate their Edea. Once they do, Jue quickly notices they're all close combat Edeas with no special abilities, which feels strange. Then Boyon's plan becomes clear. He wants to force her to use her Edea so she'll get punished or kicked out of school. To pull it off, he picked 5 students with weak Edeas who wouldn't be badly hurt, and he knows she can only use her full power with a sword, which she doesn't have. At least that's what he thinks. But Jue doesn't hesitate. She activates her Goblin Edea and reveals that her overall combat rank is A. She reminds them what that means. An A rank can crush 100 lower-ranked fighters at once. In other words, she's about to wipe them out. That scares the boys, but Boyon insists she's lying. Then he orders everyone to rush her. One of them charges first and attacks with his Edea. Jue stays calm, catches the attack, and throws it into 2 others, taking them out of the fight. Then she goes straight for the rest, dropping them one after another without any trouble. One of them says she has no idea what it's like to keep fighting to raise your rank and still fail. Jue answers that before becoming the prodigy, everyone knows she trained hard. She was born with a strong Edea, but her overall combat skill started at rank D. That didn't stop her. She kept training until she reached rank A. Boyon says that's impossible, brushing off all her effort, and tells them to keep attacking. Jue doesn't care. She tells him she'll beat them all anyway, and soon she proves it, finishing with a cold line. Even without a sword, they're no match for her. Boyon is the only one still standing. Jue tells him she saved him for last on purpose. He's the end of this annoying fight. Even so, he looks way too confident for someone about to lose, and she notices but attacks anyway. As her fist flies at him, Boyon leans in and offers up his face. He knows she avoided hitting anyone there, so if she strikes him, she'll probably be expelled. Jue realizes she can't stop in time and gets a little shaken, but right before the hit lands, the protagonist, who had been watching the whole time, jumps in and blocks her punch. He tells her that was dangerous. If he'd been a second later, he couldn't have saved the sergeant's pretty little nose. That leaves Boyon furious at the trash, as he always calls him. He tries to say something to the protagonist, but the guy accidentally steps on his hand, then plays dumb to cover it up, even though everyone knows Jue isn't stupid. She starts wondering how Jinsung got there from so far away and stopped the blow. What shocks her even more is that he handled the full force of her punch, making her think he's stronger than an F rank. She also notices bits of plastic in his hands and has no idea where they came from. The protagonist tells them to end this already and go home. Boyon hates that and snaps that trash shouldn't talk, but the protagonist keeps acting clueless, asking what he did wrong when he just saved his superior and should at least get a reward. Jue backs him up with a mocking smile, asking what Boyeon plans to give the trainee for saving him, and adds that his pathetic trick is over. Boyeon says it's not over. He recorded everything with a hidden camera, and the video will get both of them expelled. The protagonist answers, "You mean this camera?" and points out the plastic pieces on the ground. He says sorry, he thought it was decoration and used it to soften Jue's punch. Bayu is left staring at the broken camera, in total defeat. Jue lets Bayu know he has no way to mess with her now, and she doesn't care about anything else he has to say. What she does care about is how Jinsung stopped her punch, so she grabs his sweater. He just says he helped her, so she should be nice to him. They're cut off by the other boys whining that on top of being strong, she's insanely lucky. They mean it was pure luck that the protagonist found the camera and ruined their plan. Tired of the complaints, Jue says the best thing they can do is follow the example of the protagonist, who never gives up and always works hard even as the lowest rank. Then she leaves, and the rest are left quiet and thinking. After that, we see a child carrying out a murder, while the victims beg for forgiveness. He only asks why they aren't laughing now, when he's just doing to them what they did to him, and he enjoys killing them. Then we find out it was a nightmare. The protagonist wakes up shaken, saying, "Again, that damn dream again." Later that same day at school, the protagonist seems down. Even Jue asks what's wrong, but he says nothing's wrong and asks if she knows why they're outside the school grounds. She says no. Apparently the mission or activity is secret, and only each squad's sergeants know. The only thing she does know is that they'll be working with a first aid squad from another school. When they arrive, Bayun takes charge and tells everyone to get ready to make a good impression. Some boys already there start making fun of how military he sounds. Bayun gets mad and introduces himself as the sergeant of the 10th platoon in charge of Squad 3 at Haeundae Special Training School. That only makes the other group laugh harder. They tell him to shut up and bring out the genius Jue, since she's the only one worth anything there. Bayun gets even angrier and is about to hit them when another boy steps in. He tells his friends to calm down and apologizes to Bayun, offering a handshake, but Bayun just slaps it away and says they better introduce themselves if they don't want a beating. Jue cuts in and tells Bayun to calm down before he costs them points on the test. Then she politely asks the boy to introduce himself. Excited to meet her, he says his name is Lee Sung, a main member of the first aid group at Seungjung School, which makes her realize these are the students they'll be working with. Once the argument settles down, everyone wonders why they're at this bank. Lee says maybe it's a test meant to help both schools work together and leave a good impression there. When they enter the building, they're greeted by security guards who welcome them to the bank. Jue speaks up, introducing herself and her squad. The guards just say she's very mature for someone so young, treating them like helpless kids. Jue notices, but she doesn't think much of it since she doubts anything bad will happen. Still, she gets distracted when she hears the bank workers are giving candy and soda to the students and says she wants some too, setting her sword aside. Jinsung stays apart from the group, watching everything. He thinks things are a little too quiet, though, like Jue, he also wonders what could even happen in a bank. Then Lee walks up, says hello, and asks if he's known Jue for a long time. The protagonist looks confused and says no, but if Lee wants help winning her over, he'd be happy to help. That's his specialty. Lee quickly says no, that's not what I mean. The protagonist asks if he needs money or something because he doesn't have any. Lee says that's not it either. What really interests him is getting to know Jinsung himself, which leaves him pretty confused. Lee asks him to have a soda while they talk, and the protagonist agrees. While they drink, Lee asks why he seems so carefree. Jinsung says it's kind of a gift. Lee also asks what rank his combat ability is. The protagonist says both his combat rank and his Hedela are F rank. He's the great champion of rank F. That only confuses Lee more, so he asks how someone that relaxed survives in a combat school with such a low rank. Jinsung says Juya protects him and luck stays on his side. He figures out Lee wants to transfer into the combat school, and when he asks, Lee confirms it. But after seeing Lee's Hedela, the protagonist tells him he should stay in first aid. If his Hedela can save lives, then that's where he'd choose to be. Even if he doesn't fully get it, Lee thanks him for the advice and promises to believe in himself more from now on. Then we see teachers from both schools deciding there's no point wasting time watching a morning exercise at a bank where nothing interesting ever happens. They plan to give average scores to most of the students and poor scores to the weaker ones, then head off for coffee so they won't get bored. Meanwhile, a few men in suits start walking up the entrance stairs. A security guard notices them, and a security guard panics and yells for the kids to get back as he rushes to the door. He shields several of them from a brutal strike. The attacker tells him resisting is pointless, then kills him right in front of the students, leaving them frozen in shock. The killer greets them with a creepy, "Hello, South Korean comrades," making it clear he's from the north. Then he says he's only here for a loan. The guards stand their ground, order him to identify himself, and tell him to leave before they force him out. He clearly doesn't like that. Holding out some bags, he politely asks them to fill them up, but the guards refuse and prepare to stop the robbers. The criminals just laugh, asking if these guards will be any more fun than the first one, who couldn't survive even one hit. The guards activate their B-rank defensive Adelas, but Joy, watching it all, warns them to run, otherwise they'll die for nothing. And she's right. Even though the guards were strong, they still couldn't stop him and were killed. The man only laughs at the South Korean comrades as he calls them. Seeing this, Juye knows she has to stall until help arrives. Police, teachers, anyone. So she orders the other squads to get to cover and activate their Adelas. The students obey, even while shaking in fear. The man looks at them and jokes that they must all work at the bank now. Then he asks what he has to do to get his money. Take a number from the machine? He kicks a bag toward the students and they nervously suggest just giving him the money. Juye shuts that down. The robbers never promised they'd spare anyone if they got it. She activates her Edea, and the man recognizes it right away. He smirks and says, "So you're from that family of lunatics." Juye tries to buy time by asking who they are. Without hesitation, he says they belong to the Pestilence Syndicate, a name that terrifies everyone who hears it. They're a global crime group, known for leaving no survivors. Juye is the only one calm enough to remember that, and she knows she can't take them all at once. So she provokes the leader, hoping to pull him into a one-on-one fight. He notices right away, but the idea interests him. So he accepts and asks if she's really sure she wants to challenge him. Little goblin. Then he tells her to strike first. When no one else steps into the fight, Juye relaxes a little, but when she reaches for her sword, it's gone. She remembers leaving it there earlier. Seeing that she still hasn't attacked, the man swings hard. Juye barely dodges it. Right away, she realizes how strong he is. One clean hit from that sword will kill her. She grabs a chunk of rubble and throws it at him, but he notices immediately and crushes it to dust with ease. Then he mocks her for hopping around like a cricket. After that, he keeps pressing the attack and Juye can only dodge. The other students start thinking she's actually on his level, and they begin cheering her on. He knows that's not true, and tells An, who can still tell he is right. The man keeps attacking, and Juye slips for just a second, long enough for him to land a hard kick. As he moves in to finish her, Park suddenly shouts for everyone to run to the second floor. They all do it at once while Juye keeps the attacker busy. He's surprised by how fast the students move the moment his attention slips, so he orders his men to capture every one of them alive. That tells Juye he doesn't want them dead yet, which means she can stall longer. She tells him she's finally ready to beat him. Instead, he offers her a place by his side and brags that plenty of women chase after him. Juye mocks that, saying some random killer like him couldn't impress anyone. That makes him reveal his name, Il-jung. The name alone shakes Juye. She can't believe someone so powerful from North Korea is standing right in front of her. She instinctively steps back and he says that's exactly why he hates giving his name. Even so, Juye trembles through a threat. If she can cut off his head, the reward will be huge. He laughs and tells her she should join him before he changes his mind. As far as he's concerned, the fight is already over. Juye answers that she didn't step back out of fear. She only needed to reach her weapon. Now, she says, the real fight starts. Her goblin Edea reaches full power only when she's beside the weapon she used to kill all her past enemies. While everyone else runs and hides upstairs, Park and An duck into a bathroom on the second floor. Onaran is terrified, but the protagonist stays weirdly calm, so calm he even notices how clean the bathroom is and says that makes sense for a bank. Onaran tells him they should keep going higher and hide, but MC refuses. Juye can buy time, not win. That means they have to fight too. Onaran says that's impossible. Even trained guards couldn't stop them. He asks if souls have ranks. Onaran has no answer, so he brings up something he overheard. Sewa used to be D rank and is now A rank. That suggests Adelas can evolve. He tells An to believe in himself, stop looking down on his own rank, and trust him enough to do what he asks. As they talk, one of Il-jung's men comes over and tells them to come out. He can hear them hiding. The protagonist peeks out and casually says they're coming, so the guy should wait his turn. That annoys the thug, who says he was ordered to bring them in alive, but losing an arm or a leg on the way shouldn't matter. Park steps out while An keeps shaking. He taunts the thug, saying he sure talks big when his boss isn't around. Then MC pulls out his dagger. The man laughs at him for trying to fight with such a weak Edea, and says he'll catch them both before they can escape. He activates his Edea, called from 0 to 100 in 1 second, and rushes forward at insane speed. That's when Park activates absolute murder, bringing out his cold, unhinged side. To him, the guy moving at full speed now looks painfully slow, making the attack easy to dodge. He counters with his dagger and stabs the man in the chest again and again. The thug gasps that he never expected one of them to be this crazy. Park just mocks his Edea, from 0 to 100 in 1 second. Pretty useful, right? That leaves the man stunned. He realizes the protagonist can read his opponent's Edea, in full killer mode. MC only grins at him. Still stabbing, he leans in and asks what's wrong. Does it hurt? And if he destroys what the man needs to activate his Edea, will his soul drop in rank? An sees all of this and can't believe it. He begs Park to stop and just run, leaving the thug there. With the last bit of reason he has left, he tells An that he's the one who needs to run. That was always the plan. We're reminded that the only way for the protagonist to turn off his Adea's effect is to destroy the other person's Edea or kill them. An has no choice but to listen while MC keeps going. The soldier can't believe someone this terrifying exists, and when he tries to warn his allies, Park suddenly asks, "Do you know what Route 13 is?" The soldier is confused and asks, "What Route 13?" He answers with a filthy joke, then kills him. Back with Juje, she's gotten a little more confident. Il-jung asks if she really thinks she can face him now, then swings at her with all his strength. This time, Juje blocks it and tells him, "I think you get it now." The fact that she stopped that blow shocks him. He says his raw strength comes from his Edea, so that strike should have cut her in half. He asks if her weapon is some kind of divine blade. Juje says maybe. What she does know is that it's a treasure stolen from her ancestors. She explains that one of the sword's powers lets its wielder fight Adelis above A rank as long as the user is skilled enough. Jofod's charges in and activates a move called Goblin Sword. The skill creates physical copies of her, but that still isn't a problem for him. He cuts through every copy and drives Jofod back with sheer force. She refuses to give up and attacks again, bringing out the copies one more time. The result doesn't change. No matter how hard she tries, she can't even get close. Completely relaxed, he tells her he likes her and should join him. Julia already knows she's lost, but she still wants to stall until help arrives, so she plays along. He keeps pushing her to become his wife, and she answers that her family is very strict. A weak man like him would never be accepted as her husband. The man laughs, but then his soldiers walk into the bank with the students who had gone upstairs. That immediately feels wrong to Julia. If they were outside the bank, the military police should have seen them, so why is no one showing up? Something is very wrong. The boss can tell what Julia is thinking and says they would never cause this much trouble without a backup plan. From outside, the bank looks completely normal because one of his men is hiding everything with his Subella power. Hearing that, Julia realizes buying time is useless. She gets even more worried. She is too weak to win, and if she runs, everyone could be dead before she gets back. With the students as hostages and her strength fading, the situation is far worse than they expected. Seeing her cornered, the man tells Julia to give up if she wants even a small chance to live. But before they can keep fighting, one of the bank employees activates his Edea and reaches a phone. He hits the emergency button and tries to contact the outside. That turns out to be a terrible mistake. The northern thug is annoyed by the challenge. He asks if the man is deaf, since he already explained that one of their powers is hiding the whole place, blocking cell signals and disabling alarms too. Terrified, the employee begs for his life and even throws his co-workers and his own job under the bus. That only irritates the thug more, and with one swing he cuts off the man's leg. Julia knows she cannot win, but she still tries to draw his attention away, calling him a loser monster and telling him to fight her instead of picking on someone so weak. He hates being called a monster and asks her what that word even means, then beheads the employee right in front of her, leaving Julia in shock. He tells her maybe she can stall for time, but protecting everyone here is impossible. Even so, Julia attacks again. The man says he will cut off her arms and legs and carry her torso home in a bag as a souvenir from South Korea. Just as they are about to kill each other, they are interrupted by Park, who comes down the stairs and says he did not want to draw attention. The gang leader snaps at his men for failing their job, then asks the protagonist why he came down. MC says his friend upstairs was doing something strange, and even hid the bank's money on the 5th floor. That makes the boss hesitate, and then he remembers 2 of his men still have not returned. He orders the others to get the money and grab the boy too, and warns them not to mess up this time, sending all his men away. After that, he tells him to join the hostages if he wants to live. He obeys, and for now, everyone is still alive. But the thug is done playing with Juye, so he tells the students that if anyone brings him one of the goblin girl's arms or legs, they will live. If not, he will kill them all. That puts everyone's morals under pressure. Some of the students are already close to taking the deal, but the orange-haired sergeant snaps them back to their senses, at least for a moment. She reminds them that Julia has been fighting for them this whole time, so they should not forget that. The thug warns them their time is running out, choose fast or die. Meanwhile, Park tells Jue she only needs to hold on a little longer until help arrives. Jue finds it strange that he made it down there without being noticed. She calls him an idiot for coming, since he only added one more hostage. Out of nowhere, the protagonist says he just decided he wants to be Jinsung's best friend, which leaves Jue completely confused. The other students finally decide to go after Jue's arm. Even the orange-haired sergeant starts to break. Her fear of dying is stronger, especially after the thug slams his sword into the floor to pressure them even more. Then the villain asks Park, "Are you on her side?" MC answers, "I think so." That makes the thug change the deal. Now he wants one of his legs too, and if they bring it to him, he will let 10 people survive. That pushes even more students to try saving themselves. But Jue is not stupid. She asks the Norther if instead she kills all of them. Will he let her and Park live? The idea makes him laugh. He thinks it sounds fun, so he accepts. The orange-haired woman protests, saying it is unfair for Jue to kill everyone just so she and the protagonist can survive. She should let the majority live instead. Jue's answer is simple. If you want to live, then kill me. She activates her Edea and splits into 3 to attack the sergeant, who barely manages to destroy one of the copies before Jue drives a brutal knee into her stomach. Jue says something to her that we do not hear, then throws her several meters away, leaving the other students terrified. The Norther is entertained by all of it and just laughs, yelling for them to keep killing each other, until a can smacks him in the head. Furious, he looks over and realizes it came from the stairs. Of course it is the protagonist, looking even more unhinged, as he tells the man to come upstairs. The thug grabs the can and throws it back, telling him to step out of the shadows because now he is excited. Jinsung answers by dropping something on top of him. The man asks if his plan is just to stay quiet in the dark and throw his men at him, then suddenly realizes what Jinsung has done. Jinsung heads back up, leaving the man furious. He slashes a hole in the ceiling with his sword and goes after him. Part of the ceiling starts falling onto the students, but Jue saves them by splitting into 3. She gets trapped holding up the ceiling, unable to let it drop while the stupid students still stand underneath it. Before leaving, the thug tells the students that if anyone tries to run, they should kill that person themselves. Even outside, they would die anyway, because he still has plenty of men waiting for anyone who tries to escape. That leaves everyone thinking. He adds one more cruel line: now the weak can take a limb from the goblin if they want. Then he walks off, leaving complete chaos behind. The students start turning on Jue, but Park steps in and tries to talk sense into them, even if they do not listen. In the middle of the argument, the orange-haired sergeant gets back up and says Jue's name, putting the girl on alert. Elsewhere, Jinsung welcomes the boss, who asks if he had helped to make such a mess. Jinsung says no, his enemies just kept coming one by one and he killed them slowly while enjoying it. He even says it would have been boring if they had attacked together because then it would have ended too fast. The boss smiles and says he did not expect to meet someone even more dangerous than the goblin girl. Where had someone like him been hiding? Jinsung answers simply, he was killing because killing is fun. The man asks if he really wants to fight him, tells him to think it over, and offers him a place on his team. Jinsung gives it a moment, then only says, let's try Route 9. He launches forward at insane speed, bouncing from side to side while mocking the boss, who gets frustrated and slams the ground. Jinsung takes that opening to attack, but it was only a trap. The man swings his sword, trying to split Jinsung in half. His Edea makes the strike impossible for a normal person to stop once it is launched. But because Jinsung can read the name of the Edea, he simply dodges. That leaves the man stunned. He quickly realizes the boy's strange ability, and says he must be someone special. He was ordered to bring them back alive, but no one will complain if he brings this one back half dead. He asks the boy's name, and the answer is Jinsung, whose favorite hobby is killing. The man likes his attitude and again tells him to join the team, but Jinsung just says 9. The man asks, 9. What? Jinsung answers, 9 ways I can kill you. The boss says only one is enough if he can do it. Then both of them charge into a clash. After that, we cut to Byron, who has been safe on the top floor this whole time. He broke the elevator so no one could reach him and planned to wait for the police or the military. In his view, acting smart and trying to be a hero was never his style. Back at the fight, Jinsung dodges every single swing from the man. The boss cannot believe some damn kid is pushing him this far. Then Jinsung suddenly gets close with his dagger ready to land the finishing blow. The man barely avoids it, but not fully. A deep wound tears across his shoulder. Before he can react, Jinsung speeds up and attacks from every direction, cutting him again and again while the man can do nothing. He knows that if this keeps going, he will die. Jinsung flashes past him and says he is bored, so the man should fight for real or get killed right now. And when Jinsung goes in for the final blow, the man suddenly releases an aura and reaches for him. Jinsung instantly jumps back because for the first time he feels real terror. He asks what that was, noticing that the arm carried an Edea with a completely different general rank from the man's own. He cannot measure it, but he knows it is dangerous. The man tells him to stop asking questions. Jinsung grins and asks if he is finally stronger now, so they can keep playing, right? And now it will be even more fun, right? The man says he is done playing because if this continues he could die, so he is going to run, something he has never done before. Hearing that, Jinsung smiles and says there is no way he will let him escape. He has to kill him. The man unleashes a huge attack that tears through every floor until he can see outside. Then he tries to flee through the opening, but Jinsung is right behind him. Chasing him, the protagonist says that if he doesn't move faster, his toy will get away. The man thinks there's no way the kid can catch him from that far, but in the blink of an eye, the protagonist is right behind him, and just as he's about to reach him, Byun-jeong appears. Seeing the man, he asks the protagonist where the toy is, and whether Juye is there too. That makes Jinsung turn all his attention to him, yet before he can kill him, the protagonist snaps back to his senses and drops to the side. The boss tells Byun he owes him big. Without that interruption, he'd be dead. And he warns him that if he wants to live, he should head down and hope his teammates can buy him some time. Byun has no idea what's going on, so he starts cursing at the protagonist and demands answers. Down below, the protagonist loses it, slips back into killer mode, and decides that since Byun let his prey escape, he'll have fun with him instead. Byun realizes that loser is suddenly dangerous. He instantly activates his Edea. Then he dives straight into the open air. The protagonist stays behind for a second and smiles. Then he says that now he's the villain and the sergeant will be his next target. Before jumping after him, he drops into the void at incredible speed, catching Byun right away. Just as he moves in to strike, Byun acts first and swings at him but misses, and Jinsung keeps pressing him. He grabs Byun by the neck and says he's going to kill him, but there are so many ways to do it that he can't choose. The sergeant swings again and barely avoids getting killed, but the protagonist still won't stop. Pushing off one of the rooftops, he rushes at Byun again and wraps him up, saying he'll smash him into the ground and kill him that way. Terrified, Byun tries to defend himself again and knocks the protagonist away. Then the protagonist sees a sword flying toward him. He dodges, then blocks it easily and keeps focusing on his target. That target makes a quick move to stop his fall and barely saves himself. The protagonist lands like it was nothing and says they should keep playing, reminding the sergeant that he still has to take care of him. Then he notices that the sword that fell was actually Jui's, which excites him because now he gets to play with his favorite person. Going back a bit, we learn that the orange-haired girl managed to join the group trying to kill Jui, and together with Lee, they ordered the protagonist's classmates to break through the roof and rescue her and the other students. It worked, even though the bank workers wanted her dead. She explains that the Plague organization never leaves survivors, so even if they fought each other, they'd all be killed anyway. That's just how they operate. After that, Jui thanks them. Then a tremor hits, and they wonder what's happening upstairs. Lee says maybe Jinsung is fighting. Jui can't believe it. An F rank shouldn't even survive one hit from that guy, so she doubts him. But once Lee runs upstairs to save the protagonist, Jui thinks she understands. She believes he's only sacrificing himself to buy time, which is completely wrong. Worried now, she tells the sergeant she needs a favor while she goes up to check what's happening. We aren't told what she gave the sergeant, but we do see Lee and Jui rush up the stairs to find the pile of bodies left by the protagonist. Jui can't believe it, and she's even more shocked when she sees the huge hole in the roof. She figures the enemy boss made it, meaning he was even stronger than when he fought her. Looking up, she sees Byun Gi-young and the protagonist falling down, and when she looks closer, he seems off, so she throws her sword at him gently, careful not to hurt him. After they land, Jaya asks Byun Gi-young what happened and why Jinsung was attacking him. Before he can answer, the protagonist cuts in, saying, "Sergeant, Lee Jaya, maybe all of us should play, right?" Jaya can't believe that's really Jinsung, while Lee just shakes in fear. The protagonist walks toward them with a look that completely charms Jaya. She steps in and begs him to stop, but of course he doesn't listen. Byun Gi-young warns them that this trash isn't the same person they knew, then gets out of there. Before leaving, he tells them Jinsung was the one who beat the enemy boss, and that they should run if they want to live. She asks for more answers, but there aren't any. Lee tries to talk sense into Jinsung, but it doesn't work. Seeing that, and noticing the protagonist is running out of patience, the girl says she'll play with him. Still, she warns him not to get excited, even if he beats her. Becoming her husband won't be easy, and he's still just a candidate. The protagonist just laughs while thinking of ways to kill Jaya, to buy Lee a few seconds to escape. She attacks, even though she has no energy left and not even her sword can reach him. She dodges the first strike, but sadly she can't avoid the ones after that. In a brief pause, she tells the protagonist he's had a rough day, right, apprentice? But he did well, now die, and just like that, he ends Jaya's life. Then the story shifts to the protagonist's past. He lost his parents when he was very young after thieves broke into their home, and when they didn't find what they wanted, beat them until they were unrecognizable. The boy was taken in by his aunt and uncle, the only family he had left, but that was where his real nightmare began. They abused him over everything so badly that he always wore baggy clothes to hide his bruises. That pushed him away from the other kids who also beat him for being weak and always looking dirty. After school, he would waste time in the park so he wouldn't have to go home. That's where he met Poppy, a sweet little dog who became his best friend. As time passed, he stayed with Poppy longer and longer, until one day his uncle went to find him. The boy was terrified, but when his uncle noticed people watching, he acted nice. He even told the boy to bring the dog home if it meant he'd stop coming back so late. That made the child incredibly happy. A few calm days passed, and the boy finally felt safe enough to ask his uncle for permission to go play with Poppy in the park. The man tells him to go. The boy has so much fun with Poppy that it gets very late. When he gets home, his aunt and uncle are waiting, asking if they look like clowns to him. Just because they hadn't beaten him for a few days, did he think he could disrespect them? Terrified, the boy begs for forgiveness, but when the little dog senses their violence, it starts to bark. That makes the uncle furious, and after shoving the boy, he kicks the dog so hard that it's knocked out. The child begs them not to hurt him anymore, but for disobeying, they tie him up and beat him until they've had enough. In the middle of it, his uncle admits that he was the one who killed the boy's parents. He did it because they wouldn't give him a loan, and says he enjoyed it so much he can't even describe it. The boy can't believe what he's hearing, and slowly fills with rage. When the uncle gets ready to hit him again just because he didn't like the way he was being looked at, Poppy wakes up and attacks him. After shaking the dog off, the man beats him until he dies, while the boy watches his best friend get killed because of him, or at least that's what he believes, since he brought him into that house. His heart turns red and awakens the power of his soul. The man just laughs and says he's as weak as his father, but the boy has already lost control, and with his hwaga, he slashes the man's face, cuts off an arm and starts torturing his aunt and uncle, while asking if killing comes easy to them, because for him it's becoming his favorite thing to do. That's how he finishes off his uncle, who begs for his life, while the boy only enjoys every second of his pleading. Then we suddenly see Jinsung wake up. It seems that was a nightmare, or rather a memory that still haunts him. Disoriented, he asks the school nurse about the others, especially Yui. She tells him to calm down, that everyone is fine, and that Yui is already on her way there. He can't believe what she's saying and rushes out to find her, even though his body still hasn't recovered from what happened. As he leaves the infirmary, he sees Yui in the distance, greeting him like nothing happened. The protagonist can't believe she's really alive, and he collapses crying with relief because he didn't hurt her. She understands right away and gently tells him to calm down while he looks at her with pure happiness. After that, she explains what really happened that day. Jinsung did attack her, but the only thing he did was cut off her little horn, then pass out in her arms. After that, Byung-gyung called the police, who arrived and found more than 23 dead people, none of them students. The media couldn't believe that the plague had left witnesses alive for the first time ever, so all attention turned to Yui, the white jade elf who handled every interview to calm things down. Of course, Jinsung was never mentioned. That was because he had been unconscious for 4 days. After a week passed, classes went back to normal. The students in class 10 looked different, and anyone could see some of them were still in shock, while the protagonist only thought about finding a way to control the power of his soul. That goal stayed on his mind the whole time. He decides the best person to help is Sun Ya, since he's always training to become the best version of himself. When Jinsung gets to him, a little awkwardly, he asks whether souls can really be measured by ranks and things like that. Sun Ya replies that some people might start with greater talent, but that doesn't mean they're above everyone else. In the end, the soul has no rank. Hearing Sun Ya's view, the main character feels a little more at peace with himself. They keep talking about Edea and how they used to measure people with letter ranks. In the end, they figure out that even if a soul was called F rank, a higher Edea meant soul ranking wasn't really that simple. They say a lot about souls and feelings, but the main thing is this. After hearing how hard Sun Ye had trained both his mind and body to become the best, the main character decides he'll give everything to reach the top. Then he chooses to take off his glasses so he can look a lot better. A few days later, the class is nearly passing out during a special training session to test how well they can handle chemical weapons, since some people in that world can use biological soul abilities. That's why they had to train for it. In the end, the main character is the only one who walks out of the room still standing, and even gives the report because his superior, Bayun, had also passed out. In other physical drills, the main character finishes first, even beating Juye, who is usually at the top and by a wide margin. That gets the teachers and directors' attention, but instead of finally giving him a soldier badge or anything like that, they decide to move up a special training program without saying what it is. Later, the students are carrying heavy boxes, and most of them can barely manage. While Jui can only carry 1, the main character handles 2 like it's nothing, making everyone in the class stare. He wonders why they're looking at him so much. Did he suddenly get more handsome than usual? That annoys Jue, who tells him they're staring because he's been acting different lately. Even Biyun apologizes after bumping into him. Park can't really process what Jue means, since he feels the same as always, so he asks if she isn't curious about his Edea. She gets startled but then asks him to tell her, saying she wants to be the only one who knows, because if he tells some other girl, she might fall for him. The main character admits he already told Sun Ye, which makes her mad that she wasn't the first to hear everything about his soul. While they argue, Bayun watches them and wonders what the main character's secret is, especially since even the leader of the plague ran from him. Bayun decides he'll uncover that useless guy's secret no matter what it takes. After that, Park asks Jine if she knows anything about the training they'll be doing, and she says it's better if he finds out when the time comes, otherwise it won't be fun. The next day, the students march in full military style to the place where the training will happen. As they walk, Jine asks MC why he's carrying more weight than usual in his backpack. He says it's to train harder. She can't believe that the guy who once begged her to keep him away from Sun Ye now seems to care about nothing but training. After they've walked for a while, the platoon commander, the teacher, tells them to take a break. What Jui and the others don't like is that they stop right in front of the bank where that traumatic incident happened. But this was all part of the director's plan to toughen up the students mentally. He had even hired local people to praise the students when they saw them, hoping to raise their morale. Juye notices all of it, but she doesn't say anything. She only asks Park if he's okay being back there. He says he's fine, but inside he admits that if he felt nothing in a place like that, he wouldn't be human. Still, if he wants to move forward, he has to learn to live with himself. They keep marching until they reach an area that's almost jungle-like. Before heading in, they stop to rest because the mountain path ahead will be rough, and that was because the director had ordered it. While they rest, Jue offers Park some chocolate and he happily takes it. But then the director pulls up in his car and starts praising Jue for her achievements. Really, he's just flattering her because of her family, and she obviously knows it. Then he turns to him and treats him with a bit of prejudice, unable to believe he's so relaxed, so he assumes the boy is carrying less weight than the others, and orders him to empty his bag so the teacher can inspect every single item. To everyone's surprise, Park has everything perfectly organized, and even worse for the director, he's carrying 20 extra kilos on purpose as part of his training. Even then, the director keeps trying to find something wrong with him, and Jua is already getting furious. Before she blows up, the teacher tells the director to leave the boy alone because they're about to resume the march, so the director leaves the area. The students keep moving, while being watched by Sun Yai and a third-year girl, who says the one they should watch out for is Juai, the white jade goblin. But Sun Yai tells her she's wrong. The one they should really fear on that team is the apprentice, because he alone could wipe out their whole group. To him, that boy has the most value right now. That leaves the girl stunned by how highly Sun Yai, one of the best, speaks of a simple apprentice. He says she doesn't understand yet, because she only faced him at the start of the semester and has no idea how much he's grown. She says the change can't be that big, and she'll be able to handle it. But Sun Yao crushes that idea, saying the special training is only there for Jinsung to show what he's made of. The others are just extras. When they reach the training site, the place really does look like a military base. Sun Yai confirms it during a meeting, telling everyone they're there to test their strength. He explains it'll be a guerrilla-style training camp. They eat at 12, rest until 1, train at 2, and that's it for that day. Teams will be made of 15 students based on the numbers on their sweaters, since those numbers match the school ranking. In simple terms, if the main character is last at number 300, he'll work with 299, 298, and so on, until there are 15 people, basically the weak with the weak and the strong with the strong. Even so, points won't depend only on how weak someone is. If they push themselves in the tests, they can earn more points. In the end, he tells them this trial will heavily affect their school ranking, which gets everyone excited. When the main character gets to his room, the teammates assigned to him are hungry, because being last in the rankings also means they eat last, so they only get what's left. Then suddenly, the main character walks in carrying bags of food, and tells them to eat and not ask where it came from. Since they know he's a good person and has been changing for the better, they accept the food and decide he should be their leader. Park says he'll do it, but only if no one gives up before he does, no matter what happens. Then we learn he got the food from leader Sun Ye, not because they were friends, but because Sun Ye had noticed how hard the main character had been training since leaving school and felt he deserved it. Later, the first exercise starts, push-ups. A lot of the top-ranked students among the 300 can't keep going because they're in poor shape, while the main character's group, despite being ranked the worst, stays going until the end, shocking all the third years watching the session. When it's over, Sun Yai tells them that for their effort and for being the last team standing, everyone in the group has earned bonus points, which makes them really happy. Then he says the guard schedules will be posted in their rooms, and tells them to make sure they read them, officially ending that day's training. Around 8, the main character is shown waiting for someone, who appears a little later. It's Juai. She asks if he's been waiting long. He says not too long, and they start chatting. They laugh a little about how ironic it is that number 300 and number 1 are meeting like this. Park promises that by the end of this training, he'll be among the best, that he won't stop at becoming a soldier or corporal, because that would be too easy. Instead, he'll become a sergeant like her, so he can stand at her level. That makes her laugh, though she says that really would be the best thing he could do. Then she quietly says she'll be waiting for him. But Park doesn't hear that last part, and of course she doesn't repeat it. The next day, the students are even more fired up. The other ranks stay steady too, but the members of the main character's group don't fall behind. They start taking the lead in every event, earning extra points in each test and rising to first place. Still, the one who really breaks the pattern is Juye, who of course never leaves the top spots. Sun Yo is surprised but also happy to see the main character's team moving like zombies, because none of them give up before he does, and they follow every order they're given. They really do look like zombies. The main character trusts the group so much that just cheering them on helps them do the impossible. On the third day, they begin dire training. Sun Ya explains that this means learning to control the power of their dire and match it to their bodies. Even if the ranks don't line up, doing this gives them amazing control over their souls. Then he tells everyone to get ready to smash the rocks set out for them. Since many of them don't believe that's possible, the captain decides to show them first. He gets ready, activates his dia, and shows who's in charge by grabbing the rock and crushing it. He makes it look easy, which shocks everyone, including the main character, who studies the captain and realizes the man's dia seems to have improved since the last time he analyzed him. Then it's Joy's turn. She activates her dia and uses the skill Sword of the Goblins to grind the rock almost into dust with ease. Then Bayan steps up and shows what he can do. He pulls out a huge tree and lifts it like it's nothing, but he still can't break the rock. When he's about to try again, Sun Ye stops him and says they've seen enough to judge him. The test keeps going until they reach number 300, the captain himself. He gets serious and says something to Sun Ye before using his dia, but we still don't hear what it is. Everyone talks about how his squad, even though they were called the weakest, already managed to break the rock. Now they can't wait to see what their captain will do. Jinsung then activates his Edea, startling Biyuan and putting Juye on alert, even though she doesn't move. He doesn't just break the rock, he crushes it into dust. After fighting off his psycho side, he regains control and unlocks a new partial activation for his Edea that only appears in his right hand. Sergeant Sunjae asks if he's okay and he says yes, thanking him for checking on him. Then he heads over to Jujae and proudly says he did it. She admits he scared her, but still congratulates him before they're interrupted. His squad rushes in, celebrating that their captain pulled it off too, lifting him up while shouting, "Captain, Captain!" Joy can only watch him with a big smile. Later that night, the captain admits the others are keeping up, but he still can't push them too hard since they're not used to this, so he goes to find the nurse to treat them or help somehow. Before he can enter, his platoon teacher stops him and says he should leave because students aren't allowed in the halls. If another teacher sees him, he'll get punished. But before he can go, another teacher opens the door. Spotting Jinsung, he jokingly invites him in, saying classes are over so maybe they can offer him a drink. He tries to refuse but ends up having to go inside. It turns out the teachers are having a big meeting there. He asks for the nursing teacher and requests that she check on his teammates and help them recover faster. Meanwhile, the other teachers study the point rankings and notice that the weakest squad is leading every event, which seems wrong to them. Some even claim Sunye is giving Jinsung extra points because they're friends. That makes him angry, and he says his team earned every point through hard work. The teachers don't buy it and decide to watch them more closely because they won't allow that kind of cheating during training. Now furious, the captain wants to go after them, but his teacher stops him and warns him not to mess this up or he'll lose the points he already earned. That finally makes him calm down. Jinsung then makes a bet with the teachers. If all 15 members of his squad finish in the top 30 by the end of training, they'll get special treatment. But if they fail, the students will hand over their 20,000 yuan bonuses at the end of the semester. The teachers laugh and accept, calling it the easiest bet in the world, and that finally ends the argument. Outside, the nursing teacher talks with the captain. He explains what he needs, and she agrees to come to his room later. Nothing weird, obviously, but when he gets back, he notices some guys harassing his teammates. He tries to stay hidden so he won't fight and cost his team points, since he's sure that's exactly what they want. Even so, one of his teammates gets thrown right toward him and tells him to run. Seeing that, the captain steps out and faces the group. He tells them to leave before they get hurt, and says they can settle this in tomorrow's training instead. But the guy isn't listening, and with his friends pushing him on, the idiot attacks with his Edea activated. His power turns him into something like one of the Fantastic Four. The captain still doesn't want to fight because he doesn't want to draw the teacher's attention, but the guy is choking him, and the captain figures he can hold out until the nurse arrives and catches them in the act. His platoon teammates won't let that happen though. They rush at the worm and he smashes them back every time they try. The captain tells them to stop, but they remind him that they once saw him block the punch of the strongest girl in school. That made them believe they could get stronger too if they really tried. And now they have a chance to grow by fighting beside him, so they won't quit. Hearing that, the captain realizes they aren't following him just because he pushed them. They truly believe in him. Right in the middle of that powerful speech, he partially activates his Edea and breaks free from the worm. Then he slashes the guy's shoulder, leaving him completely terrified. The guy gets so scared he passes out. The captain orders the rest of his group to carry him off and not come back, ending the night. The next morning, his squad shows up full of energy while Bind's group, the Worm's team, looks exhausted. But after the first endurance drills end, Sunye drops bad news. The captain loses all his points for attacking a classmate. Everyone thinks it's unfair because he didn't start anything. Sunye doesn't care, and when the squad reacts, he's ready to dock points from all of them. The captain quickly tells him not to and promises he'll make his teammates understand they must obey their superiors. Then he starts doing push-ups as punishment. The others don't get why he's letting himself be treated like that when he really didn't do anything wrong. Still, he figures some teacher ordered the point loss, and he swears he won't be beaten. Sunye says the squad should follow his example. Then he tells Jinsung that if he wants to prove himself and stop getting stepped on, he needs to show it in the Edea test this afternoon, the final event and the one worth the most points. In a sharp military tone, the captain answers, "Yes, sir." After a long set of push-ups, breakfast is finally close, so Sunye orders the students to head to the cafeteria. The squad gets excited, but on the way they run into this jerk, who starts mocking them and wasting their time so they won't get to eat. He also warns them that the teachers will be training with them today to make sure nobody keeps handing out free points. Just when they're about to give up and go without food, their course teacher steps in and drags the guy away. That lets the squad rush in and eat the last servings left, even though they only have a few minutes. When the next training starts, the teacher's presence kills everyone's mood, including the captain's squad. They barely rested and also ate terribly. Sunye notices the disadvantage and, to make things fair, decides each group will send one representative to do the exercises while the others rest. Yuji goes for her team, the captain goes for his, and the teachers send that same jerk who mocks the captain before it starts. But once the exercise begins, he quickly falls behind and realizes the captain is on a totally different level. He tries to keep up and fails. The captain goes all out and finishes every exercise first, earning a break while everyone else struggles through theirs. That afternoon, Sunye announces the final training, trench warfare. Some students will start at a disadvantage, but that's the point. On a real battlefield, you don't get to choose where you fight. It will force them to improve their strategy against real enemies. While Sunye explains this, the school director arrives. He says he came just in time to take over the final round. Sunye clearly doesn't like that, but there's not much he can do. It's the director, and he has to obey him. He hands over the detailed plan he made for the final round. But the director ignores it and starts making up new rules on the spot, acting like he knows better than everyone. Then he announces this will be a battle royale, step out of the mud and you're out. Get knocked unconscious and you're out too. Scoring is individual, and you earn points by throwing others out of the mud or knocking them out. He adds that the bracelets they were given will protect them for a while, but even if one breaks, they can keep fighting if they want. So just like that, he turns the last training into a full-on power tournament. One more rule: whenever he orders them to activate or deactivate their Amdralas, they have to obey. Once one group learns Bahon's Amdrala works when something is stuck, they decide to go after him. His only idea at first is to run until he finds something jammed at the edge of the platform. Then he launches his attack and manages to take out a few of the people chasing him. Yuja gets surrounded by a bunch of opponents trying to wear down her Amdrala, but that's nothing to her. She activates it and starts dropping students left and right. Meanwhile, our zombie squad just waits to see what plan the captain has. Soon they're surrounded by another group, which says it'll take them out first for easy points before dealing with everyone else. Jinsung tells his team to get ready, even though they're at a big disadvantage. He still can't use his full power, because he's afraid he'll lose control from all the exhaustion built up in his body. Right in the middle of the attack, we cut back and see even more students teaming up to throw out Bayon. Jue is getting swarmed too. Even so, both Bayon and Joey use their abilities to hold the line. They keep knocking more people out, while the one really in trouble is Park and his group. Still, thanks to Sun Yue, they managed to reset their formation. Sun Yue had asked the director to switch the fight to abilities off, and after putting him in his place, the director agreed. At the same time, a few students from Squad 1 team up with other squads. With abilities disabled, they show their true colors and start taking out students from their own squad, saying it just means less competition. Meanwhile, the students attacking Park's squad decide to wait until abilities come back on. To them, the group already looks worn out. The protagonist realizes everyone else is trying to find ways to stay on the platform longer and earn more points, but the so-called zombies tell him they'll buy him as much time as they can. They already have plenty of points and MC lost too many because of them, so they push him back and guard him. Then they go full zombie mode, tossing out student after student since nobody can stop them without abilities active. Park can't believe they're helping him like this, when he was the one who wanted to help everyone else. Ban Yugyong watches his group and decides it's smarter not to fight them without abilities. Then Yuji suddenly shows up and joins him, dragging a huge crowd over with her. Bai Wan Jiyoung asks why, and she says she just wanted him to be as popular as she is right before the crowd lifts them up and carries them off the platform. The director was busy watching Orange YouTube when it happened, so he missed it. Once a teacher tells him, the guy nearly loses his mind, especially after hearing that most of the school's top students got disqualified the moment they turned off their abilities. Sun Yai explains that those students were too strong with abilities, so once that edge was gone, weaker students all targeted them together. Trying to sound wise, the director says this will teach them a lesson, but inside he's furious. The reporters he invited to watch the top students are now stuck watching the weaker ones fight, so he turns abilities back on. That instantly makes this bunch of idiots bold enough to go after Park, who has already decided he's getting the highest score in the exercise. He reveals his ability but attacks without killing and drops several students in a single move. A lot of the others give up just from seeing his cute, harmless-looking stare. After that sweet look, the students who teamed up tell the traitor kid he has to deal with the protagonist, since the protagonist is now near the top. Of course he doesn't want to. He saw MC crush that worm-like guy before. His girlfriend tells him they should try together while she protects him with her shield. The boy just shakes, begging her not to mess with the F rank. Park Jinsung cuts in and asks if they're done talking yet. That finally makes the boy use his ability and attack. He, who first tells his human not to kill him, then calmly deflects every single whip strike. The boy can't believe it, and neither can his girlfriend. She's shocked by how fast the protagonist Jinsung is. The boy, actually one of the 5 strongest students, calls for help, but nobody wants to fight MC. Tired of just blocking, MC starts closing the distance, and when he's about to strike, the girlfriend jumps in and activates her ability, a shield that gets stronger while protecting someone she cares about. Even that isn't enough to stop him, who slices the shield in half with ease, breaking not only her defense but her faith in their love, because to her it was too weak. Then Park grabs her and slams her into her boyfriend. Seeing that both her shield and his bracelet are broken, he gives up, and the two step off the platform. Even after that, the idiots still want to challenge Park, especially after the director, in frustration and disgust, calls F-rank trash. They activate their abilities and rush the protagonist Jinsung, who studies them first. He dodges the opening attack, but mud hits him in the eye, and one of the idiots uses that chance to strike from behind, hoping to knock him out. But Park Jinsung, without even looking, knocks the attack aside, grabs the guy's stick and starts using it as a weapon. The poor kid won't let go, so he gets swung into the other students instead. Even after taking down so many, there are still too many left, and they all go after Park, obviously because he has the most points so far. He actually likes that and taunts them, saying he'll finish them fast. Meanwhile, MC's platoon teacher wonders how he got this strong. He never saw talent in him, and even though he knew MC worked every day to become the best, he chose not to support him because he didn't want to give him false hope. He also remembers mocking him when he said souls didn't have ranks, and that makes him realize he failed as a teacher by not believing in his students' growth. Then he suddenly starts shouting, "Come on, the protagonist, show them you're the best," which makes the director furious. The director orders him removed, but before he's dragged away, the teacher yells to Park Jinsung that he was right, souls really don't have ranks. The director is panicking because the F rank is stealing all the attention, and that's not what he wanted the reporters to see. He plans to order the students to disable their abilities again and leave MC defenseless against the crowd, but before he can, Jinsung notices the wall is weak from all the bars removed to use as weapons and slams it with his dagger, opening a huge hole in the wall. Mud starts pouring off the platform and sweeps away more than 100 students who never saw it coming. Park clings tightly to the side of it. Once the muddy water drains off the platform, the protagonist is left without boots. That matters because everyone else still has theirs on, and now they're heavy with water, something the protagonist Jinsung uses to knock out a lot of them. The director is furious that they still can't beat a mere F rank. Sun Yano, on the other hand, just smiles. He thought the exercise had been ruined, but Park Jinsung made it fun again, and now he's teaching every second year a lesson. Without fully relying on his ability, MC feels a little weaker, and at one point he shows an opening that gives the other students the chance to rush him. Even tired and badly outnumbered, he refuses to quit and barely stays on his feet. The thought of Park Jinsung losing makes the director happy, until he gets a call from the reporters who say they've arrived and ask if they can come in. Since the director thinks the protagonist is about to lose, he decides to turn abilities back on so the reporters can watch the remaining students' powers, and tells them to enter. But to his surprise, Park is still fighting back, and because the students pinning him down are acting selfishly, he finds a chance to activate his ability. Just using it in one hand isn't enough to get out of that spot, so he unleashes it fully, not caring if he loses control, and finally breaks free from the others, telling them with that same sweet stare that he'll kill them. Right then, the reporter walks in and thanks the director for letting him watch the school's best students train. He says it'll be a pleasure for them. The director can only thank him for coming while silently hating Park with everything he has. It gets so bad that when the reporter goes over to Sun Ye and asks if he has a favorite among the students, the director cuts in before he can answer. But MC's teacher jumps at the chance and tells the reporter to keep an eye on Park, then gets dragged out of the room again. To avoid talking about him, the director launches into a speech, saying the strongest students got overconfident and that's why they were eliminated, but they should treat it not as a loss, only as a chance to improve. The reporter is impressed by how well the director talks, but the cameraman cuts in and asks if the protagonist is the amazing kid fighting in the middle of the platform. That instantly catches the reporter's attention. No matter how hard the director tries, he can't stop the man from noticing how incredible MC looks as he deflects every long-range attack from the other students, who are too scared to get close to him. The reporter is quickly amazed and asks what rank Park is. The director has no idea what to say, but his teacher interrupts again, saying he's only F rank, but to watch him closely because he's already improved so much. And once again, they drag him out of the room. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels like he's about to lose consciousness, but then he suddenly feels more in control. He even says he can manage his killing intent a little better. It's still so strong that the other students see him as a real threat. Somehow Park stays awake and even makes his dagger evolve from an F-rank dagger into a D-rank one, called the Bloody Dagger, with the power to absorb blood to sustain its user. He's thrilled by what he pulled off and shouts that he can finally control most of his power. That makes his zombie squad happy too. Then he looks at Park and Juye, while Juye yells for him to finish everyone at once. The protagonist says he'll do it right away, and rushes straight at them. In seconds, he smashes the safety bracelets of more than 60 students. He also gives them small cuts so the dagger can feed, and that terrifying power makes the others panic and surrender. The reporters are stunned. They can't believe one student wiped out that many in just seconds, and they're even more shocked when Park says that, counting the students taken out before they arrived, he's already eliminated over 200 by himself. After that, we cut back to the North Korean, now in what looks like a meeting with a South Korean government official named Byun. They seem like sworn enemies, but because of treaties or something like that, they can't attack each other. The North Korean says he wants to meet the person who forced him out of South Korea again because he has to kill him. Byun is confused since he had no idea this man was driven off by one student, so he asks what he's talking about. That lets the man hint that even they don't understand the boy's power yet, and now they plan to bring him to their side first. Back in the present, the protagonist wakes up on Juye's lap and pinches her cheeks to see if he's dreaming. She blushes, bonks him on the head for getting bold, and when he asks what happened, Juye says he finished first in the exercise, then ran around yelling, "Juye, I love you," which he obviously refuses to believe, asking her to stop messing with him. She explains that after taking out the last students, he just passed out. Then she teases that if he's going to be that weak, he can't be her husband, and asks him to live with her. Even though he thinks she looks cute, he says no, because he's sure she's just teasing him again. Getting more serious, he asks about his teammates and what happened to them. Grinning, she hands him his private badge and congratulates him. He's thrilled, he's finally not just a trainee anymore. Then he remembers the bet he made with the teacher and gets a little worried. But that fades when Juye tells him everyone in the zombie group except him, because he placed first, was promoted to corporal. She also reminds him that after injuring all those students, he should apologize to the doctor for making her work so hard. He says he will, and Juye offers to go with him, though he doesn't want that. In the end, she talks him into it. Later at the school, a long-haired man is acting like a jerk toward the teacher from Jinsung's class, talking down to him because he isn't the director of this mediocre school, and telling him to stay quiet until the director arrives. The teacher can't do much because the man in front of him is the representative of South Korea's top military academy, the elite of the elite, known as Special Education Brigade 998. To keep it simple, they're supposed to be the best, or at least that's what they say. The man with the ridiculously long hair asks if anyone besides Park and Juye at this school is actually capable, but when the teacher is about to mention the protagonist, the guy cuts him off and says, "Not the F rank." He assumes that's just nonsense from their investigators, acting like they already know them well enough. Soon the school director arrives and the teacher leaves the room, hoping the protagonist can knock those doubters down a peg. We then learn that the zombie group had managed to join Park's club, which makes Jinsung happy. Back with the director, he clearly doesn't like the message Rapunzel brought. It's an invitation to a joint anti-infiltration drill between the two schools, and the real goal is to humiliate them because they're new to this. That seriously angers the director, who says he'll find a way to make them pay for the disrespect. And if you're wondering whether he could reject the invitation, yes, but he didn't, because that would make them look like cowards. Somewhere else, the reporter is upset that he wasn't allowed to release the video of the F-rank killer, which is what he calls Jinsung. He starts wondering why the government is so set on hiding the strongest students at that school, but after thinking it over, he realizes that only seems to happen with the F-rank boy. Juye, one of the strongest, is always kept in the public eye. So now he wonders what they're hiding about this boy. Just when it seems like he figures something out, his assistant cuts in and tells him they'll be allowed to film the joint drill between the two schools. He loves the news and says they're going to use that opening. Then we cut to the protagonist and his zombie friends leaving the gym club, saying Park has pushed them to their limit. Even so, it still isn't enough, because after they leave, he always stays behind to keep training. The protagonist explains that it's because MC is way above all of them. His friends ask if he's going out with his wife, saying they're proud their boss is with the prettiest and strongest girl in school. The protagonist has no idea what they mean and asks who they're talking about. The guys say obviously Juye, since she told them that if their boss is Jinsung, then she must be the boss's wife. That leaves him completely thrown off, and he flat out denies what he just heard. Then he's shocked when Bayan suddenly appears in front of him. He didn't even sense him coming, which scares him. The man asks to speak with the protagonist alone, and the others answer in sync, then leave. Jinsung already knows who Bayan is, since he's a very famous military figure in South Korea. He asks what he wants, and Bayan says not much. He just wanted to meet the guy from the 1vs200 video, the one people say has huge potential despite being F-rank. The protagonist doesn't know what to say, so he gives credit to Park, saying his teacher has taken his whole group to another level. After watching him closely, the man decides he seems ordinary and wonders if the North Korean misled him, because this student doesn't seem special at all. So he decides to leave, but before going, he tells the protagonist to keep improving and says he hopes he does well in his next test. That leaves the boy confused, though it's probably about the coming match between the two schools. Meanwhile, Park is just finishing his training and says that thanks to the protagonist and his new friends, he's being pushed harder than before. So in his own way, he's grateful they came into his life. After showering, he gets ready to head home, but on the way he finds a girl from his school in trouble. Some guys are trying to do something awful to her, and Park obviously won't allow it. He calmly walks up and tells them to let her go and leave. It's not a threat, just solid advice. Of course they don't listen. So with no other choice, he uses his power, grabs one of them by the hand, and subdues him. The girl takes the chance to run, thanking Sergeant Him as she goes. But the other guy won't let her escape and tries to grab her, except Park catches him first and slams his head into the ground. Before the fight goes further, he calls out someone hiding nearby and orders them to come out, saying he's not amused by the little game. Two more men step out, and the sergeant says they didn't need all this drama just to bring him there. If they wanted a fight, he was always ready. One of them introduces himself as Anan and says the protagonist may have grown a little, but he shouldn't forget he used to be his floor rag and should stay quiet before he gets beaten like before. That ticks Park off, and he realizes these guys are from School 998 because they call each other comrades, a bit of military slang only they'd use since they're veterans there. Their talk is cut off by a chubby guy who says his name is Hicks, and that all he wants is to fight the great MC. The sergeant stays calm, but thinking the skinny one is looking down on him, he uses his power, grabs him easily, and moves to smash him into the ground with his own body. But right before that happens, we cut away and see the protagonist arriving at school. In class, he can tell something's wrong and asks what happened. The fact that he doesn't know surprises Juye, who asks the girl in front for a tablet. On it, she shows the protagonist what happened in the alley with Park, where we see how the big guy turned out to be way heavier than expected, so much that the sergeant couldn't handle him and ended up buried in the ground, beaten and unable to do anything. The protagonist asks what exactly happened, and Juye says it looks like Park was attacked by members of Special Education Brigade 998, the same people they'll face in the upcoming joint exercise. After that, the girl with glasses who's always with him gathers the school's 8 selected students to figure out how to handle the training ahead. She explains that Commander He is in intensive care and won't be able to attend the meetings, though he did leave behind part of a strategy they might still be able to use. They show the training site. It's basically a capture the flag match. Their side has a button to defend, and they have to reach the other team's button to win. It's 900 students from their school against 3,000 from 998, so if they hold out for 5 hours, they win. A lot of the students don't know what to say. Since most of them are older third years, they start looking down on Park and the second years. One first-year corporal is especially annoying. Because of his rank, he thinks the protagonist is just some nobody he can push around. He even says he can't believe Sergeant Sunjae was beaten by some skinny guy. In other words, he's mocking the commander's effort. That sets Park off. His bloodlust spills out and scares everyone there. The girl with glasses calms things down. Even after hearing MC's best plan, she says she'll think about it and ends the meeting. On the way out, Byeon makes it clear he'd rather sit through class than keep listening to the dumb third years, then leaves. The first-year corporal doesn't leave though. He still wants trouble with him, the same guy he scared earlier. But he isn't the same fool as before, and he tells him he's ready anytime, anywhere. They head up to the rooftop where the corporal keeps talking down to Park. After sizing him up, the protagonist activates his Edea and says the guy isn't that impressive. Then he rushes straight at him. The corporal easily dodges MC's first strike. His Edea lets him read the path and speed of incoming attacks, but Park still keeps the pressure on. The guy is forced to back up because he is too fast. Wanting to finish it quickly, the protagonist charges again, this time getting serious. The corporal's ability shows more than 3 possible attack paths. That shocks him. It means MC's F-rank speed is 3 times faster than what his own ability can handle. A moment later, Park's hit lands clean. It barely seems to hurt, but he jokes that the guy better not ask him for money to fix it because he brought this on himself. Fix what? His clothes, they're completely torn up. With the guy down and done fighting, the protagonist tells him the truth. If all you rely on is your Edea and you never train your body, you shouldn't act like you're the best. You'll never beat someone who actually works hard like Commander Sunjae or the protagonist himself. A few days later, the joint exercise with 998 is about to begin. Park says he kept suggesting an unusual strategy, but nobody listened and chose a safer one. The plan is simple. The third years push down the right as the main attack force. The second years hold the center and focus on defense against 998's assault, and the left side is MC, his zombie squad, and the first years, acting as another defensive layer. Mopsy thinks it makes sense with the number gap, but he still believes they should have used his plan. He's sure Kang Jin, the school's ace, has an ability similar to his and won't play things safely. They'll probably try to rush their base and win fast. But before Kang Jin can reach it, he has to get through their final line of defense, and that is none other than Commander Sunjae, guarding the rear. Will he lose again? Park doesn't think so. His thoughts are cut off by the first-year corporal he fought earlier. This time, the guy acts completely different. He even calls the protagonist senior, even though he's a corporal and the protagonist is only a private first class. That throws MC off, so he asks what he's up to. The guy says it's nothing. His name is Phil, and from now on he wants to follow MC as his leader. He doesn't buy it at first, but after hearing his reasons, he accepts it. Phil also says all the first years are available to help him, which is a huge advantage right now. So Park lets him join the group for now. The zombie squad welcomes him, and they get ready for the fight. Back to the story of the F-rank killer. Last chapter, the protagonist managed to get better control of his Edea and partially activate it. They also managed to subdue someone strong without much trouble. After that, Park's school learned they'd be facing 998 in a joint exercise, and things looked bad for them because everyone was shaken by Commander Sunjae's defeat. Even so, they got serious and built a solid plan for the battle. At the last second, the first-year corporals group joined MC's zombie squad to strengthen the left side. With everyone ready, the exercise begins. Now we switch to a 998 camp, where the students there seem to be in charge of giving orders and passing information to their school. Suddenly, a unit called Delta 1 contacts them and reports that they're under a surprise attack. The signal cuts out for a few seconds, making the camp wonder if a Edea user is behind the interference. One of them says that's possible, since the radios themselves seem fine. Then the signal returns and a voice asks if they can hear him. They say yes, and ask who it is. Laughing, the voice says it's Private First Class Park Jinsung. One student says that name sounds familiar. It's the kid from that fake news article claiming he beat 200 students by himself. Another says that's crazy, but Delta 1 was the last forward unit, which means he got there fast. He wonders if he has a speed-type Edea. The long-haired guy says that if that's true, going alone was a mistake. They'll take him down soon enough. But then they hear their own people screaming over the radio, begging the attackers to stop hitting them. The last thing the camp hears is that the attackers are like zombies, and that tells them everything. The camp is terrified. Then the protagonist apologizes for the noise and asks if they're sending backup or not. One panicked student says they need to warn Delta 2 about what happened to Delta 1, but right then they get a call from Bravo 2 demanding an urgent response. When they answer, they hear that Bravo 1 is pulling back, and Bravo 2 will too, because they're under attack from a powerful Edea user. The camp can't believe both the left and right sides are under attack. According to the reports, Haoyun Middle School wasn't supposed to have many strong Edea users. After that, we move to Bravo 1 and Bravo 2. There, the Edea user forcing them back is none other than Baiyun. He uses his Dio to pull loose objects and hurl them at the enemy. The throws are so strong that the 998 students have to fall back. Even with protective bands, a hit like that would send them straight to the hospital. By Kung, who's with the third-year girl who always stayed near Sun Jae, says this job is way too easy. The girl with glasses tells him she knew he'd be a great long-range weapon in an open-field battle. She adds that he's even more dangerous in ruins, where almost anything can become a projectile. Feeling smug, Byun says he was mad when they stuck him there with the third years, but after watching 998 run from him, he's actually grateful. Lin tells him that if he talked with some manners, people would probably like him more. He just smiles and says he wants to watch the third years have fun while he covers them from behind. She agrees it's time for the third years to show what they can do, then activates her Edea, the giant armor. She leads her unit, and together they wipe out the 998 students in their way. The close combat team reports that they've cleared the front. The long-range group says they're in a good position to keep supporting the push. Lin orders the first platoon to use tactic number 3 and show 998 they're not cowards. A few hours later, Lin's third-year squad has pushed 998 back to the next front. She orders everyone to regroup and move toward 998's next line. Suddenly, a boy appears right behind Lin. It's none other than Kang Jin. He tells everyone there to back off now, or he'll force them to. Then he throws a huge punch at Lin, who barely manages to block it before she's sent flying into a wall. One of the third years asks if she's okay. She says yes, but her armor is useless against this kind of attack. Kang Jin is surprised by how tough she is. She faces him again and tries to bait him with her words, but the idiot can only answer with a dumb flirt. Lin is disgusted by his creepy flirting and says she can tell how worthless he is just by hearing him talk. He keeps pushing, asking her to be his girl. Lin snaps back that if she listens to any more of his nonsense, her ears will rot. Then she tells her teammates to get ready. It's time to make him pay for beating Sun Ye. Kang Jin mocks them for wanting to fight him. If they really studied him, he says, they should know what he can do, so why not step aside? After that warning, he activates his idea. Careless rage. Burning vapor pours off him, forcing everyone back since even touching it can scorch them. Seeing that, Lin orders her team to fall back. Kang Jin laughs as they retreat from the vapor, saying anyone who can't even handle this isn't worth his time. Then the vapor vanishes, making the third years think his power has a usage limit, so they rush Kang Jin, and he waits until they're close enough to grab them. With monstrous strength, he slams them into the ground and shatters the bones where he held them. Lin quickly figures out what happened. He compressed the vapor into his hands before striking. The impact was so strong it broke bones even through their protective bracelets. Realizing her teammates are in serious danger, she orders every third-year unit to save the wounded while she holds him off. As Lin moves in, Kang Jin starts firing burning vapor from his hands like blades. She dodges every one of them, closing the gap until she slips behind him. Kang Jin is impressed by her speed and starts flirting again, asking her out. Lin tells him to shut up. She's sick of him. He grins and says maybe she'll like his fist instead, then swings hard. But just before the punch lands, she releases a blinding flash, throwing him off long enough to pull her teammates to safety. She also tells the others to carry the injured to the rear while she buys time. Kang Jin shakes off the flash and coldly says it's time to get rid of her. A little later, Kang Jin is attacking Lin with everything he has. She keeps defending herself and shielding her injured teammates. Frustrated, he yells that if she won't fight him properly, she should call Sun Yaok. Lin fires back that a pathetic guy like him isn't worth calling Captain Sun Yao for. That really sets him off, and he keeps hammering her shield while she can only keep blocking. One of the third years tells Lin that everyone has been evacuated. Hearing that, Lin confidently tells Kang Jin she was just about ready to leave. She's tired of looking at trash. But she doesn't realize he hasn't been smashing her shield mindlessly. He's been driving it into the ground, and she never noticed because her legs went numb from the very first hit. Then Kang Jin throws a full power punch while she's distracted. It finally cracks her shield, and Lin realizes she may not survive if this keeps up. To make it worse, he tells her that now they're alone on the battlefield, he'll make her suffer for everyone else. Then he asks what will happen first, the shield breaking or her being buried. Lin searches for a way out, but nothing comes to mind. Then she hears a voice in the distance shouting that it's done. Watching, a huge column of debris suddenly rushes toward them. Kang Jin dodges, and Lin hears a familiar voice telling her to get away fast. She obeys at once as rubble starts pouring down on the area. Both she and Kang Jin flee, but in opposite directions. That leads her straight to the one who made the wall of rubble, Byron. She thanks him, and he jokes that the third years don't seem that impressive on the battlefield. He adds that the situation was urgent, so he used up all the debris around them to help. Lin admits he saved them, and says he showed the most courage on the left side, telling him to rest now. Byun smugly says that was obvious, he'd be the best after all, then collapses unconscious in Lin's arms. Right then, the third years arrive and ask Lin what they should do next. She answers that since their left route is blocked by Bruyun's rubble wall, they need to pull back and head to the center. She knows Kang Jin wasn't trapped in the debris and is probably moving elsewhere. One teammate asks where she thinks he's going. Lin says the center is the fastest route to Sun Ye, so that's where he'll head. Thanks to Hanyeon Middle School's strong communication, everyone is updated on what happened. Just like Lin, the protagonist also figures out that Kang Jin is heading for the center. The first-year corporal asks why. Since their line is supposed to be the weakest, wouldn't that make them the better target? Jinsung says maybe. But after fighting the main force, the third years and basically winning, Kanjin's next move is obvious: get to Commander Sun as fast as possible. And since both paths are guarded by weaker groups, the route doesn't matter much. The corporal gets it and asks what they should do, since they're stuck holding back 998 reinforcements. The protagonist answers with a question: do they have anyone who can break that stalemate and cause chaos there? The first-year corporal hesitates, then says yes, realizing the protagonist wants to head to the center too. So he says he and the first years will handle things there, giving the protagonist room to move his zombie group toward the center. Jinsung thanks him and thinks to himself that he'll have to go all out in this training. In another scene, Juyi says she can't believe Bridge helped like that, joking that maybe someone bribed him. Poor guy, nobody expects him to help because he's such a jerk. Getting back to business, Julia says the third year's push on the left failed, so they need to beat the big guy fast. Now the win depends on the team on the center route. She points her sword at the 998 students who are clearly scared of her. One of them tells the big guy to finish her already, but he says that no matter how much he tries to make himself heavier, she keeps changing her attack pattern. And if he gets heavy at the wrong time, her sword could cut him clean in half. Another one warns that if Kanjin finds out they were stopped by just one person, he'll kill them himself. The big guy says retreating is smarter anyway. Julia has already taken down 200 of them by herself. Hearing that, Julia says that result was obvious. She's the White Jade Goblin, the strongest student at Haiju Middle School. The big guy, shaking in fear, says again that they should retreat, but then Kanjin arrives and says it's embarrassing that a couple of girls pushed them back. Julia immediately notices something is off. He got there way too fast. Kanjin tells her so she's the famous White Goblin. He's heard of her, but hearing her call herself the strongest really annoys him. Then he rushes Julia at high speed and throws a huge punch. She barely manages to block it, but the impact still sends her flying back several meters. She realizes she did block in time. The problem was the explosive force behind the hit. From that, she judges he's an A-rank fighter or higher. Because of that, she knows she has no choice but to use it. She starts transforming, saying she didn't want to show this on camera, but that's better than letting everyone see her lose to an idiot like Kanjin. What appears is the full form of her goblin Edea. The first thing Kanjin says when he sees it is that all the girls at Haiju Middle School must have a rule about wearing armor. He adds that the last armored girl he fought got crushed by his fist. Jue says he's obviously talking about Lin, but while their armor may look alike, their abilities are completely different. Then she attacks. Kanjin just smiles and readies a punch. Right as it looks like Jue is about to take the hit, she says she warned him and suddenly her cape blocks the blow. She instantly counters with a sword slash that Kanjin barely avoids. He's clearly surprised by Jue's armor ability. She stays confident and asks if he's impressed. Kanjin says it's just annoying, then gets serious. More vapor pours from his fists, and he shapes it into giant blades aimed at Jue. Instead of dodging and letting her teammates get hit, she stands her ground and uses her cape to block the whole attack. Then Jue tells him he's wrong, if he thinks that'll be enough to beat her. That gets Kanjin fired up, and he rushes in like a madman. The two trade blows non-stop. During a brief opening, Jue realizes one enemy can turn emotions into power. That makes her too dangerous to leave alone, so Jue decides to end this now. She uses her cloning skill and lands several clean sword strikes on Kanjin. After taking the hit, he admits he did not expect the fight to go like this. The chubby guy asks if he is okay, but Kanjin brushes it off and orders him to start the slide plan. Seeing how angry he is, the chubby guy tells the others to begin the slide, which briefly confuses Jue. That does not last long, because soon she notices the 998 squad using the slope and a nature-type power to make a huge slide. They all rush down it to circle around the team. The orange-haired girl tells some allies to head to the rear and try to stop the enemies coming down. But they are too fast, as Jue quickly realizes. She thinks that if her whole squad falls back, the 998 attack will hit even harder. Before she can work out a plan, Kanjin charges and yells at her not to lose focus. Jue reacts at once and splits into copies, but he slams the ground and makes both doubles vanish. That leaves Jue a little worried. Kanjin says she is getting weaker, and her armor must be draining her. Then he mocks her. Can she really keep fighting him, and also stop the 998 force heading for the rear? Jue fires back that she will tear him apart first, then wipe out the rest. He tells her to stop bragging because she cannot last 5 more minutes at this pace. Deep down, Jue knows he is right. Crazy as he seems, he is a trained fighter. Even so, she refuses to quit. If she goes down, she is taking him with her. Then screams erupt from the rear. The 998 group panics, shouting that zombie-like guys are appearing out of nowhere. Julian turns and sees Park's squad arrive, crushing the enemies who came down the slide. She is thrilled, while Kanjin demands to know who those lunatics are. Julia warns him to watch his mouth. Those are her husband's people, and anyone who insults him answers to her. Now that his side looks pathetic against Hanjin, Kanjin decides to get serious. He activates stage 3 of his Edea called Silence, which boosts his legs and surrounds him with a cold aura, the opposite of the hot steam from before. Julia feels the pressure from him, and then he suddenly vanishes and appears beside her. He throws a brutal kick, and Julia's cape blocks it even though she never saw him move. She slides back, but Kanjin keeps coming. This time, instead of using the cape, Julia blocks with her sword, which throws him off. She steps back again and tells Kanjin the next time she uses her armor, she will be better prepared. He asks if that means she is giving up, but she says no, she just does not need the transformation to beat him. Then she raises her sword with both hands and warns Kanjin that she will finish him right now. He laughs and says an attack that obvious will be easy to dodge. Juya asks if he forgot she can do this, then splits into three. Kanjin finally looks shaken, and Juya with her power at full force unleashes a massive strike that tears apart the whole central path. Park's squad runs over to praise her for forcing the 998 army back. Juya says she wishes she could claim she beat Kanjin, but she saw him choose to leap into the cliff instead of shielding the allies behind him. With his steam power and tough body, he probably landed just fine. And that is exactly what happened. He hits the ground without a problem and meets up with the chubby guy, then asks why they are still there when he gave them plenty of time to take the enemy rear. The chubby guy points out that they could not move forward because the stairs leading to the rear were being guarded by Park. He says, "So you finally made it? I thought I would have to wait until training ended to meet you." Then we get a short exchange of blows between the two before they pause. Kanjin asks MC if he is the famous F-rank killer mentioned on this YouTube channel, and whether he came to get revenge for Sun Ye. MC says he is right. Kanjin says he has guts for challenging him one-on-one, and he is impressed that he found the hidden path below the cliff. He asks if he is tired, because he sure talks a lot, and that path was not exactly hard to find. Annoyed, Kanjin says the training drones cannot see them there, so if the protagonist disappears, nobody will know what happened. MC calmly says he already knows that, and Kanjin is free to try killing him. Kanjin charges in, shouting that he will kill him. He closes the distance in a flash and throws a punch, but Park blocks it with ease. Kanjin spins and follows with a kick, but he stops that too and asks if that is really all he has. Furious, Kanjin jumps back. While brushing off the dust, Park asks if he has some hidden power or anything at all that might impress him. That only makes Kanjin angrier, and he warns the protagonist he will regret pushing him. Kanjin tells the chubby guy they need to leave because he is about to use the 4th stage of his Edea. Higgs answers that he only has permission to use that skill against Sun Ye. Kanjin replies that the guy in front of him is far stronger than trash like Sun Ye. Realizing this is serious, the chubby guy tells his group to get out of the area. Then Park cuts in and says they can use the path he was guarding a little while ago. Everyone hesitates, but when they see it leads to the rear and is wide open, they take the free opening. Kanjin stares at MC and says he does not care what he is planning. He will still make him regret this. Purple steam starts pouring out as we learn his Edea has risen to AAA rank, and that steam can weaken opponents who already have weaknesses. We also learn the user falls into an unconscious state, going mad and losing all memory from the moment stage 4 is activated. Park feels the pressure coming off him. In seconds, Kanjin closes in and brings down a heavy axe kick. He dodges instead of blocking, so he does not take damage. Kanjin is so fast that Park gets no time to breathe before he rushes in again, throwing a punch that causes a huge explosion. When the dust clears, the protagonist comes out unharmed, but he is forced back by the raw power and gets boxed in for a moment. Kanjin uses that chance to slam him with another huge hit that sends him crashing through a large part of the forest. Even though Park is not badly hurt, he knows he will lose if he does not get serious. So he stands up smiling and tells Kanjin that since he proved himself worthy, he will test his partial Edea activation. A huge blood-red aura bursts out of him. Looks like someone wants to play with me. The scene shifts to Higgs's group moving along the path without meeting any enemies. That feels strange, since they think the rear should have more guards, but when they reach the end they come face to face with Commander Sun Ye. He says that since no bad news has come from the front, everything must be going to plan. Then he notices the group arriving. One of Higgs's men is shocked to see the strongest soldier in his opinion waiting in the rear. Suspicious, he asks another teammate to scan the area with his Edea to check for an ambush. Sun Ye tells them he really is alone and this is not a trap, which they do not believe until the scan confirms it. After cracking his knuckles, the commander gets serious and tells Higgs he has been waiting for him for a long time. Higgs says he does not know why since Sun Ye cannot beat him. With a hard look, Sun Ye activates his Edea, called I will definitely catch you, and then disappears from sight. A few seconds later, he is standing beside the enemy group as they all lie on the ground, apparently knocked out by him. Even after seeing that, Higgs says it does not matter if Sun Ye beat his teammates. He still will not beat him. In fact, he says they planned badly because the one who should have stayed in the rear was the boy from that side. Hearing that, Sun Ye smiles, realizing Park sent Higgs here on purpose. Without wasting time, Higgs uses the moment Sun Ye has his back turned. He activates his Edea to increase his weight and crush him like last time. But this time it does not work the same way, because the commander stops his attack and stares him in the eyes. He says that after losing before, Higgs thought it was only because he was tired from extra training, but that was just an excuse. The truth is simple, he lost because he was too weak to win. As Sun Ye lifts Higgs up, lifting Higgs into the air and slamming him into the ground with all that weight plus his own strength, making a huge crash. Back at the main fight, Jinsung struggles to stay in control so he does not kill Kanjin, and it is getting harder. Then he suddenly shoots straight at him, catching the guy off guard. One heavy hit sends Kanjin flying into a massive rock. Kanjin only gets angrier, pouring out even more of that purple steam around him. Jinsung slices through it like butter, and the two tear across the field, trading blows at insane speed for a while. Soon Kanjin bursts out of the dust, furious, rises into the air and starts firing purple steam down like spears at the ground. Jinsung is right below him and dodges until he gets near Kanjin's back. Kanjin notices and attacks again, but this time Jinsung does not avoid it. He charges in. He gets so close that Kanjin actually feels fear, especially when Jinsung tells him he is going to kill him right there. Then he lands a punch with so much force that Kanjin gets buried in the ground. After that, Jinsung lands beside him like it was nothing and walks up while the guy can barely hide his panic. Jinsung says this is not fun anymore and tells him to bring out that pink steam again. As he says it, he pulls out his dagger and gives a soft smile. Completely out of control, Jinsung moves in to kill Kanjin, who tries to defend himself but cannot. The strike is so strong it causes a huge burst of energy, but when the dust clears, both of them are still alive. Jinsung says he came back to his senses at the last second, otherwise Kanjin would have died. Then Kanjin's Edea shuts off and he comes to. Seeing how badly hurt he is, he asks what the hell happened. Jinsung tells him he is jealous that Kanjin truly cannot remember anything when he enters the 4th stage of his Edea, unlike him, who remembers everything. He goes on to say that when he heard Kanjin had beaten Sun Ye, he got excited, but in the end he was just another disappointment. Kanjin tries to rush Jinsung, but the moment he raises his voice, his body starts to shake. Jinsung tells him maybe his mind forgot what happened, but his body clearly did not. Then he warns him to trust those instincts. If he attacks again, he will die, so he should leave. Kanjin takes off like lightning, shouting that he will make him pay someday. Jinsung just smiles and says he did not finish him because that was not his job. Next, Kanjin reaches Sun Ye, who stares at him with a hard look. Kanjin asks why the fat guy was lying on the ground, and the commander answers simply, they fought, and of course he won. Kanjin cannot believe it. He yells that there is no way Higgs lost to a loser like him, and says it had to be some trick. Sun Ye shuts that down, saying he won because he is stronger than before. That is all. No trick at all. Kanjin keeps insisting it is impossible. In his mind, Higgs was the perfect counter to Sun Ye. But when Kanjin notices the commander's injured arm, he gets cocky and says he will take him out since whatever worked on the fat guy will not work on him. Sun Ye takes off his loose shirt and reveals a training vest underneath. That immediately catches Kanjin's attention, and he is even more shocked when the commander removes the vest and drops it to the ground. Its weight makes Kanjin wonder how Sun Ye fought Higgs while wearing it. Sun Ye says that since both of them are hurt, this makes the fight as fair as it can be. Then he suddenly lunges forward, grabs Kanjin's shirt with his Edea, and throws him far away. Even so, Kanjin recovers in time and avoids crashing into the ground. He counters at once, rushing in for a huge kick, but even though it looks like it lands on Sun Ye, it does not. Sun Ye casually stops it while holding Kanjin's leg. The commander says he finally understands why they set that trap in the alley. Kanjin was weak and he was scared. Hearing that, Kanjin gets so mad that he unleashes the 4th stage of his Edea. With that power, he lands a solid hit on Sun Ye and sends him crashing away. But once the dust clears, Sun Ye is still fine. He says that by fighting with nothing but raw power and thoughtless attacks, Kanjin has made himself the easiest kind of opponent to beat. He dodges another strike, then grabs Kanjin's arm and uses the force of his own attack to drive him straight into the wall, ending the fight. After the battle, Sun Ye calls for the main character to come out from wherever he is hiding, and Jinsung, who was secretly watching everything, steps out looking a little embarrassed because the commander caught him spying. Sun Ye already realized this had all been part of Jinsung's plan, and even though Jinsung tries to hide it, he finally admits it and says he only moved a few pieces to make things play out that way. A bit stunned, Sun Ye tells Jinsung that since he set everything up, he should finish it too. He explains that Higgs destroyed his bracelet during their fight, which took him out of the training, and if Kanjin had brought his own bracelet back intact, which he did not, then Sun Ye would have had to step aside. Jinsung agrees and says he will finish the training, then gives a military salute. The scene shifts to the central road where the zombie squad is holding off the attack from 998. That side is actually close to pulling back because they still cannot take down the zombies. Then something moving at top speed rushes past the leader of the 998 attack, and a moment later we see it was Jinsung. The instant he arrives, he wipes out most of the people there. The zombie squad is glad to see him. After the enemies are dealt with, they explain the situation and say things got rough once his wife left them there alone. But they still managed to hold out. Jinsung praises them and says that if they can last 30 more minutes, they win because of the rule set at the start of the training. But since Sun Ye told him to end this fast, he decides to do exactly that. Even though the zombie squad says it would be better to wait, Jinsung is set on moving now. Since using his full Edea is too dangerous, he only activates part of it to sharpen his vision and use his left arm, which he can control at will with those hacks active. With an innocent-looking smile, he heads for the front. The 998 troops were about to give up because they had no news from the main line. Then, at full speed and with bloodthirsty eyes, they see Jinsung rushing toward them. The scene then cuts to two people watching the training from their home community, just like viewers watching this recap. The older man asks the other what he thinks about Jinsung. He answers that he is sure the boy will win because he is like a great sword, strong and sharp. The old man replies that being a weapon is not always enough. Even if his granddaughter is armor, she needs more than just a sharp sword. It sounds like the old man is not ready to let Jinsung marry Zhou, even if she wants that. Still, the other man seems willing to trust the girl. If she says Jinsung is special, there must be a reason, and he decides that if something happens, he will handle it when the time comes. Meanwhile, Jinsung defeats everyone and captures 998's flag, making his side the winner of the training. And with that, the first season of this great manga comes to an end. With everything from season 1 in mind, this amazing story begins by telling us that after the captain lost to 998, a friendly training match started, friendly in name only. It was meant to decide which military training school in Korea was the best. It stood out the most because of how effective his long-range Edea was, locking down the left wing and stopping the enemy advance. Joey, if you do not remember her, she is the girl who can summon armor out of nowhere. Also stood out for how well she led her troops and made smart calls in battle. The first-year group earned praise too. Even though they were weaker than the enemy, they still managed to stop the advance of that force. As for Jue, our goddess, what can I say? She proved that the White Jade Goblin is truly something to fear. Last but not least, the group that grabbed everyone's attention was the zombie unit, along with their respected leader, the F-rank killer. Even though almost nobody believed in them, they became a key part of the school's victory. The school director took most of the credit. In interviews with reporters, he even said that thanks to him, Corporal Park Jinsung had reached that level. After that, Captain Sun Ye's gym club was flooded with people trying to join. Back in the present, the couple walks across the school grounds. Jinsung tells Jue he wanted to stay unnoticed, but that clearly is not happening. She welcomes him to her daily life and jokes that they should get married so they can avoid the reporters together. Jinsung wonders how the talk somehow turned into a proposal that big. Of course, he flat out refuses, saying his wife would probably beat him to death. Jureve gets furious, grabs him by the neck and threatens to kill him right now if that is what he wants. At that exact moment, the people hoping to join Sun Ye's club notice the two of them. They rush over to greet them, and the girl congratulates her future husband for being so popular now. A couple of guys walk up to the main character and apologize for how they treated him before. They also congratulate him for passing Sun Ye's test in one try, something they still haven't done. Jinsung tells them it's fine, he barely even remembers it now. Still smiling, he offers to train them so they can get into the club. The guys take that nice smile in the worst possible way. Rather than risk becoming his next victims, they bolt. Yoonye loves seeing that. She tells him it proves she's the one who'll always stay by his side, so he should just become her husband already. Then a girl who has been waiting for a chance to speak to them cuts in. Jinsung asks what she needs, and trembling, she asks if they're dating. The answer Jinsung gives makes the girl light up, but Yoonye definitely doesn't like it. Right when the girl is about to confess to the F-rank, Yoonye smoothly covers his ears. With a serious look, she tells the girl to leave because they're busy. The girl doesn't back down. Nearly in tears, she says that's cruel. Yoonye may get to stay by senior Jinsung's side all the time, but she had to build up all her courage just to confess. The least Yoonye can do is let him hear her out. Yoonye realizes she went too far, and even though she hates it, she decides to do the right thing. Before stepping away, she tells Jinsung to listen to what the girl wants to say. Confused, Jinsung asks the girl what she needed. Now upset, she snaps that it's nothing and tells him to go after senior Yoonye. He has no idea what just happened, but he runs after Yoonye anyway, wondering why women are so hard on him. The girl admits she couldn't confess because of something she saw in senior Jinsung's eyes. Giving up, she says she hates Yoonye with all her heart. The next day, while they're training, his friends ask what happened to the boss. Just looking at her makes them shake. Jinsung says he has no clue, and honestly, he wants to know too. He explains that he followed her yesterday to ask what was wrong, and she told him to go talk to the junior girl he met that day, the one she thinks he chose over her. Jinsung says that even though the girl was really pretty, he never got to talk with her, because he had to chase after the vice captain. Hearing him call that junior pretty makes Yoonye's blood boil. Furious, she starts hitting him, and demands to know why he didn't accept the girl's confession. Stunned, he says that's impossible. An angel like that would never confess to someone like him. Yoonye fires back. Impossible? Are you blind? Every single day, a cute, sexy, strong goddess asks you to be her husband, and you still think a junior confessing to you is impossible? Jinsung figures she must be joking again, which probably means she's less mad now, so he decides to go back to exercising. Back in the present, he tells the guys he still doesn't get why she's angry. He thought things were already fine. They, on the other hand, know exactly why, and in their minds this is all their boss's fault. Just then, Yoonye gets a message. At first she ignores it, but after reading it properly, she panics and asks Jinsung if she can stay at his house. That leaves the whole zombie unit stunned. Jinsung says that's fine, but his place only has one bed. Worried, Yoonye says he needs to help her find somewhere to hide, because a stranger is coming for her. Right then, a guy walks in and says it breaks his heart to hear her call him a stranger. Yuji hides behind Jinsung. The guy says it's disappointing to see her hiding behind another man, Still, he admits he's glad that man is Park Jin-sun. "My name is Bratislava Fetch. I've heard a lot about you from the White Jade family. Sorry if this sounds rude, but would you like to fight me?" Before Jin-sun can answer, some students nearby freak out. They recognize the name. He's the current youth tournament champion. So why is he here, and why is he wearing the school uniform? Jin-sun realizes this guy must be a big deal, but he still can't understand why Yuji is acting like this. Ignoring the challenge, he tells Yuji her friend seems to need her. Scared, she says he's not her friend, he's a killer sent by her family. Even after hearing that, Park Jin-sung stays calm and tells the guy it would be better to talk, since there's no reason to fight. Then Senior Sun Ye shows up and asks what the hell is going on in his department. The moment he sees Fetch, he seems to recognize him. Fetch introduces himself and formally asks Sun Ye to let him fight the FEF rank boy. At first, the captain refuses because they need permission from a superior. Fetch points out that as a superior, he can give that permission. Sun Yao goes, "Oh right," and says they'll settle it with a one-handed pushing match. Agreed? Of course, he's only asking the newcomer. To the main character, he just orders him not to lose, since he represents the club. Yuji also orders him to win. In his head, Park Jin-sun admits he's not sure who scares him more, the vice captain or the captain. Either way, he gets ready. Before it starts, Fetch tells Yuji he'll dedicate the win to her. All that gets from her is a nasty shiver. Sun Yao explains the rules and restrictions, then starts the match. The newcomer quickly takes the lead. With one strike, he forces the F rank back and makes him study the situation more carefully. Fetch starts preaching about talent and effort, saying they'll never be on the same level. Basically, he just annoys Jinsung with his classist attitude. That pushes Jinsung to partly activate his Edea, and one hard hit knocks some sense into him. Just when things are getting serious, and it looks like a real fight is about to break out, Captain Sun Yao stops them. He warns that if they keep going, it could get dangerous for both of them. Fetch is shocked by the power of the Edea he just saw. Jinsung looks at him almost gently and asks if he still wants to keep fighting. The guy says no, that was enough for him. When asked about training, Fetch says people like him don't need bigger muscles. The captain tells him it doesn't matter if he's a genius who's gotten this far on talent alone. Training his body can only help. Fetch says he'll keep that in mind, Captain. Maybe moving here to Korea wasn't such a bad idea after all. He adds that all of them are very interesting. Later in class, the new guy is trying to chat with Yuji, but the second Jinsun shows up. She calls him over and tells him to take his seat right away, since they sit together. He says he'd rather go work out, but after a cute little gesture from Yuji, he decides to sit down after all. Politely, he asks Fetch to get out of his seat. Fetch ignores him and tells Yuji he's still having trouble understanding the customs here. Fed up, she yells at him to leave and stop talking to her. Just then, the person in charge of the infirmary calls her to the office. Yuji is so happy about that she jumps up at once, saying it must be urgent. Park Jin-sun decides to go exercise, but Fetch stops him and asks him to talk for a while. Annoyed, Jin-sun agrees and says it looks like he won't get to train in peace today. Yuji heads to the infirmary supervisor's office. The woman there, who I almost mistook for Homer Simpson for a second, asks her to come in and sit down. Once they're settled, and after Yuji asks if that's really what she normally eats, the redhead asks whether she has thought about the offer. She says Yuji has huge potential, which is why she wants her to join Malistry. It's a special Korean group that only accepts the best. While the White Jade family focuses on raising fighters skilled in combat through their family vision, this group gathers the most talented people in the country across many fields. In short, they're Korea's absolute elite. Even with such an amazing offer, Yuji says she still isn't qualified to accept it. She's only a mediocre swordsman. The doctor tells her that wasn't why she recommended her. What stood out was Yuji's will to protect and defend, so weaker sword skills won't be a problem. Yuji says she doesn't want to become an expert in defensive Edea, because she thinks she needs to be offensive instead. The doctor replies that there's nothing wrong with being either one. In the end, Yuji says she needs to think carefully before making any choice. Her real problem is that she isn't sure about her Sunija. In her fight with Kinjin last season, it wasn't her armor that gave her the win, it was her sword, and she truly doesn't want to hurt anyone. She even admires Park because he proved his worth even while being treated like trash, and he has lived with his Edea whether he likes it or not. Back to him, he's basically on a rooftop date with Fetch. Just kidding. Fetch is demanding that he stay away from Miss Yuji because he isn't worthy of her. Confused, MC wonders how am I supposed to let go of something I never had. Without listening, Fetch questions how he can stay close to her when the path he walks will never make her happy. Jinsun doesn't fully get what the guy is saying at first, but after talking a bit longer he realizes Fetch is looking down on him for being born with a low-level Edea, while spending time with natural geniuses like Yuji. Corporal Park Jin-sun asks the sergeant if he believes souls have ranks. Fetch answers right away that they do. So Jin-sun asks if that means people who are weaker should always stay beneath everyone else. Being born with talent comes with duties, and the same should go for those who are born without it. Angry, he says he needs to teach him something. Souls don't have ranks, and nobody gets to decide another person's future for them. Miss Yuji may have rare talent, but that doesn't mean she has to live the role others chose for her. Her armor is amazing, yet her gift shouldn't be forced into one use. Park fires back, that you can't tell people how to live. They should choose their own path. Whether Yujie fights with a sword or protects others with her armor is up to her. Nan says the protagonist still doesn't get it. Jue was born to become the strongest swordsman, and that is the only road she should follow. MC cuts it off, saying they clearly won't agree, so he should leave. An answers that he expected this from the day he saw him in that video, and since he has stopped calling him Sergeant, he should get ready, because no matter how strong he becomes, he'll never match someone born with talent. Park summons his weapon, thinking that even now he still doesn't know An's Edea, but one thing is clear, An hasn't fully used it yet. Then the protagonist rushes in like lightning, but An blocks it with ease, and not only that, he also pushes MC back more easily than ever before. Even Park is shocked by An's raw strength, and blurts out that he doesn't even look that strong. An says he has never worked hard physically. His talent alone already puts him above everyone else. That only makes him matter. Realizing brute force won't win this, he fires off a fast, sharp combo, but An slips past every strike without trouble. In the middle of that exchange, Park spots an opening in his opponent's defense, and goes for it. Just when he thinks the hit will land, An blocks the protagonist's dagger with a sword he seems to summon out of nowhere. Now serious, An says he didn't want to use it, but he'd rather end this annoying fight quickly. Since MC still won't use his own full power, this has gotten boring. After trading more blows, Park notices something strange. He dodges a direct hit and says, surprised, that An is copying his fighting style. That kind of talent is ridiculous. An warns that from now on he's getting serious, so if he doesn't want to end up in the hospital, he should bring out that cursed aura he showed in the gym. Park admits he planned to win using only his weapon. He really doesn't like relying on that power, but if An wants an even fight, he'll use it. The moment the protagonist releases his aura, An feels the real pressure. An admits MC is stronger now than he was in the gym, but still not strong enough. He shoots back that this is rich coming from someone who's just copying his moves. Pretty lame if you ask him. An says he only did it to push the protagonist, and it worked. If the protagonist hates being copied so much, then An will show him his real swordsmanship. Park thinks to himself that this guy is seriously strong. His idea and physical ability are both incredible, and he didn't even flinch under that heavy killing intent. MC charges again, and even though An moves a little late, he still avoids the strike and lands another hit on Park. Then An shifts into a different stance. That alone makes him hesitate, attack or hold back. When he finally reads the path of the attack, and it isn't the one he expected, An surprises him with a brilliant thrust. Park barely manages to block it, but what he didn't block, what he didn't even see coming, was the next attack. As the protagonist recovers, An tells him to stop hiding his power. Then he pauses, a little puzzled, and asks why MC is smiling like that. Laughing, Park says this is the first time he's met someone who beats him in every way. For someone to outdo him like this, it's incredible. Realizing the fight has turned serious, An finally stops holding back and attacks hard. He blocks it with just one of his hands, shocking An. With that same force, Park drives him back and tells him he'd better survive the next few hits. What follows is a brutal, flashy barrage. An manages to block every strike, but he doesn't expect the protagonist to copy the same thrust he used earlier. That move breaks through An's guard, and Park takes the chance to finish it with all his strength, but stops at the last second before seriously hurting him. An tells him he's impressive, even more than he expected. MC says An should copy or rather devour his Edea too, then he could use the power MC showed today. An is surprised that he figured out how his Edea works, but says he can't do that because his target is Miss Jue. That instantly fills the protagonist with rage, and he warns An not to touch her because he will never forgive it. An answers that this choice is not his to make, it belongs to the family. Hearing that, Park realizes there may be nothing he can do. But An adds that MC actually can change things. He only came to deliver a message. The head of the White Jade family wants to meet him. As a reward for winning a fight he didn't need to win, An offers one warning. Convincing the family head is nearly impossible, so he should be careful and choose his words well in today's meeting. Hearing that, the protagonist goes pale. He never expected to speak with someone that important, the same day. Before we see how Park's meeting with Juge's family head goes, the story cuts to Incheon International Airport, where a huge, oddly cute bear is wrecking everything. A man arrives. I'm not sure if we saw him last season, but he clearly looks strong. He thinks this is a pain. Someone summoned a monster-type Ejiraya and it went out of control. Maybe it was the terrorist group Pest or maybe someone else. Either way, he has to kill it fast. People nearby seem to recognize him. Even the bear stops when it senses him and asks who he is and why he smells different from everyone else. The man introduces himself as Lin Sin and says this is the first time he has seen an Ejiraya talk, so now he wants to know who its master is. The bear ignores that and just shouts that it wants to eat meat. Lin Sin thinks that even though the Edea can speak well, it doesn't seem very smart. Annoyed, he says its breath stinks, so he'll help it rinse its mouth in the sea nearby. He quickly activates his Edea and starts transforming. His Edea is an armor type, kind of like the one used by Lin, the girl who was always with Sun Ye. It's S rank, and here's the wild part. He has used it 26 times in battle and won every single one. So yeah, this guy is the real deal. Ready to fight, he summons a pair of swords filled with energy. Before the bear can react, Lin-sin stabs one into its leg. The pain is huge, and the little beast runs toward the water saying it doesn't like that meat. Once the bear is in the sea, Lin-sin calls down a powerful bolt that hits the creature head-on. Writhing in pain, it begs him to stop. It promises to behave and stop eating meat if he does. Lin-sin hears the plea and keeps going. In fact, he raises the power of his attack, creating a whirlpool around the creature so it can swim away. Seeing how tough the monster is, Lin-sin decides to end this quickly, before the situation gets worse. With his swords, he makes a motion that summons huge ships made of energy. They begin firing at the monster. Surrounded, it gets furious and screams that once it can, it will kill everyone there and nobody will stop it. Since his enemy still refuses to give up, Lin-sin summons even more ships, but this time, he doesn't attack blindly. Following his command, the ships circle the monster and fire at full power all at once. The blast is so overwhelming that nothing is left of the beast. With the job done, Lin-sin returns to normal. As he does, he wonders what happened to the master after the Edea died. Then the story switches places. A man walks into a cave-like hideout and asks if someone's eyes won't get ruined staying in the dark that long. A roadman says it's more comfortable that way, then welcomes him and says they need to discuss something urgent. As we get closer, we recognize the newcomer, the same guy who ran from Park in a past fight. They start talking in code, but the point is obvious. They're planning something bad, and those 4 symbol-marked objects are part of it. Meanwhile, MC is welcomed by a man working for Jui's family, who invites him inside and leads him to the family head. Before entering, they ask for permission. Once they get it, Park goes in alone. Nervous, he introduces himself, and the old man, staring coldly at him, calls him a fool and says he arrived sooner than expected. Even after that insult, he stays calm and just asks if they should sit closer so they can talk better. The old man shuts that down and tells him to sit already, unless he really is too dumb to understand. He thinks the guy is way too hostile, but for now, he decides to go along with it and hear what he wants. Once he sits down, they spend about 5 minutes just staring at each other in silence. Trying to break the awkward mood, he asks if he can eat one of the dishes on the table. Instead of simply saying yes, the old man snaps that if the food is there, it is obviously meant to be eaten. Then he gets to the point and asks what kind of spell Park put on his granddaughter. The protagonist looks confused and asks what spell he is talking about. The old man says it is the one making her go down the wrong path. He asks how MC would feel if someone started tearing down what his family had built over generations. He realizes this is about Joy's armor. Her family does not want an heir focused on defense, they want pure offense, because they are obsessed with creating the strongest goblin. Getting serious, he says they should respect Joy's amazing talent. She reached that level through hard work and it is unfair to ignore that. The old man gets angry and says the protagonist knows nothing. To him, those words prove the protagonist is the reason his granddaughter changed. A little tense, MC asks him to calm down. He came to answer questions, but he also has a few of his own. The old man does not like it, but he allows it. First, he wants to know why he was called there. The old man says he wanted to question someone who was there during the plague incident involving his granddaughter. The protagonist answers that she saved every innocent person there. In fact, without her, he thinks they all would have died. The old man cuts him off and asks what he really wants to know. Did Park personally see his granddaughter deal with Kim Jung? That makes MC nervous because even though Jui fought them longer, he was the one who actually defeated them more accurately, killed them. Of course, he cannot say that because it would only drag Jui into more trouble. So he tells the old man that he saw Jui drive out the plague and that she was the one who saved him when he was about to be killed. That answer makes the man proud. He says that is what he wanted to hear. If Jui could not win, she would not be worthy of being called his granddaughter. Angry now, Park says he cannot believe that. Jira could have died in that fight and he acts like that does not matter. Has he even thought about the fact that she is only a middle school student? Why put that kind of weight on a kid? The old man says he does not sound like someone who almost died. His granddaughter is not like other people. She must be the strongest. Strong people are called strong because they are strong anywhere, anytime. That is something a fool like him will never understand. Even more upset, the protagonist asks what he would have done if she had died in that battle. The old man reacts badly and summons a huge tiger from a drawing. The beast tries to intimidate MC. Without flinching, Park tells it to move away from the table. It is blocking his view of the old man. The tiger ignores him, but then he releases his killing intent. That alone makes the tiger back off. It even retreats all the way back into the drawing it came from. The grandfather is shocked and admits the protagonist impressed him. He made that tiger with great detail and even gave it a personality that would never back down. Yet the protagonist still forced it to retreat. That, he says, is interesting. Park asks why he did that. From what he had heard, the grandfather was supposed to be a serious and strong-willed man. The old man says maybe it was not the right move, but he truly thought it would scare him. Then he tells MC to stop looking at him like that. He studies the man's power and thinks to himself that it is impressive, but nothing like the White Jade Goblin. As if he read his mind, the man says he is not a goblin. Sadly, he is only a man. Still, he is the head of this family, and he will be the one to create the strongest goblin in history. Disgusted, Park says that makes it sound like the grandfather cares more about the strongest goblin than about his own granddaughter. That comment angers the old man, who warns him to watch his words before he starts a fight. The protagonist is not scared. He asks what would have happened if Jue had been born as a normal girl instead of with goblin power. Would she not deserve her grandfather's love too? Before the man can answer, MC finally understands why Jue never wanted to go home after school. The old man tries to pressure him again, warning that he is very close to turning this into a real fight. Park says he is not afraid of that. They can fight if he wants, but first he wants one last answer. What is a Slovak like Fetch doing in Korea, and why is he so loyal to an old man like him? The man says it is not loyalty at all. He simply showed Fetch his granddaughter's power and offered to marry him to her. He is about to ask why, but then he remembers Fetch's ability and understands everything. With that in mind, he asks when they plan to hand Jue over. The old man says he is surprised Park knows so much about Fetch's power. Then he answers, on graduation day, Fetch will devour the Jade Goblin, if by then Jue has not reached the level he expects. With a grandfather this foolish, anyone would want to run away. No wonder Jue sees them as a burden instead of family. Tired of this, the old man spreads several ink animals and warns the protagonist he has let him talk long enough. Now he makes one thing clear. All he wants is for Park to stay away from his granddaughter, because he does not even deserve to breathe the same air as her. MC is not about to be intimidated, so he releases his killing aura right back. The room turns painfully tense. Just as the fight is about to break out, Jue storms in, angry, and demands to know why she was placed on the same patrol team as Fetch. The old man calmly says it is an order, and she has to follow it. Before she can answer, she notices he is there too. Holding 2 stones in her hand, she spots Park. He greets her kindly. Surprised, she asks what he is doing there. The protagonist says nothing special, it just happened, and somehow he ended up here. Jue walks over and jokingly says she gets it now. He came to ask her family for her hand, which is why he is meeting with her grandfather. A bit flustered, MC asks her to stop joking around. Her expression changes, and she quietly tells him she is sorry and will get him out of there right away. Then she raises her voice and says this is ridiculous. First Fetch, now him. Do they really not care at all about what she wants? Just then a woman with a frightening presence appears behind them. She tells Jue to watch her words and start acting like the great goblin of the next generation. The old man says it is good to see her. He has finished what he needed with the 2 kids, so he leaves them in her hands. Firmly, the woman tells them to stand up because the meeting is over. Later, in the hallway, she asks if he is the rumored F rank. Park respectfully says yes. Even colder than the grandfather, she tells him he does not need to be polite, since this will be the first and last time they ever meet. Even though she is rude, the protagonist does not really care. In his thoughts, he explains that this woman is the current Great Jade Goblin. She is older now and no longer F rank like Jue, but she is still very strong. Then the woman informs Joya that she will patrol the 3rd district with Fetch's group because a terrorist attack was recently discovered there. The situation is already under control, but the country asks for support to search for victims, and the few missing people still unaccounted for. Joya clearly hates the idea, but there is not much she can do. Park then asks exactly where the attack happened. The woman answers, Ichon. That answer hits MC hard. Seeing his face, the woman says it is surprising that a boy who stood before the patriarch would get nervous over a terrorist attack. Then she asks if his family lives there. He says nothing. As the woman starts reminding Jue of her duty as the next goblin, Park cuts in. Jue's aunt gets angry at his nerve and sternly tells him not to interfere in family matters. Worried about his reaction, Jue grabs his arm and asks him to calm down. The protagonist knows he could make things worse, but he still says that if anyone patrols with Jue from now on, it will be him, not Fetch. Later, as they leave her family's estate, Jue apologizes for everything he had to go through. Park tells her she does not need to apologize, and since when do the 2 of them have to say sorry to each other like that? Blushing, she says it was really sweet to see him stand up for her. Nervous, he says he acted without thinking. That brings a small smile to Jue's face. But soon, her look turns serious. She tells him the school doctor is part of Maestri, and recently asked her to join them, not as a student, but in another role. Smiling, Park says that is a good thing. It must be a hard choice for her, but he tells her to remember one thing. Learning how to hurt others is not always bad because it also teaches you how to end a battle while causing the least harm possible. What the boy said helped her feel a little better about everything. With a soft smile, she took MC's hands and thanked him for everything he had done for her. I really didn't see that coming. Park blushed too, and completely froze. 2 weeks later, we see a man who looks like some kind of reporter. He's upset because his article about the training match between the 2 schools got ignored after the Ichon incident happened the same day it was published. What bothers him most is how little he learned about that student's past. The only lead was some relatives in the area attacked by the bear, and now that trail is dead too. Just then, a strange old man walks up to him and says he wants to give him a book. It seems weird, but he takes it anyway, thinking the old guy is some religious person. When he checks the cover, he notices an upside-down cross. Odd for that time. Still, he opens it and starts reading. Then he sees a drawing of the bear beast that attacked Ichon. Shocked, he realizes this book might lead him to answers about that creature. But a huge shadow appears behind him, and right before it crushes him, someone says they won't let anyone investigate anything. Back with Jui, she's getting anxious while checking the time on her phone. Park is late for their 3-hour night patrol. Then she spots someone coming, but it's not him. It's An. Startled and annoyed, she asks why he came instead of the protagonist. An tells her not to get the wrong idea. He only asked Park for permission because he needed to talk to her, though he admits he enjoyed convincing him. Jui knows it's too late to change anything, so she faces him directly. She says she learned why he came to Korea, and if he really wants to devour her beast, she'll give it to him all at once, if that means she'll never have to see him again. An cuts her off and says that doesn't matter. Right now, the truth is he likes her so much that he'd even let others use him just to stay by her side. Joy says she doesn't get how that's possible. They had never even met before. He agrees but says one look at videos of her fighting was enough to make him fall for her. In fact, he plans to tell her something important during the patrol. Before he can, a notification pops up on her phone. She gladly uses that as a way to stop listening to him. After reading it, she sees it's a terror alert calling her in. Han gets the same alert, and both of them turn serious and head out. That makes sense. He works for Joy's family, so of course he got the same message. Meanwhile, Park's friends keep trying to make him admit what he does with Miss Joy every night. He refuses to answer and threatens to make them do extra reps. Even so, they keep pushing because a few push-ups are a tiny price for good gossip. Then Captain Sunye cuts in and orders everyone to gather at the training field because of a terrorism alert. Elsewhere, a giant beast appears, probably related to the bear from before. The military tries to stop it, but it's completely useless. The monster destroys an entire platoon just by walking through them. Then Joy's family, the Kim clan, arrives at the scene. This elite force is led by the old man. He orders Sejin, that woman there, to attack head-on, while the others strike from the sides. She agrees, but before moving, asks where Joy and An are. The old man says they're on their way, so they need to bring down the beast before backup arrives. Everyone quickly takes position. The giant cat notices the woman at once and says her aura is different from the others, but she still can't beat him. Sejin tells him they'll see about that, but first he needs to say what he is and where his master is. He answers, I am the first born into this world, so call me the first. My master is sleeping in a distant dimension, one even I can't sense. She replies that he talks too much for a mere summon, and since she has no time to waste, she'll show him she can kill him. Then she reveals her white jade goblin form and launches herself at the beast, aiming for one of its eyes to cut down its vision. She moves fast, but the cat still tracks her and dodges with the slightest motion. Sejin is stunned by the beast's instincts. She circles around it at high speed and tries the attack again, but she can't even get close. The cat lands a brutal hit and sends her crashing into a building. Before the fall can kill her, the family head's ink tiger catches her. The giant cat doesn't give them time to get clear and immediately tries to smash them into the pavement. Luckily, the tiger shoves Sejin away and saves her. After destroying the tiger, the cat says it's a shame since they were somewhat alike. He feels bad for killing it. After seeing the ink tiger destroyed, the old man wonders how one of these creatures could become so huge. Then he orders his men to recover Sejin while he distracts the beast. From his scroll, he releases his masterpieces, and they rush the enemy at once. The beast barely reacts and says something that we could never stop him. The old man tells him to be quiet. He hasn't even sent out his real opponent yet. Then he summons a massive dragon from the scroll. It's bigger than the giant cat, and clashes with it head-on. While that happens, the patriarch's men move Sejin to safety, and the old man asks if she can still move. She says yes. He's relieved, but admits her attack and his are the only ones that might be able to hurt the enemy. Back to the beast. It starts overpowering the dragon and smugly praises the fight. Then, tired of it, destroys the dragon with one swipe. Helpless, the old man wonders if beating it is even possible. Even his strongest drawing lost to that monster. Angry now, the beast tells them to let him continue on his way. Even altogether, they can't stop him, so he'll wipe them out at once. Its attack goes for the old man, but Sejin saves him at the last second. Weak and furious, but still refusing to give up, she uses her Edea. This time, a dragon-shaped aura wraps around her, and she lands a solid blow on the giant beast's chin. The animal praises that last hit and says it really did feel like a good finishing blow. Sejin snaps back that this still isn't the end, but the cat says it is. He's tired of her. Then he strikes Sejin before she can dodge, slamming her into the ground like a tiny insect. The old man is crushed by what he just saw. He loses all will to fight and simply waits for death. The beast has no problem with that and decides to finish him off. But then its attack is blocked by two new fighters joining the battle. Once things clear up, we see it's An and Juye, both asking the old man if he's okay. The cat says it's a shame that because of that old man, two more talented young people are about to die. An notices the wreckage left by Sejin's death on the ground. Juye doesn't, and asks her grandfather where her aunt is. In a sad voice, the old man tells An that as a last favor, he must take his granddaughter far away from here. An nods, but when he tries to take her, Juye activates her Edea and makes it clear she isn't a child. If they run, they all run, or no one does. Seeing Juye's shining armor, the old man suddenly realizes something. Power doesn't always have to be for attack. With little more than faith, he pulls a scroll from his clothes and starts to draw something strong, not to strike, but to protect his family. Before beginning, he again orders An to take her away. An obeys at once. Straining himself, the old man paints a dragon on the scroll, and beneath it what he treasured most, Sejin. Maybe they can't defeat the beast, but they can at least buy enough time for his granddaughter to escape. And just as he expected, that's exactly what happens. The new creation still can't hurt the beast, and they fall one by one before their creator's eyes. Tired of playing around, the beast decides to end it. With nothing left, the old man only waits for death and insults the monster one last time. Elsewhere, the students are getting nervous because they can't contact anyone. Park asks the sergeant if he has seen the captain of his division. He's tried calling her, but nothing works. The sergeant says whoever is behind these attacks cut communications and even shut down the internet. MC realizes that if this is a high-priority attack, Jue's family is probably already on the battlefield, and that guess feels even more real because An is gone too. I know they're strong and probably won't lose, but why do I still feel so uneasy? Driven by the need to protect her, Park decides to leave his post. But the sergeant stops him and warns that leaving now would be desertion, and their mission is to help civilians. Just as he tries to explain, Sunjae cuts in. Since all communication is down, they need a scout, and based on the latest test results, Genshun is the best choice. Caught off guard, Genshun is grateful he understands. Before leaving, he gives a military salute and says he will return once he confirms the area is safe. As he runs, his worry keeps growing, and so does the fear that they may not be okay. Back at the battlefield, the old man is saved again by the younger fighters, this time by Fetch, who says he acted because he cannot stand watching the one he loves cry in despair. To keep protecting them, Fetch uses his Edea to copy the old man's power. At that moment, the lion lets out a full roar, and everyone who hears it is hit with intense pain. Even with Adea's power boosting him, the boy stands in front of the beast and says the title of Lord Lion does not suit him at all. Furious, the lion asks why, when humans attacked first and showed him no respect from the start. Fetch calls that nonsense. He says the beast wanted this from the beginning. If he truly meant no harm, he could have just flown away. Instead, he tore through the city and wrecked everything in his path, clearly trying to provoke humans into attacking. The lion says he does not care about any of them, but because Fetch figured out his empathy plan, he will spare him. Fetch answers that he does not need that mercy. Then the beast warns them he put up a force field around the city so no one can come help. This place will become all of their grave. Ready to fight, the boy unleashes his Edea. Still, he is annoyed that he has not fully absorbed it and can only use it through his right arm. While the lion keeps talking, Fetch summons a holy spear and drives it through the beast's leg. The lion, shocked, actually praises him, saying holy power is no small gift. For Fetch, that one strike nearly kills him. It drains most of his energy, and all it does is leave the enemy with a tiny scratch. The lion grabs him in his hand, pulls him close, and says that proves he has talent. He is just wasting it. Shaken, Fetch asks if the offer to spare him still stands. The lion says yes, but notices Fetch looking elsewhere and starts to doubt he wants to accept it. The boy is looking at Jue. She is terrified, and her mind races over what she should do. After all that panic, she reaches one clear answer. She is deeply afraid. Fetch tries to convince the lion to spare both of them, but the beast refuses because that girl never showed him any empathy. Hearing that, Fetch smiles to himself and decides it is time to summon the strongest weapon he can, one he can still control completely. In that instant, the protagonist's dagger appears in his hands. Fetch is stunned. He cannot understand why that dagger showed up when he was picturing the strongest weapon in the world. Growing impatient, the lion says he will keep his promise to let Fetch live, but he will take away that annoying ability so he cannot attack anymore. With one bite, he tears off the boy's arms. After a horrifying scream, Fetch collapses unconscious. Jai rushes over to help. Seeing how badly he was hurt trying to protect her, she snaps and forces her Edea to evolve. Her eyes turn blood red, and her aura floods the whole area. With sheer will, she orders the lion to kneel. He mocks her and tries to crush her, but Jaya dodges and hits back hard enough to push him several meters. That surprises the brute, but he quickly spots a weakness in her. Because of that, he blocks every attack that follows, including her final thrust with all her strength behind it. The lion says that if they had attacked together, they might have hurt him, but being human, they were too arrogant and learned too late. Enraged, she tells him to shut up and throws one last heavy slash with everything she has left. Even with all that power, it does nothing. Jaya Edea fades, and only a distant voice distracting the lion keeps her alive. The one who arrived is none other than the F-rank killer. He coldly calls the beast stupid for talking about teamwork, when he is the one who never allowed it. He even put up a force field to stop anyone from helping. If he is that much of a coward, he should just admit it. Jaya angrily grabs the protagonist by the sweater and demands to know why he came to such a dangerous place. Looking around, Genshin realizes it is even worse than he feared. Bodies everywhere, and even Fetch is barely hanging on. He answers her simply, "I could not find you, so I came for you." Then the old cat cuts in and tells Genshin he smells strange for a human. Odd as it sounds, his scent is similar to the beast's. Genshin snaps back that comparing their smell is insulting, because unlike him, he actually bathed this morning. Joking aside, he tries to read the enemy's power, but blood starts pouring from his eyes, and the pain is severe. The beast steps closer and asks again why he does not smell like a normal human. Genshin almost makes another joke, but admits this is the first time he has failed to see someone's ability. Then he hears Jaya's sword hit the ground. When he turns, he sees she is about to pass out. He rushes over at once and catches her before she falls. Carefully, he moves her to a safer spot. She begs him not to fight it, but by then he already knows what he has to do. He partially activates his Edea. The lion laughs. For someone who smells that bad, he says Gunshin looks weak, maybe the weakest opponent he has faced all day. That taunt makes Gunshin push his power even higher. He decides to keep releasing power until he can finally see the enemy's abilities. As the Edea spreads through part of his body, his urge to hold back starts to fade. Jaya can tell from behind him. He protects only his mind and heart from losing control. With nearly his whole body infused and killing intent pouring out, he is ready for the fight. At this level, he can finally see the enemy's powers and origin. The lion notices he is still holding back and tells him to let his soul take over. He even offers to help him reach his limit. With one claw, he touches Genshin's forehead, even though Genshin tells him not to. Once the Edea fully takes control, the protagonist releases his killing aura completely. The beast, number 1, or whatever his name is, likes the result and invites him to a real fight. Then Genshin senses someone behind him. He turns and sees Jui and the patriarch trying to get away. But now he is not in his right mind and his urge to kill humans is surging, so he starts moving toward them with a smile. Angered by that insult, the lion grabs a car and throws it in front of him, then tells him he should be fighting him instead. Genshin, completely unhinged, turns back and says the lion started this fight, so if he dies today, that is on him. He launches himself forward and slashes the lion deeply across the skin. The beast cannot believe it. His empathy Edea should cancel any attack from powers below A rank, so how is a D rank dagger hurting him this badly? Watching with a cruel grin, Genshin asks if it hurts. Looking at his dagger, he says seeing the lion bleed like a normal human reminds him of an old dog he had one his uncle used to treat the same way. He vanishes and reappears beside the lion, striking from every angle at a speed that is almost impossible to follow. The hits are not doing huge damage, but the killing intent pouring off him leaves the beast dizzy and wondering if awakening this awful power was a mistake. After dodging a blow from the lion, the protagonist lands on one of its arms. As he drives the dagger in, he tells him his stepmother once cut him the same way and forced him to walk like an animal until he passed out. Then he asks, since the lion's Edea is tied to empathy, what kind of sick reason could have made her do that to him when he had done nothing wrong? After saying that, he slides down the lion's arm, carving through it from top to bottom. Now serious, the giant cat tells him to stop scratching him. With one thrust, he slams Genshin into the ground. The lion says that no matter how strong he is, his body is still just human and that is a pity. Human, Genshin fires back. Has the beast ever looked at himself, really looked at the ugliness in his own soul? The lion asks why he would do that. Seeing how vile his aunt and uncle were is enough for him. Then the beast tells him to look at his own soul right now. The moment Genshin hears that, he falls into a kind of trance filled with unbearable fear and a sudden wish to die. In reality, he is only standing there, staring into space with blood-red eyes, while his mind relives what his relatives did to him, especially the moment they killed Bobby, his dog. As he keeps repeating, his Edea starts to split. One side grows stronger when he wants to die, the other rises when he wants to live. His mind becomes so broken that even the lion cannot understand it. He used empathy to push Genshin into suicide, yet somehow the boy is resisting. Then Genshin smiles and says, should I die or kill and die? I do not know, so I will decide now. Before he could finish, the lion rushed in and pummeled him, trying to use the boy's confusion. When the barrage ended and the dust cleared, he was stunned to see Park walk out without a scratch. Smiling, he said it was decided. The lion tried to strike again, but a skeletal hand burst from the ground and stopped him cold, piercing straight through him. Enjoying the sight, Park declared that he had made up his mind he would die and kill at the same time. With his dagger, he tore open a crack in the ground and a huge bone weapon started rising out of it. It wrapped around the lion completely, and he had no idea what was happening. A few seconds later, he was fully trapped inside a bone prison. It was not part of Jinsung's Edea, but he could still control it freely. The look on the protagonist's face after pinning the lion down is amazing. Cornered, the beast tried to trick him and asked for his name. MC said it was useless, since he would die soon anyway. Then he added that if he really wanted to know, his name was MC Jinsung. That only excited the lion more, and he asked for the name of his Edea. The protagonist noticed something off about those questions and said the lion was clearly trying to deceive him. He had been fooled too many times before, so he could spot it easily. Those words froze the lion in place, and he could not say another thing. Park jumped toward him, looking for something. When he did not find it near the beast, he leaped somewhere else to keep searching. The number 1, the lion, shouted that MC should free him so he could show the powers he was still hiding. Annoyed by all the noise, he politely told him to be quiet because he was looking for something to show him. Then he picked up a large bone and said this might work. He explained that when his uncle punished him, he used to hit his back with something like this. At first, Park thought it might be too big, but since he was not aiming for the back, it seemed perfect. The lion trembled at that. Before he could try to affect the protagonist's mind, the protagonist slammed him with the first hit and made him scream in pain. Sometime later, 3 Mastery members arrived and were shocked by the massive destruction. One of them was the school medic. the girl who wants Jude in her group. Park noticed them right before driving a huge bone into the lion's snout. Cheerfully, he greeted the medic. At first, she did not answer, because she did not recognize who was calling out to her. But by the time she realized it was Jinsung, it was already too late. MC landed one last blow on the beast and then rushed toward them, saying he just wanted to greet them up close. Seeing him charge in, the medic stepped in front of her teammates, hoping to calm him down. But Park was so mentally broken that the only person he did not see as a threat was the medic. He quickly took out one of the group, then said he would kill his uncle to protect her. Of course there was no uncle there, it was only the other maestri boy who had come with her. He tried to use his Edea against him, but Jinsung saw the attack as so slow that he even had time to mock it before dropping a massive bone on him and wiping out his limbs. Faced with that horror, the medic froze in fear and could not move. She forced herself to act and used her extreme healing Edea to rebuild her teammate's arm so he could keep fighting. Seeing that, Jinsung asked, "Uncle, do your hands not hurt yet?" Angry, the boy attacked again. Park casually blocked everything with his little bone toy. Once he got bored of dealing with the guy, he summoned bone armor. It pinned the enemy down and left him at the mercy of the F-rank killer. Staring at the helpless boy, the protagonist asked if his uncle remembered their last fight, remembered hitting him like this. With a bright smile, he brought down a brutal strike onto the boy's face. It went right through his skull. Park kept asking why his uncle would not answer. Did he not remember doing this to him? The medic, watching the massacre up close, tried to save her teammate by rebuilding him again with her power. When the boy realized he had been brought back only to end up in the same position, he begged her to let him die. Furious that his uncle still would not die, Park summoned another weapon, a wooden stick of F-rank, and that alone was enough to completely destroy his opponent. With nothing left to do, the teacher dropped to her knees and the blood covering the ground. Jinsung walked up to her, grabbed her arm, and dragged her over to where he had a little dog. When they got there, the lion was somehow still alive, but his face showed just how much he had suffered. Terrified, the maestri member could not believe Park had done that to such a powerful monster. The lion tried to use the fact that the girl was still alive and begged her to kill him while she still could. Because of him, MC had fallen into a mental abyss he might never escape. Before he could say anything else, the F-rank killer drove a bone lying nearby, straight through him, and finally killed the beast. Then Park panicked because he could no longer ask the lion if he knew a way to die. Worried, the teacher asked why he wanted to die. With a gentle smile, he said it was because he was a bad boy and deserved punishment. Then he said she was a teacher, so maybe she could kill him. Teachers punish kids, right? Right. Under that pressure, she collapsed. The protagonist Jinsung took that to mean the teacher would not do it. So he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up while saying his uncle and aunt always told him that useless people had to die. Just as he was about to kill her, Julia appeared with a sword and shouted for him to stop. He turned to her and smiled, happy that a new victim had walked in on her own. Then he noticed the sword in her hand and saw in it a way to die. He let the teacher go and moved toward Julia. As he came closer, Joy remembered that the last time Park Jinsung returned to normal, she had cut off his horn. If she could do that again, it might work. Determined, she poured her goblin aura into the sword until it started to shine. That caught MC's eye, but instead of trying to destroy it, he admired it, and in a twisted tone asked her to run him through with it. He said it might be easier if he did it himself, but he was not a swordsman, so she had to kill him. Of course, Joyce could not bring herself to hurt him, so she kicked him back and yelled for him to come to his senses. Still smiling, he asked again for her to kill him. If she was worried one blow would not be enough, she should not be. He would try not to make it harder. At that moment, more maestri members arrived at the scene. One of them helped the medic, but he ignored her warning when she begged them to leave for their own sake. The rest surrounded Park Jinsung. Excited to see so many uncles, he happily greeted them and asked what they wanted. They told him to stop attacking innocent people or they would destroy him. That threat made him furious. He said these people understood nothing, and the fear that hit them when he changed the whole battlefield with his power was impossible to describe. Then he summoned a blood-colored cloak. Facing all those uncles, he declared that he did not need anyone and that he stood on his own, so he would kill every last one of them. Right when he was about to attack, a sword pierced straight through him. As the view pulls back, we see it was Judah, stopping him before he could kill more people. Even with a fatal wound, he still had enough strength to grin and tell Julia that next time she needed to aim a little higher. Just a little. Shaken, the girl could not find any words and started crying like anyone would after doing something so awful. Then Park collapsed from the severity of the wound. She kept him from hitting the ground and holding him, tearfully said she was sorry before pulling the sword out of Jinsung's body. Medically, that was probably a bad idea. When she did, the dimension Park had created with his aura vanished, leaving the maestri members stunned and unable to believe what had happened. She tried to bring the protagonist back to himself, but no matter how much she spoke, he seemed unable to understand. Shutting down his Edea so suddenly had left him numb for a while. The only thing still burning inside him was the strong urge to kill. After a while, he finally heard Jue's voice and started to become the usual MC again. But when he saw himself covered in blood and noticed it everywhere, he panicked. He kept saying he did not mean to do it, while Jue tried with all her strength to comfort him until Jinsung passed out. At the same time, or maybe a little later, we see the hooded man again talking to the scarred one who once ran from him. He says that the first one, number 1, the lion, had returned after being wiped out. The scarred man says that was probably because they sent him near the place he went to rob. Hard as it is to admit, his life was in serious danger that day. The hooded man replies that he sent him there to draw attention, though he never expected it to cause that much trouble. Still, that proves the choice was right, because if he had sent someone else, they might have died during that robbery. Then, getting back to the real reason for this meeting, he says the 3rd and 4th will arrive soon, so they need to be ready because their moment is getting closer. In the next scene, our boy is lying in a hospital bed, unable to rest at all because he keeps having nightmares about what just happened. He suddenly wakes up, and the first thing he says is, "Where is my prey?" When he sees our goddess beside him watching over him, he tries to get up, but he's too worn out to get up. Chui tells him to stop acting like a god. Sleeping for 3 days does not mean he can bring the 3rd back. Right now, the best thing he can do is rest until he fully recovers. Just then, An walks in, agrees with Jue, and jokes that wives are usually right unless you want a war at home. Without waiting for permission, he sits down and asks about the boy. Jai answers for him, saying he just woke up not long ago. Then she leaves them alone so they can talk. An gets straight to it. He says this country's government, along with several others, has labeled him a disaster-level threat. In short, he's now seen as a danger to lives, property, the economy, and public safety. An adds that only top officials know. He personally blocked anything unnecessary from reaching the public. Park asks why he did something that sounds completely illegal. The old man says it's because the protagonist is the only one in the country with an SS rank Edea. Even his S-rank aides, Nana and Yona, lost to that power. He hid it well, but now they know and they need his help. MC can already tell where this is going. He says if he uses his Edea again and loses control, he has no idea what might happen, so he refuses. Cubing pushes back, saying this is no time to walk away. Hard times are coming, and Korea, the whole world, needs the power he carries. Through tears, Park says no one needs a power that only turns him into a crazed killer who destroys everyone. He starts to lose control again. An grabs his face and asks if he remembers what he said when they first met. "You asked whether I believed the soul could grow. I do. That's why I want you to hold on to that thought, so more people can come to understand it too." Hearing that, Jai goes quiet and thinks back to her training days. She says she always lived by what her soul had already decided for her. She never went beyond what people said she could do, because she was born that way. But from now on, she will stop living like that and choose her own path. Crying, Park shouts at An that he does not want to believe souls can grow when his is a murderous soul, one that does not deserve to grow. And what will they do when they can't control him? An stands in front of the protagonist and asks how many people that beast would have killed a few days ago, how much destruction it would have caused. Maybe an ordinary person would not get it, but what the protagonist did saved everyone in the city, and the country is grateful. While MC stares in disbelief as everyone there except Jai bows their heads to show respect. That hits him hard and makes him realize that yes, he is dangerous, but there are even worse threats in this world. After thinking it through, Park stands up and says that for the mastery comrades who died by his hands, he will help, but only if they agree that he will not use his Edea. Grateful, An accepts right away. In fact, that was something they were already planning to suggest, since very few people can handle that power. Worried, he asks what happens now. An says they'll send him overseas for a few months, while they erase his bad image in Korea. But what about my classes, or my military training? What happens to that? Do not worry. Think of it like a short exchange program. Oh, and from now on, you're being promoted to Sergeant Major. A few days pass. Captain Sun Yao sees him off and tells him not to slack off in training. When he comes back, there will be an endurance test, and if he fails, he is finished. Chaeyo is there too. She hugs Park as hard as she can and tells him not to forget her, and to call every day if he can. With his usual charm, he agrees and hugs her back just as tightly. Then the plane takes off as his most loyal friends watch from below. And that would be the end of the series. Just kidding. Sometime later, Park lands at the New York airport, where a very unusual group is waiting for him. Biolan is there, someone we have not seen in a while. The first captain is there too, though I cannot remember his name. Even that chubby guy is here, the one who once beat Captain Sun Ye, then got completely humbled later. And last is Seo, one of the first people to witness the protagonist's madness up close. Sel welcomes him kindly and says he looks calmer than ever, probably because he is not wearing glasses this time. MC, like most of us, still cannot remember who this guy is, but he thanks him anyway. Then he tells Bayan that since he is a sergeant too, he will speak casually with him. Bayan, clearly annoyed, says he can do whatever he wants, but if he had known they were picking up this trash, he would have stayed in bed longer. He asks the black-haired guy if he knows their schedule. Irritated, the guy says he should know that as the superior officer. The chubby one cuts in and says someone is supposed to come get them. If they spent less time arguing, they would know the procedure. Both boys snap at him, asking why he is talking to them so casually. Embarrassed, he says it is because he is older. The protagonist realizes it will be hard to stay unnoticed with a team this strange. Then a voice behind them asks if they are done talking. Surprised, MC says yes and asks if he is their guide. The man says he is right. He is the Pentagon agent assigned to them, but they can skip the formalities and just call him Teddy. On the way, Teddy explains that he will be in charge of them and act as their translator. He also mentions that his Edea helps them understand the language easily. When they arrive, he stops them before entering a building and warns them to watch what they say inside. He opens the door and several people inside greet them with curious, welcoming looks. As they walk through the room, Park wonders how important this meeting is. There are military officers everywhere and the uniforms make that obvious. Once everyone is in place, the highest-ranking man there says a woman was murdered in Northeast Manhattan just 2 hours earlier. She died from shock caused by a stab wound to the abdomen, just like the earlier victims. Someone in the audience asks what makes this case different. The officer says they believe many more victims will be found soon. There is no clear pattern leading to the killer, because the murders copy methods used by old serial killers to throw off the investigation. Still, based on the amount of movement expected, they know this is not one person. It is a Korean cult-like group calling itself the Serene of Tranquility. Severick, standing beside Park, explains that the group was once notorious in Korea. Its leader drew people in with a powerful brainwashing Edea. The last he heard, they had been wiped out by the Kim clan, or rather by Jaeho's family. Once he hears that, he understands why people in the room have been glaring at them since they walked in. And honestly, they have a reason. Foreigners are committing murders in their country, and the help they get is a group of kids. Then a woman arrives, leaving the chubby guy completely stunned. The protagonist, embarrassed, tells him to get a grip. While she speaks with the officer leading the briefing, the chubby guy tells Park that every man knows who she is. The woman glances their way, and his friend says her name is Vladi Chipe, Nelsikmunda, the greatest and strongest vampire in North America. Smiling, Vladi politely introduces herself to the boys. That nearly sends the chubby guy into a breakdown. He cannot believe she even looked at them. What makes her even more impressive is that she is only 28 and already a lieutenant general in the United States Army. She is also said to command the strongest elite force in the world. Suddenly she points at Biwin and asks what he thinks about the situation, since he was supposed to be paying attention. Even though it annoys him, he answers that they are just kids, so he does not think it is right for them to speak on this matter. He takes the easiest way out. I'm glad you understand your place, boy. If this were not a personal request from An, none of you would be here. One more thing. If my people gave you dirty looks, I apologize, but you have to understand why. Seeing how arrogant she is, Park tries to figure out how strong the vampire really is. At first he manages to catch the name of her Edea, but the pain hits so hard that he slams onto the desk, regretting that he even tried. Alarmed, Cedric asks what is happening to him. When he sees blood pouring from MC's eyes, he panics even more. Lady notices too. Her face turns serious as she walks up to him and asks what he just tried to do. Without hesitating, the main character says he only tried to read heredity, but the gap in power was so huge it felt like his head would burst. You'd better not be lying, boy. If you are, I'll drain every last drop of blood from your body. Even with that threat, Jinsung stays steady. He says he can prove it right now if she wants, but asks if he has permission to say it in front of everyone in the room. On the outside, he sounds brave, but inside he's terrified. Just trying to analyze her heredity hurt far worse than what he felt against that chimera. Impressed by his nerve, the vampire asks her assistant for a sheet of paper so Jinsung can write down Teddy's heredity details. A few minutes later, the main character hands Vladi everything she needs. Surprised by how useful he could be, she says she was going to send them back to Korea after showing them the base, but now she's changed her mind. This may be a loss for Lin Sin, but I'm taking you with me to the battlefield. The boys clearly do not want to die in a foreign country, but they have no real way to argue with a lieutenant general. Before leaving, she asks Jinsung for his name. As she walks away, she tells him to meet her in her room at exactly 21 o'clock. When she reaches the door, she turns back and thinks she may have just met a very interesting boy. The scene shifts to a disturbed girl gutting another woman while shouting that she should beg more. Along with her cruelty, they reveal her heredity, which is tied to a famous serial killer. At the set time, the boy arrives at Vladi's room with his translator, guide, and Teddy. Before they can knock, she already tells them to come in. Nervous, the main character asks what she wants from him. She tells him to drop the formalities and call her sister, like her closest troops do. Then she asks Jinsung if anyone else knows what his heredity can do. Lin Sin's file on him never mentioned it. He says only a few people know. Back in Korea, no one made a big deal about his ability the way they did here. After his slightly cold answer, Vladi says she wants him as an official member of her Delta Force. That offer makes him nervous, and he explains he already belongs to his country's training high school squad. Before he can refuse, she cuts him off and says they'll discuss that later. Right now, she needs something else from him. Then she moves to hand over her body. Just kidding. What she actually gives the main character is a paper for him to examine. She explains there was another victim at John F. Kennedy Airport. This time, the killer used Jack the Ripper's method. Since they're copying his pattern, she thinks the airport may be their so-called brothel, so she wants him there, watching for any suspicious heredity, especially ones linked to blades or knives. A few days later, the boys are at the airport carrying out the mission the vampire gave them. Even though Jinsung's eyes are burning, he refuses to rest. If he misses something while distracted, resting would be pointless. Then Vladi interrupts and tells them they need to deal with something else in a poor neighborhood, about an hour away. She needs Jinsung for that. while the others must stay here and keep watch. On the way to that neighborhood, she notices how tired the main character looks. Gently, she tells him to get some rest before they arrive, but he says he doesn't need to. He then asks how they even learned about the suspect, saying the sudden tip feels strange. The vampire admits she doesn't know yet, but her 4th unit is already at the suspect's location, so any escape route should already be sealed. All that's left is to get there and confirm whether the person is truly connected to the case. Then they hear a public radio report about a wave of murders still unsolved, all matching the methods of history's worst serial killers. Hearing that, she realizes information only their group knew has been leaked. Right after that, one of her squad members reports over the radio that the airport is under attack by a huge number of killers. They overpowered local police and are now slaughtering civilians. The main character panics because that's where he left his friends. Of course he wants to go back, but the vampire won't allow it. Before he can argue, she tells him she'll handle it herself. She quickly orders Units 1 and 3 to arrest everyone at the airport. If they can't subdue them, they should shoot, but no one is allowed to escape. After giving those orders, one of her men asks over the radio what she plans to do. She looks at the main character before answering. Then she gives a dangerous smile and says, "I'm going to the airport." As she activates her heredity, she says it's been a long time since her own agents betrayed her, but she hopes more than one person was involved, or it won't be worth her time. Jinsung sees a bat inside the car and nearly jumps out of his skin. In a sweet voice, she asks if he doesn't like little animals. He quickly says he does, just so he won't look bad in front of Laddie. That answer seems to please her, and she starts fading away into a swarm of bats. Before leaving, she orders Teddy and Jinsung to join the 4th unit in the poor neighborhood so they can find the suspect they were originally heading toward. Back at the airport, things are a mess, and the boys are trying desperately to escape. Because the chubby one is slow, enemy attacks start catching up to them. But thanks to the first-year captain, who can predict the attacks, they manage to avoid getting hit. Sadly, the weaker people around them aren't so lucky. They're being butchered horribly, seeing what's happening while they try to run. Baiwan orders the boys to fight. The first-year captain argues that retreating is smarter, since there are too many enemies to face head-on. Park sees how bad things are and tells Baiwan that if he's going to fight, he'll back him up in battle. Baiwan doesn't love the idea of help from someone he sees as useless, but he still goes for it. He quickly orders the chubby one to break the ground. The boy immediately obeys, creating rubble for Baiwan, who can fire it like projectiles with his heredity. Just as he grabs a chunk to attack, an enemy dagger pierces him. Instead of worrying about the wound, he yells at the first-year captain for being useless. He should have warned him sooner. Then he uses the rubble to support the chubby one, who destroys the enemy with one punch. After taking down several attackers, the others rush over to check Baiwan's condition. Rather than thanking them, he tells them to quit the act. He's not dead yet. Park quickly uses his heredity to seal Baiwan's wound, even though Baiwan doesn't want the help. Afterward, the protagonist warns him to fight carefully. He only closed the wound on the outside. Inside, it's still badly open. Of course, that advice goes in one ear and out the other for Baiwan. Angry, he lifts a huge piece of rubble and shouts at the killers who are still doing their job to come at him all at once. The first-year captain, "Sorry, I couldn't find this guy's name anywhere," tells Baiwan to rest if he doesn't want to be the first one to die. Then the focus shifts to Park, who is having a full crisis. Everyone else in his group has the power to fight, and they do it without hesitating. But his heredity is useless in combat, so he can't decide whether to run or stay and be a burden. Then he remembers what the main character told him when they first met. "Even if you don't think so, your heredity is way better than mine. If you use it right, you can pull off some amazing combos." Fired up and still scared, Park says it's time to prove he's improved too. Then we see the boys fighting until they're nearly spent against the attackers. Just as they're about to collapse, the vampire's voice rings out, praising them for holding on while she was gone. The chubby one realizes those bats are part of Vladdy's heredity, and that is confirmed when she appears in the middle of the fight. The moment she arrives, she warns the attackers to stop or she'll kill every last one of them. They ignore her and charge anyway, but it's hopeless because she drains them to death. One of them manages to strike her from behind and seems to wound her. That gives the others hope, but it vanishes fast. Physical attacks do nothing to her. That's because her heredity is called Transcendental Vampire. Its effect is simple and broken. A body beyond human can't be harmed by attacks from ordinary mortals. Next, she grabs two men by the throat and sucks them dry. After the second one, she regrets it because they taste awful, so she decides to finish everyone with her summons instead. These summons are people she absorbed in the past. They can't use their own heredities, but they're physically powerful, and there's basically no end to them. We then watch them tear through the rest. Back with the main character, he asks Teddy whether they should keep going or head back to the airport. He says they need to finish the mission. Once Vladdy reaches that safe place, she can handle everything herself. She is a monster after all, and if they ignore orders, disaster could hit the place they were sent to protect. Hearing that, Jinsung calms down and accepts that this mission matters too. When they reach the slums, the place is way too quiet, and that feels wrong. Then a voice comes through the car radio. He says he is the leader of Squad 4 and tells them they already found the target. Jinsung wonders what target he means, but he does not get time to ask. The man on the radio orders them to get out of the car and head about 30 meters ahead to a wide open area where they can meet up. Even though it sounds suspicious, the protagonist gets out and follows the directions. Before he can go far, Teddy tells him they should head back and make a solid plan first. Jinsung refuses, people could be in danger and he will not leave them behind. The translator cannot do much, so he hurries after him. As they get closer, the boy says something feels off. He cannot explain it, but he stays on guard. Then something catches his eye and shocks him. He speeds up at once, leaving the translator behind. As he runs, Jinsung keeps thinking about how strange it is that they were split from Vladi at such a perfect time. He also remembers what was said in the car, that they had been betrayed. Then another detail hits him. Vladi once told him to call her sister, because everyone in her elite squad did. But the person on the radio called her Vladi instead, not sister. That was a huge red flag. Putting it all together, he realizes it is a trap, and shouts a warning to the elite squad before they walk into it. The squad leader thinks they are not backing down, they are the strongest team in the elite unit. Still, he cannot ignore the bad feeling he gets from the orange-haired girl. As she walks toward them, the squad reveals who she is, the serial killer hunting people at the airport. Her Edea is like the protagonist's, but hers is called Jack the Ripper. Jinsung rushes forward, trying to stop the slaughter he knows is coming. Thanks to his ability to see Edea, he can tell this girl is far beyond the soldiers. She starts slipping through the squad like she is dancing, and they cannot even track her. Jinsung steps in front of her and lets her see his dagger. The moment she notices it, she gets excited. He tells the surviving squad members to run, but the enemy tries to keep them there. Jinsung orders Squad 4 to leave and says he will handle her himself. Noticing their weapons are similar, she asks if he has the same power she does. He ignores the question and yells again for the team to fall back. The squad leader hates taking orders from a rookie, but after reading the situation, he decides retreat is the smarter move and plans to report everything they learned to their captain. Jinsung thinks to himself that he stopped a disaster, but dealing with this girl will not be easy. Then she releases her killing intent, forming a thick pressure around them that makes it hard to breathe. Almost all of Squad 4 gets caught in it. When she sees the protagonist is not affected at all, she grins and spins her dagger. He copies the motion and tells her that her killing aura is so weak he barely feels it. From far away, someone watches them. Frustrated, he says he cannot understand how that Asian boy keeps ruining his plans. Jinsung senses him and turns his way, dropping all his killing intent on him. The pressure is so intense that the old man instantly understands how dangerous he is. Ready to finish Jinsung, the old man brings out his ranked power, the 10 inverted commandments. After reading that strange ability, the boy decides he has to kill the girl fast and then deal with the old man. He charges without hesitation. She blocks every single strike with ease, then she kicks him upward, and even though he blocks, the force still sends him flying. By the time he regains control, he lands right in front of the old man, who asks how he feels. Does he have any complaints or doubts? This is not kindness. The girl can control anyone who accepts doubt or dissatisfaction into their heart. Jinsung answers with confidence that he has plenty of doubts, complaints, and regrets. The old man gives him two choices, work for him or become food for Jack. Jinsung plays along and asks what kind of killer he would become under his control. Stronger than Jack? The strongest of all? He keeps pushing, acting curious. The old man gets excited at the thought of using him. He grabs Jinsung by the shoulders and starts talking about how much stronger he could become once all his doubts are gone. Then he puts a hand over the boy's face and uses his power. Smiling, he says that Jinsung's life belongs to him now. That confidence vanishes fast. When he looks again, the boy just stares back and asks, "Is that it?" Terrified, the old man wonders why the brainwashing failed. How can this person have no dissatisfaction to use? Jinsung tells him the opposite. He is unhappy with everything, from his strength to the things he has done. He is dissatisfied with all of it, but one thing bothers him even more, the trick he was just hit with. It was supposed to make him stronger, yet nothing happened. Now he asks the old man if he can see those doubts for himself. Panicking, the bald man screams for Jack to come save him. Next, Jinsung is on the edge of unleashing his bone Edea out of control. His head is full of questions, but he still refuses to give in to it. To stay sane, he tries to remember the promise he made back at the hospital. Fighting his Edea so hard brings back memories of his parents. They told him they would always trust him, even when he could not trust himself, and reminded him that he could achieve what he set his mind to. With his thoughts clearing, the boy releases all the killing intent he had been holding back. Jack sees the danger and tries to rush in to kill him, but she cannot get close enough. Then the protagonist's killing intent starts taking physical form, urging him to slaughter every target around him. He fights it as long as he can until he finally drops to his knees. To snap himself back, he stabs his own leg with the dagger. Once he regains focus, he pulls the weapon back out and sees that it has changed shape. It is now a sword. Rating its new ability, he gets excited. The weapon can absorb the killing intent around him, even the intent of other people. He can use that power for both attack and defense, and the more intent it absorbs, the stronger it gets. Then the sword starts begging for food over and over. Startled, he drops it and asks what is talking to him. The sword just says food again and starts absorbing the killing intent, filling the area. Jinsung still cannot believe what he is seeing. He touches one of the waves moving around him, and suddenly what had been invisible becomes real. Weapons. They burst out and begin a brutal slaughter all over the area. Even Jack struggles to stay safe while protecting her boss from those attacks. While all that happens, the protagonist gets distracted trying to talk to the sword, but it answers every question with the same word, food. After a bit, he decides to call it omnivorous, though he still finds it hard to believe a weapon with its own will is part of his Edea. At that moment, Jack appears behind him and tries to kill him while he is distracted, but the sword moves on its own and blocks the attack, forcing the girl back. Pleased with the sword's power, the protagonist praises it, then points at Jack and says it is time to finish this fight. Jack fires back that even with cheap tricks, he still cannot beat her. She rushes in, and Jinsung does not hesitate. Instead of dodging, he counters with the sword. The strike is so strong that it cuts off her arm in seconds. Ready to end her, Jinsung raises his new weapon. Jack starts laughing wildly, saying this is much harder than she expected. Even so, she cannot stop him, and ends up defeated. After that, Jinsung turns toward the leader, who is trying to escape. The protagonist fires a focus slash from his sword at the cult leader, but the old man's followers jump in and take the hit for him. Jinsung wants to chase after him, but Jack, still alive, grabs his leg and stops him. By the time the protagonist shakes her off, it is too late. The cult leader has already escaped by car. With nothing else he can do, he suddenly thinks about Teddy, the translator he left behind when he ran to help Squad 4. Without that guy, Jinsung is basically a lost little kid. He also worries whether Teddy even survived, since the whole area is full of killers. To keep himself from losing heart, he forces his thoughts elsewhere, and starts wondering how he can get back to the airport to check on his friends. He tries contacting Vladi, but since he does not know English well, he has no clue how to do it. So he tells his sword to scream as loud as it can. If it does, he promises to feed it plenty of killing intent soon. The sword gets excited and lets out a massive scream while searching for Cell 18. After a while, the sky suddenly goes dark and a huge swarm of bats dives toward the protagonist. Then the girl appears. She catches Jinsung off guard with a hug, glad he's alive and sorry she sent him alone into such a dangerous place. Jinsung says he should be the one apologizing. He failed to protect the 4th squad and lost the target. The girl blames herself, but before he can argue again, she looks behind him. She says his new partner seems cute for her age, but also creepy, and adds that this boy's potential is hard to even imagine. Worried, the protagonist asks if his friends are okay. She says yes, but they're already on their way to stop the cult master's plan. She adds that she can explain the rest while they head there. Alarmed, Jinsung grabs her arm and asks how she learned the master's plan if no one here survived. Vladi says the translator warned her, and even gave her details about the sex plan. Jinsung quickly lets go, then asks if Teddy is really alive. A terrible thought hits him. How did someone so ordinary survive among all those killers? And how did he learn the leader's plan when even Jinsung, who was right there, knew nothing? Noticing how shaken he is, the girl shows him a ring Teddy left behind. It supposedly does the same job he did, even when he isn't there. Jinsung studies it and realizes the writing on it is very different from the one he saw when he first met Vladi. That makes him panic, and he asks the captain where the translator is. She answers that he's heading to Rikers Island prison with his friends. That answer leaves the protagonist frozen. Vladi asks what's wrong and why he won't tell her. Still in shock, Jinsung says the cult leader's plan is to turn the prisoners there into his new toys. When we cut to the bald man, we see Jinsung was right. Using all their doubts and anger, he has already taken control of the whole place. Back with the protagonist, after explaining what he thinks will happen, he begs Vladi to take him there fast. If not, it'll be too late, and the chaos will spread across New York. She tells him to calm down. She was already planning to go there. Then a message hits her phone and the scene changes. Now in Beijing, China, people are running in panic, trying to escape a threat. That threat is the third beast from the Book of Daniel, a monster like the first one Jinsung tortured to death. Since no one else could stop it, they sent in their only triple S fighter, basically the strongest person in the world, and I say was, because after a new monster appeared, it literally devoured the third beast. Then the world's strongest human died in that battle. Back with Vladi, she reads the alert and can't hide her shock. It was a forced support order. For that kind of order to be issued, strict conditions must be met. First, 80% of the International World Crisis Organization has to approve the deployment. Second, 5 SS-class people must die within 24 hours. Third, a triple S-rank fighter must fall in battle. Shaking in shock, she can't even answer Jinsung's question. Upset, he demands to know what's going on. Why did she change the second she looked at her phone? Still unable to accept it, she wonders how it's possible. How could Xian Lan be dead? He's the strongest. He couldn't have lost. Then she turns serious and tells Jinsung that if Teddy joins the sect leader and recruits the prisoners, the damage to New York will be beyond repair. The protagonist says maybe the damage won't be that bad, but what she just got from the highest ranks is a warning about a possible end of the world, a disaster so huge that rebuilding afterward might be impossible. So she leaves the prison to him. She has to go where the strongest fighter died while he has to save his friends. The protagonist resists that plan at first, but after a few encouraging words from Vladi, he agrees to go alone. She also gives him the ring Teddy had left, so he can return it. As she rises into the air, she orders him not to lose this fight and to avenge everyone in her squad. Fired up, he says she can count on him, then calls her sister, just like the 4th squad did. The scene shifts to Ricker Island prison. The boy has already arrived there somehow. Not sure what to do, he walks up to a man watching the security cameras. Surprised, the man thanks him for coming and says he's already been briefed by the sister. From that word alone, Jinsung realizes the man can be trusted, so he reaches out to introduce himself. But the man is so tall he doesn't even notice. Instead, he asks what makes this kid special enough to lead the mission. Using that title, Jinsung skips the answer and tells them to bring him up to speed. The soldier quickly explains that everyone inside is currently being controlled by that strange guy. At that moment, Jinsung realizes even his friends have been brainwashed, and even that bastard Teddy notices him watching. Teddy gives one of them a weird signal, and without hesitating, Jinsung says he'll go after those bastards alone. The soldier says sending him in by himself is reckless. He's just a kid, and there's no way he can handle them. The protagonist summons his talking blade, surrounding everyone there. With a hard look, he says he may not be fit to lead a mission this important, so they'll handle the orders and the rest. But no matter what, they must not get in his way while he saves his friends. Faced with the pressure of his killing intent, they can do almost nothing, so the soldier has no choice but to accept. Following the soldier's directions, the protagonist reaches a hidden entrance leading to the enemy. He opens the door and finds on the other side none other than Teddy, who says he was waiting for him and is glad to see him again. Jinsung tries to answer, but instead his head drops on its own before the enemy. Delighted, Teddy mocks him, saying it's obvious he's Korean. People like that are always so polite. Angry, the boy throws the ring he was supposed to return to Teddy. When Teddy catches it, the true nature of his Edelweiss ability is revealed. It's called Killer Crown, based on the killer John Wayne Gacy, a master of deception. Its power also stops people Teddy sees as lower or weaker than him from lifting their heads. Jinsung is stunned by that Edelweiss, but he has no plan to let Teddy get away with it. Confident, Teddy says nothing can change now. Even if Jinsung doesn't understand yet, Teddy came to face him because the result of this fight is already decided. Without waiting, the protagonist attacks, but Teddy dodges easily. Then Jinsung unleashes all his killing intent, trying to finish him fast. But the blonde had already prepared a plan. He uses Jinsung's friends as shields. Unable to follow through, the boy stops his attack and says that's a new low. Teddy doesn't feel ashamed at all. He raises his voice and says he's only a messenger who wants peace, so Jinsung should obey and stop plotting anything, or they all die. Refusing to believe that, Jinsung snaps again and tries to kill him anyway. Teddy tells him to stop because if he dies, his little friends die too, showing them ready to kill themselves with their own Edelweiss powers. Jinsung realizes the one truly controlling his friends is the cult leader, which means they're in real danger. With that in mind, he gives in and tells Teddy to take him to that damned leader. The villain agrees, but first tells the others to watch his back because he doesn't trust his little friend. Angrier than ever, Jinsung starts following them, swearing to make Teddy suffer so badly he'll regret playing with people's lives. After walking for a while, they reach a brightly lit room. Inside, the prisoners are kneeling in prayer to the cult leader, and even Jinsung's friends join them. Still unable to raise his head, the protagonist listens as the leader goes on about his religion, his motives, and the sex rules. That speech only makes him even madder. Forcing himself up, he points his sword at the leader and says this ends now. He'll kill every last one of them for using his friends. Sure of himself, the old man tells the boy he understands nothing. His goal isn't just to make a crowd of puppets. His plan goes far beyond that, and now Jinsung will witness its greatness. After that speech, he orders everyone under his control to begin the ritual. A massive flash lights up the room and then the bloodshed begins. To Jinsung's horror, the prisoners and even his friends start attacking each other. Knowing what's coming, he moves at once to keep his friends from dying, but several enemies cut him off. Before he can react, Omnivorous steps in and blocks every attack for him. He even knocks several attackers out cold. Jinsung thanked him and moved to go after his real target, but Teddy hit him again with his ability, hiding right behind him. Thrilled, Teddy admits he had wanted to kill him ever since the airport. He goes for a fatal blow, but the hero catches his arm and crushes it. Shocked, Teddy can't understand it. He was hiding his presence. Before he can think any further, Jinsung drives his sword through Teddy's chest and says, "Teddy, what am I supposed to do with you?" Panicked, Teddy tries to stop the bleeding from his wound, but Jinsung doesn't let up and attacks with everything he has, launching him into the air and stabbing through him again until he dies. Annoyed, the hero says no one else is dying today except these two men. Then he orders Unavoro to devour all the killing intent in the area. As Jinsung takes in that power, the old man watches with a smile. He claims this was part of the plan. If Jinsung absorbs it, he'll lose himself and unleash the evil he needs. Meanwhile, the hero tells his sword to strike the prisoners without killing them. Then he rushes to help his friends who are already beating each other brutally. In seconds, he gets behind them and knocks each one unconscious. After that, he locks them in a cell to prevent more trouble. When he sees how well Unavoro is doing, the hero praises it again for following orders so well. The old man grows nervous and mutters that things are going wrong. Why isn't anyone dying? Why isn't that boy slaughtering everyone? Right then, something hits the boy and he drops to the floor. He says he may have taken in too much killing intent and can't handle it. Then his eyes change color. a clear sign something big is coming. Even so, he keeps control because he refuses to butcher innocent people. Furious, the old man steps in front of him and demands that he do what he must, free the prisoners from this world. Park Jinsung tells him to shut up and surrender before he gets cut in half. Ignoring the warning, the old man calls in one of his best men to face him. As the two square up, he tells himself this fight will finally give him what he wants. Then he orders Adam to attack. But before Adam could even touch the boy, Park Jinsung pierced him with one fast, clean thrust. After killing Adam, MC walks up to the old man and says, "It's time to end this." Shaking with fear, the old man asks why someone with such deep killing intent refuses to join the ritual. He answers, "If you love this ritual so much, why don't I make you join it?" Those words terrify the old man because he knows he's about to die. The angry hero asks if he's scared of death. After watching him send so many others to die, he didn't expect such a coward. The old man insists that isn't his fate. He was chosen to free humanity. Without another word, the hero drives his sword into the man's foot and tells him that after all the people he murdered, he won't be allowed a quick death. Terrified, the old man says only a few will enjoy liberation. But before he can say more, the boy stabs him again and raises his sword, saying he talks too much, so it's time to silence him for good. Then an explosion erupts behind him and cuts him off. Before we can see what caused it, we jump to Beijing, where our vampire is flying over the ruins, looking for the beast that killed the strongest man in the world. Over the radio, Lee says they haven't seen it in a while, but he hasn't focused on that because they're rescuing survivors. She's shocked anyone lived through that disaster, but he explains that before dying, Shaolan gave everything to protect the people. Maybe he couldn't destroy the threat, but he stopped it from killing more. A little saddened, Vladdy says to herself, "I can't believe he fell." Then Lee adds that before disappearing, the creature stared at the sky for a while and said, "It smells like blood," before taking off. She quickly realizes its next target is Jinsung, since he's the one giving off the strongest killing intent. Without wasting a second, she tells Lee to get ready for a possible attack on New York. Back with the hero, he's coughing through a cloud of dust. He turns to see what happened and spots a huge beast above him, calmly greeting him, praising his killing intent, and urging him to keep going. Excited, the cult leader welcomes it and tells Jinsung that God's presence there was only possible because of all the blood that was spilled. And now God will help me evolve. The dragon, clearly impatient, uses one hand to grant that evolution, by turning him into a corpse. With the old man gone, Dragon Shin introduces himself to Jinsung as the fourth and asks to see more of that violence. With a cold look, the boy says, "The fourth, I killed the first, so if you want to live, you'd better leave." At first, the dragon is surprised, but seconds later, he starts mocking him, saying that no brat could have killed the first, weak or not. Still, if it's true, he says to prove it with violence. Trying to pull the monster's focus, Jinsung says he'd be glad to, but he's tired right now, so it wouldn't be fair. He suggests they fight later. Angry, the dragon slashes a part of the roof, sending debris raining down on the prisoners. Annoyed, the boy admits he really doesn't want to use that power, but it looks like he has no choice. Before releasing his killing intent, he tries one more time to ask the fourth to save the fight for later. Now even angrier, the dragon uses a technique called earth movement to hurl a massive rock at the hero. The sudden attack leaves him no choice but to tell Kuntu Danki, "Why don't you use all the stored killing intent to save everyone?" Of course she gets right to work, but when the dust clears, we find out she let the prisoners die because she chose to protect the hero and his friends first. That choice makes him angry, but before he can say anything, Unyvoro vanishes because she has no energy left. Jinsung understands what happened, then looks over the wreckage and says once again he failed to save people, and worse, he doesn't have the strength to fight that thing. Seeing him alive, the dragon admits he's impressive. Exhausted, the hero asks if he's using some kind of ability that's making it hard to breathe. Ignoring the question, the monster says that compared to that man in China, he's still lacking. Still, he sees great potential, so he'll let him live, grow stronger, and fight him later. Before leaving, he says he'll kill more people, and then appear before his leader. That leaves Jinsung stunned, but with the last of his strength, he stands up. As he says he's not a hero, he pulls out his phone. With a sad look, he makes the call, and she immediately complains that he didn't call sooner. Tears in his eyes, the hero says her name, then summons a Noboro and tells her it's nice to hear her voice. In a gentle voice, she says that no matter how sweet he sounds, she still won't forgive him for not calling earlier. With a faint smile, Jinsung says he understands now. He just doesn't want to be the kind of person who can't risk himself to save others. Then he says goodbye to the girl. Desperate, she asks him to explain, but he never hears her words. Without hesitating, he releases his killing intent to draw the dragon back. Excited, the monster tells him that won't be enough to win. Hearing that only makes Jinsung release even more, not caring if he loses control. As the seconds pass, the boy's fighting power keeps rising higher and higher. The fourth, stunned, says the energy coming from him feels similar to his own. He doesn't know how he did it, but it's interesting. In full mad mode, Jinsung says, "Since you're friends with that mutt I killed last time, I hope you're stronger and can kill me." With his power nearly maxed out, the boy can read the dragon's Della. It reveals a worshipper of violence and also gives him the ability to move instantly to places where violence is heavily gathered. Out of nowhere, the hero starts laughing like a maniac, then yells that his enemy looks strong and that maybe he can finally be killed. Seeing the boy's madness, Dragon Shin says he prefers pure violence, and he has no intention of wasting this. Then Jinsung appears right by his face and lands a hard slap across it. Not stopping there, he drops all of Overpowered's power on him from above. Keeping his distance, he asks why the dragon isn't attacking. Is he like that mutt that couldn't defend itself? Or can't you kill me either? If that's true, my uncle used to say useless people should die. After that brutal combo, the boy pulls back, but it barely seems to hurt the dragon. He stands up like nothing happened and says the boy still has a long way to go before he can reach him. The hero just mocks him. Dragon Shine suddenly throws a punch, and the boy blocks it with sharp reflexes. Taking advantage, the fourth unleashes a barrage of blows that shatter his guard and finally slam him into the ground. Knowing that still won't finish the hero, the dragon tells him to stop hiding so they can continue this show of violence. Barely alive, the boy drags himself back out. Seeing him, the dragon says they both know how this ends. Genshin's violence is impressive, but it will still lose to his own because his violence is absolute. Then the dragon uses double earth again to finish the fight. Genshin pours all his power into one attack instead of defending. That lets him smash straight through the huge rock rushing at him. Shocked, the dragon fires off another attack. Genshin destroys that one too, then warns that if the dragon can't kill him, he should be the one to die. Excited, the dragon asks to see even more of that brutal violence. The protagonist goes for a killing blow, but runs out of power halfway through. Confused, he wonders what just happened. Annoyed by the letdown, the dragon demands a harder hit. Then Genshin suddenly starts talking to his aunt, who seems unwilling to help and would rather he die. Realizing madness has fully taken him over, the dragon decides to leave. That snaps the protagonist back. He calls the monster out and says he's going to kill him because he was told to. The dragon laughs, then uses his double earth copies technique again. Fired up, the protagonist insists that trick won't work twice and keeps repeating it while summoning Omnivore. The dragon tells him this time is different. Then he keeps using it again and again until he creates his ultimate attack and declares Genshin won't be able to stop it. Genshin just keeps rambling that he can't die because his uncle won't let him, along with more nonsense. A moment later, the attack is launched right at him. The clash is so strong it even disturbs the tide. Suddenly Genshin turns serious and says only one word, cancel. With that, the giant block of earth meant to crush him shatters. Seeing his strongest move erased so easily makes the dragon furious. On impulse, he tries to crush him with his own foot, but the protagonist knocks it back with a sword slash. As he regains his composure, the dragon wonders what's happening. It feels like all his powers are being cancelled by something far stronger. The boy says he wants to die, but also doesn't, so he decided to kill the dragon and die at the same time. The dragon suddenly turns cheerful, amazed by the violence in front of him, though he says it still won't be easy to beat him. The protagonist reminds him of his own words, violence is cancelled by greater violence. Then he pulls out a sword called Copy. Its power is to adjust itself to its owner's strength. Excited, the dragon says it looks like the world itself is helping him. Genshin cuts him off and says there's more. This sword can also boost its owner's power to 3 times normal. With that, he applies the boost to Omnivore and the waves of killing intent change color. Still confident, the monster says that won't be enough to beat him. But before he expects it, Genshin charges. The sudden move catches the dragon off guard and lets Genshin pin him down. At first, it looks like everything is under control, but strange marks start appearing on the protagonist's body. Even so, he doesn't stop to worry about it. He quickly gets in front of the dragon to launch his first strike. It badly injures the monster's leg, but Genshin takes the exact same damage. The dragon notices and says he never thought he'd see someone injure himself just to weaken him. Does he really think he can win like that? The protagonist answers with a question. Is the dragon scared? Laughing, the dragon says no. In fact, that level of violence is perfect, so they should keep going. The young man rushes in with a flurry of thrusts, and every single one lands. As expected, he suffers the same damage too. Without caring about the cost, he tries to keep attacking, but his energy is dropping fast. Half crazed himself, the dragon asks if that's all he's got. He says no, he can still keep going. Just as he gets ready to stab again, Omnivore stops him, refusing to continue the fight. Angry, Genshin tells it that if it won't help, it should disappear. When the sword obeys, he jumps up and uses Copy to drive another attack into the dragon's face. Just like before, Genshin feels the same wound. The dragon mocks him and says he should give up. It seems he can't even end his own life. If he quits now, the dragon will spare him, because he wants to see how far he grows later. Driven by his need to end the battle, Genshin rises into the air and says his next target is the heart. Now that he knows Genshin is serious, the monster smiles and admits it was a fun fight, but says they'll meet again in the next life. That attack is fatal to the monster and to the protagonist too, so this becomes the final battle of our F-rank killer. In another place, a man whose name the narrator can't remember thinks back on the wonderful day he met the leader. 15 years earlier, a hooded figure told him he would become Satan himself. At first, he didn't believe it, but after seeing the man devote his life to evolving and gain unbelievable power, he realized that if the leader's title ever stopped being symbolic, the whole world would be turned upside down. Back in the present, the hooded man says that from this moment on, evil will become good, heaven will become hell, and everyone will know him. Another thing worth noting is that his Edea is F rank. In the city where he is now, people begin hearing voices in their heads repeating, "Find him, find him, find him, you must find him." The first beast, somehow still alive, says it looks like the second one was cursed. Another beast asks the leader for more power so they can prepare for what's coming. A little impatient, the dragon tells them to calm down. They shouldn't speak so much without the leader's permission. Then the leader says the time has come and reveals his face. The North Korean man welcomes him and even offers the whole city for him to use as he wishes. As payment for that gift, the leader decides to grant him the first one's power. This time, it won't be limited to his left arm. He'll be able to use it through his whole body. After a painful transformation, the man's suit turns black. Then the leader declares this place is holy land, and all its people will become his servants. With that, a giant upside-down cross appears overhead. Once it activates, the monsters feel their power rise at once, because this holy land works like a power amplifier for anyone under the leader's protection. As for the leader, speaking where no one can hear him, he announces that it's time to begin the holy war. Back with the supposedly dead guy, it turns out he survived. Another mystery the story never explains. Anyway, he's in the hospital being treated by a red-haired girl. Park is there too, shocked that the sergeant is still alive. But his biggest concern is that the United States government is stirred up over what happened and wants to see him right away. The girl says that even with her strong healing power, she can't finish that quickly. The protagonist calms her down and says he'll deal with the government to buy more time. Just as he's about to leave, the boy wakes up. He grabs MC's hand and asks to go with him. Their interactions are still pretty strange. Surprised, the captain warns him to be careful. He's way too injured to come along. The protagonist realizes his whole body feels much heavier than normal. Even so, when he sees Park leaving, he tries to follow him and falls off the bed. He catches him before it gets worse. Then comes an incredibly weird panel. After that odd moment, the boy keeps going like a stubborn old man. Park didn't want to bring him to the meeting, but he's too hard-headed, so he goes on his own. He trips and falls to the floor, and when he tries to get up, someone helps him. Looking closer, it's Jujae, who asks where he's going. Hearing her voice surprises him because he hadn't realized who was helping. He probably thought it was the protagonist. Jujae isn't the only one there. The others survived too, and that makes Genshin really happy. Even so, he's so focused on the meeting that he brushes past them. Annoyed, his future wife steps in front of him and tells him to behave. Hesitating, he asks her to let him through because it's important. An irritated Byron calls them trash and tells the elf and the others to stop getting in the way if they aren't helping. Angry, the elf snaps back because they were ordered not to let him leave the room. Watching this and remembering how things used to be with Byron, Jinsung starts making awkward comments, and Byron angrily tells him to shut up. Juye watches them, unsure what to do, but in the end she decides to help him get there anyway. He thanks her, making her blush. Then Park suddenly shows up and says he was taking too long. He figured that stubbornness wouldn't let him stay in bed. The protagonist smiles at him with shining eyes, and then MC smiles back before turning to lead them. Before entering the meeting room, the protagonist goes over to Juhee and apologizes for ending the call earlier. In a sarcastic tone, she says it's fine. She'll kill him later. Inside the room, people quickly start wondering if that weak-looking boy really had the strength to repel so many attacks. Was the information they had wrong? Once everyone takes their seats, Park apologizes to the protagonist for the inconvenience. They're there to decide what to do next after the death of the only SS rank and the non-stop attacks hitting both America and other countries. That was the plan, but some people were more interested in finding weak spots they could use for their own gain. That argument doesn't matter much, so let's skip ahead. We'll pick up from the moment the protagonist steps in. He warns them that the monsters from Daniel's book are extremely dangerous. Most of them are SS rank or even higher, but instead of focusing on those monsters, the people leading the meeting start arguing about Korea hiding the existence of a user. Lee tries to steer things back to what really matters, but since Korea doesn't have a president at that moment, no one takes him seriously. Fed up, Lee cuts in and says it's easy to talk about interests when their countries haven't suffered those attacks. A little shaken, Vladdy tells him to calm down. If this goes too far, it could start a war. The other country representatives twist Lee's words in a ridiculous way. Before things get worse, the protagonist cuts in and says he's had enough. Then he walks up to the platform and throws a sheet right in an old man's face. It's filled with data about the enemies he fought. Before leaving, he makes it clear he won't care if they get attacked. If they won't listen now, they better not come back crying later. After the protagonist threw that paper at one of the most important men in the United States government and stormed out while flipping them off, Lee quickly went after Jinsung and caught up to him fast. Angry, he scolded him for what he did and reminded him those people hold serious power. Feeling a little guilty, the boy apologizes. He says he only did it because they were treating them like trash, and he couldn't stand it. Lee answers, I get it. Just this once. I'll say you did the right thing. That leaves the boy speechless. His superiors excitedly praise the protagonist for a while. After that, they talk about why the beast might be attacking, and a few other things that aren't too important right now. The main point is that they fear Jinsung, because he can stand against threats that even all countries together couldn't beat. The protagonist understands that. Then he says he won't go against the laws. Lee repeats what he said before. This isn't just about destroying the threat. It's also a chance to gain world dominance. To do that, they need to reach their goal while losing as few talented people as possible. In the end, it's a clash of national pride. Then he asks the boy to give him something from his Edea, so he'll have a way to protect him if needed. Worried because he doesn't want to admit he's basically a killer out of control, the protagonist stays quiet for a moment. A few seconds later, he simply says he can fight on any battlefield, no matter who the enemy is. Lee thanks him for helping. That alone is enough. Honestly, it would have been better if the previous council had never learned that, but it doesn't matter now. Jinsung says that part doesn't bother him. All he wants is to destroy the enemy and bring things back to normal. With a serious look, the man tells him to calm down. By some miracle you survived. You shouldn't fight anyone until you recover. But I already told you. Rest until you're healed. For now, you did all you could. Even then, stubborn as ever, the protagonist keeps insisting he wants to fight. Vladdy cuts him off, saying that in his current state, he'd only be a burden. If he goes to the battlefield like this, he should think about the people who might die protecting him. After those harsh words, she gently touches his face. And just like that, it works. He finally agrees to stay behind and recover fully. As they get ready to leave, they mention they need to stay alert in case that dream about finding some unknown thing appears again. Curious, the boy asks what they mean. His superiors, a bit confused, explain the shared vision they all had, the one caused by the main enemy before he made the inverted cross appear in the previous video. Jinsung still doesn't understand why he never saw it. That surprises the adults. It might be a clue, but they don't have time to dig into it now. Before they part, the old man asks the protagonist to form a team. He can even choose anyone from anywhere in the world. That catches Jinsung off guard. But just when he's about to keep playing dumb, he's left alone because his superiors have things to do. As he stands there wondering what to do, someone speaks to him. Startled, he asks if she wasn't supposed to be gone already. Out of nowhere, she tells him he should cry sometimes instead of always pretending to be strong. Jinsung tries to deny it, but Juya hugs him and tells him he's done a great job all this time. Without understanding why, tears start pouring down the face of the most feared killer in anime. Sometime later, we see a plane heading to Korea. Inside, the protagonist asks the guys who were with him in New York to join his team. The skinny one sweetly asks, "Weren't we already a team before?" Caught off guard, the protagonist quickly corrects himself. Then he asks them to please keep lending him their strength. As tempting as the offer sounds, both boys turn him down, and both have fair reasons. One of them just doesn't think he's good enough to be on a team with Jinsung. The other outranks the protagonist and doesn't want to take orders from someone below him, especially someone who beat his current leader during the school training. The protagonist understands both sides, so he smiles and tells them not to stop growing. He hopes they can work together someday. About a week after the protagonist returns to South Korea, the city is already in chaos. Some people are marching in the villain's name, while others are trying to stop them. Regular citizens start wondering if they're actually at war because there are soldiers everywhere. Still, they try to reassure themselves by saying more troops should mean safer streets. The protagonist notices all this unrest and gets a little worried. Yue says that if people like them who've become so famous lately are out patrolling, maybe that will help calm everyone down a bit. Then a fan greets them and the girl kindly greets them back. Right after that, she apologizes to the boy because she and the Jade Goblin got all the credit for defeating the first one. She promises she'll clear that up when she gets the chance. Shyly, he asks her not to. He really doesn't want praise for that. After being a low-ranked student his whole life, being seen as a hero would feel too awkward. Then he asks where she's taking him that day. With a soft smile, she says they're going to an orphanage. It isn't far, so they should get there soon if they walk a little faster. He lags behind for a moment, then hurries to catch up to her. When they arrive, Jari is welcomed warmly by all the children there. While she spends time with them, Jinsung thinks to himself, "I never thought I'd end up back at an orphanage." Before he can say more, a kid interrupts him by calling him a weirdo. That immediately brings him down. Then the goddess tells him to step back a little because he's scaring the kids. When he still doesn't respond, they move away from him and go back to playing. While everyone else has fun, the protagonist studies each child and one of the kids' Adelas. When he realizes some of them already score better than his whole squad did, as children, he says he wants to recruit them. Then a tiny girl cuts in. Very politely, she asks why he's creeping on everyone. Surprised, Jinsung says that's not true. He's just doing his job. Then he asks who she is and why she isn't playing with the others. Full of energy, the little girl introduces herself as Jin-chan. "I see. My name is Jinsung. Nice to meet you." Acting haughty, the girl refuses his hand and says she doesn't greet weirdos or creeps. A little annoyed, he starts to tell her not to call him that. Then he gives up and sits beside her to keep watching the others. As he blushes over how good Yu is with children, the little girl watches him. Then she suddenly asks if that girl is his girlfriend. Nervous, he says no, but she doesn't buy it, because he was looking at her the way people do in romance movies. You don't have to hide it. If she's your girlfriend, that's not a problem. Well, not for you. Honestly, you don't seem good enough for her. Tell me, did you force her to date you? Answer me, weirdo creep. With a quick flick, the protagonist shuts her up. Then he tells her it's wrong to talk to adults without respect. Besides, he doesn't have to explain anything about his private life. With tears in her eyes, the girl warns that she'll go tell Yua and make the story sound even worse. Before she can run off, the protagonist grabs her arm and begs her not to. Looking deeply annoyed, she says she was only joking and that he didn't need to grab her so hard. Jinsung leans closer and tells her, "I know you're the one controlling the feelings of the children here. Even if they like Yui, those reactions are too strange. I say that because I know that feeling myself." A little frightened, the girl tries to deny it, but the protagonist writes out his Edea, so lying won't help. When the girl asks how he knows those things, he gets a little worried. Then he remembers she's just a child, and he's an adult, so he brushes it off by saying his skill lets him read Edea. Disappointed that that's all it is, Chan says those are basically stalker powers. Jinsung realizes the girl is going to keep acting like this no matter what he says, so he uses the one tactic that never fails, offering her ice cream. She agrees right away, even though they're not exactly close. Then she asks if he needs a daughter. She says she doesn't need a great dad, just someone who can get her out of there. And if he marries Juye, they'd be a perfect family. Still, she doesn't want to be a spoiled kid. She wants to fight and grow strong enough to kill the monster that murdered her parents. That's why she was so excited when she heard the great white jade goblin would come today. She feels bad for the other kids, but says her life in this place needs to end. Park turns serious, grabs her shoulders and tells her she's too young to carry thoughts like that. She tells him to let go, and says she doesn't care if he refuses to take her. Either way, she's leaving today. Then a notification cuts through the tense moment. He quickly apologizes to the girl and answers his phone. The caller asks if he's with Juyi. When he says yes, the redhead tells him that the plague has called a secret meeting with representatives from every country, and they need to report to the army medical room right away. Once the top officials gather, the man appears on Zoom and introduces himself as the leader of the plague. The room erupts in whispers. People thought the leader was supposed to be King in Yum, and with scales on his skin, some doubt he's even human. Someone tries to calm the room, saying he might be one of them, which would explain how he looks. Fed up with the chatter, the leader cuts in and says he came to offer them a chance. The world leaders snap back, telling him to bring out the real boss. They refuse to talk with a terrorist. The strange man just bursts out laughing at everyone there. When he settles down, he says he knows they all caught the hidden message. Believe it or not, he's the one who stands against everything humans believe. In their books, he has many names: Satan, Beelzebub, Lucifer, the Morning Star. Then he gets to the point. He's here with a threat dressed up as an offer. The leaders can't believe it and wonder if this lunatic is mocking them. He answers that by saying he'll show them what he can do. Then he uses an ability called Godslayer, and strange towers appear all over the world. They're made to trap extinct species inside them. The towers range from the most recently extinct creatures all the way back to the oldest ones, maybe even dinosaurs. Anyone who enters can't leave unless they reach the top floor and defeat the tower's master. The leaders finally panic when reports confirm towers are appearing across the world. Even Chile has several. One leader demands an explanation, but Lucifer only laughs at him. To himself, he says the warning has been delivered. The official who clashed with Park asks what he's trying to accomplish. Lucifer tells them to choose any tower, gather every artifact in the world, and offer them to it. After that, they'll receive the final revelation. That shocks the leaders. Handing over the artifacts is out of the question. They'd rather fight. Lucifer says he doesn't care. It's their choice, but they better not cry when his beloved beasts start taking over their countries. If they change their minds, they can pick a tower. He gives them 7 days. If they want, they can also try conquering the towers, and if they succeed, they can keep their artifacts. He also promises to stay in his current city forever without causing harm. Back with Park, he's shocked by what has appeared in front of them and asks the teacher to wait a moment. The kids are drawn in right away, excited by how incredible it looks. The teacher asks if he can analyze it. He says no. He tried the second it showed up. While he talks with the redhead, the children manage to open the door. Delighted, they say there must be fun things inside. Back at the meeting, an old official tells Lucifer they'll accept the condition of giving up the artifacts. But before the villain can answer, the adventurous kids run through one of the tower doors. The leaders are informed at once and told that someone has already tried to conquer a tower, so the game has begun. It makes no sense that someone fast enough to fight monsters would let these slow kids walk into an unknown place. The answer is simple: plot convenience. Anyway, she tries to stop them after they've already gone in, and only ends up holding one shoe, then looks worried like none of this was her fault. Trying to fix the mess, Juche tells Park she'll bring them back. He has to stay outside and not enter no matter what. His face says it all. He already knows he'll end up going in there too. The teacher, still on the phone, demands an update. He says the squad leader just entered the tower along with several orphanage children. Worried, the redhead tells them to wait and see if they come back out. If everyone rushes in and something dangerous attacks, Korea could lose 2 major fighters. Hearing them talked about like weapons makes Park furious, and he's about to unleash his killing intent. Right then, little Jin Chaon takes his hand and asks him to calm down. The feeling that runs through him is something he can't explain. He thanks her for whatever she just did, then says he'll take her somewhere safe because he's going to find her friends and the White Jade Goblin. Angry, the girl demands to go with him and help save them. Park refuses right away, saying she'd only get in the way. That only makes Jin Chaon madder. With one kick to the protagonist's chin, she breaks free and dashes toward the entrance. Like Julia should have done earlier, Park moves fast and stops her easily. But seeing how determined she is and knowing she'll go with or without him, he decides to take her along. That makes Jinsung light up, and she promises to obey him from now on. Before stepping into the unknown, MC tells the teacher he's going after Julia. Since he doesn't know if he'll be able to call again, he adds that there are 23 people inside, including them. The redhead angrily tells him not to do anything reckless, but he ignores her. Inside, they learn this is tower number 36,525, called the Tower of Reptiles. It doesn't take long to find Julia. The moment she sees him, she's stunned, then demands to know why he ignored her, and why he brought that little girl. Putting that aside, she asks him to check if his phone works. She's tried over and over and nothing. He checks and finds his doesn't work either, but he still reassures her. Before coming in, he warned his team, so maybe they can do something. Then he asks about the door. Did she try leaving through it? Annoyed, she says yes. That was the first thing she did. Park then asks if she brought any weapons. Julia asks if he's thinking about breaking it down. If so, she says she'll try first. In goblin mode, she unleashes a barrage of her strongest attacks on the lock, but no matter how hard she tries, she can't even scratch it. Frustrated, she decides that if she can't break it, she'll force it open. Then she shifts into Berserker Goblin mode and pulls on the locks with all her strength. When she finally gives up, she gets even angrier from embarrassing herself in front of Park and starts pounding the door for no reason. She's so blinded by rage that she doesn't hear him. Then Jinsung, her voice shaking, gets his attention. He quickly asks what's wrong, and the girl, even more frightened, says something is coming. When Park looks where she's pointing, he's stunned. He tries to get Juyen to look at him, but she's still mad and yells at him to stop bothering her. That ends fast when she sees the nearly endless wave of lizards rushing toward them. The children break down crying as the creatures close in. While Julia tries to calm them, Park figures out the best way to handle this. He has a bad feeling that beating these things will just make stronger ones appear. It may only be a guess, but he can't risk wasting too much energy. He also has to protect the children, so he can't move freely without hurting them. After thinking it through, he activates his killing intent and begins a brutal massacre of lizards. The children are terrified by the violence and start crying again. Jinsung sees how much trouble her friends are causing and realizes Julia can't protect them well if she can't move. So she uses an ability called God's Bipolarity. It calms the children down and leaves Julia stunned too. Meanwhile, Park keeps tearing through the creatures. For a moment, it looks like he might slip into a sadistic state, but Julia snaps him out of it before it goes too far. The protagonist tells her not to worry. He'll protect them no matter what. Help should arrive soon too. He also apologizes for scaring the children. He was trying to save energy, so he didn't wipe everything out in one attack. She says it's fine, though she has no idea how that little girl calmed everyone down. Still, she admits the child has been a huge help. Jinsung takes that chance to thank Julia and calls her mom. Julia's face is priceless. Then the girl adds that Park asked her to be his daughter. Even though he's a killer and a creep, she agreed because she liked him. MC panics and denies everything she says. Then he calls her out for lying, but Jinsung couldn't care less and keeps accusing him in front of Julia. Calling her mom sets Julia off, and she warns him they need to have a serious talk. Terrified, Park quickly apologizes and begs her to go easy on him. With a straight face, Julia tells him that next time he makes a huge choice like adopting a child, he needs to talk it over with his partner first. Without thinking, the protagonist says he will, then instantly takes it back. Too late. Now, he's basically married and already has a daughter. But enough jokes. Let's keep going. MC says he has never seen this many reptiles before. Iguanas, snakes, even crocodiles keep coming. He's strong and controls his energy well, but the non-stop fighting is wearing him down. It's almost 3 in the morning, and the swarms still won't stop. Julia asks why he doesn't just scare them off with his killing intent. He says he's been trying for a while, but it does not work on these beasts. Checking the time, he says there are only 4 minutes left. Then they explain the pattern. The animals keep spawning for an hour, stop for 10 minutes, and start again with a slightly stronger species each time. That cycle has repeated for hours. Once the last 4 minutes pass, the attacks finally stop. Knowing he has a short break, Park dismisses his weapons to rest for those 10 minutes. Still, one thought keeps bothering him. What if no help comes? He is not sure how many more waves he can hold off while protecting everyone. Later, the barrier is still being slammed by the reptiles without pause. Inside, Julia and the children are resting. He, meanwhile, is fighting to stay awake so he can keep guarding them. Then he hears his fiancée calling for him in panic. He snaps awake and realizes he had fallen asleep, and the barrier was starting to break down. Alarmed, he tries to rebuild it right away, but Julia tells him not to. He has already done enough. Now it is his wife's turn to handle things for a while. Blushing, Park refuses, saying that duty belongs to the man of the house. Julia brushes that aside and reminds him they only need to hold on until help arrives, so he has to trust her. Then she tells their daughter to put her father to sleep for a bit so mom can take over. Julia obeys at once and knocks the protagonist out in seconds. As gently as possible, the goddess walks up to him, kisses him, and says it is her turn to protect them. Outside the towers, the entrances have been sealed so untrained civilians do not run into danger. In Korea, keeping order falls to regular soldiers and an elite unit too, the same one that seemed nearly wiped out before. The teacher, or doctor if you prefer, leaves the area around one tower after finishing the outer perimeter, trusting the rest to the soldiers. Later, she arrives where Captain Sun-ye is waiting, and he welcomes her with respect. From behind them, the leader of the first years, now second years, shouts that they have to save Captain Park and his fiancée. Dean tells him to stop making a scene for once. That comment is backed up by Lin, who agrees completely. Then the teacher explains the situation facing the two squad members. She also says that ever since these towers appeared, no one who entered has come back alive. Still, they have noticed one thing. Every hour, a tower gains another floor, but if everyone inside dies, it shrinks back to its original size. The towers appeared just a day ago, and many countries rushed people in without understanding the danger. Because of that, they have lost nearly 80% of their armies. After hearing that, Captain Sun-ye asks how many floors the tower holding their teammates has right now. The teacher says somewhere between 30 and 40. That means they have managed to stay alive this whole time. That news eases everyone a little. Even so, the captain says that is the least he would expect from his training partner. Knowing that entering one of these towers is almost suicide, the teacher gives them a chance to back out if they are afraid to die. No one is being forced to join this mission. Sun-ye says everyone there is ready to help. The teacher warns them again. The threat they are walking into could be disaster class, maybe even beyond SSS. If anyone wants to stay behind, they still can. More fired up than ever, the squad says they are ready. Many of them lost family during the winged lion attack, but one member of that same battalion stood alone against the beast, and because of that, many more people survived. So now they will all go help Park and Captain Jue, the White Jade Goblin. Not just because they are teammates, but because they are family. After that, Sun-ye orders the whole squad to get ready for battle. The redhead cannot believe what she just saw. One thing is certain, she refuses to lose any of these kids. Back inside the tower, Cheon is crying and screaming as she tries to wake Park. When he finally gets up, he asks how long he was asleep. She cannot answer, and only keeps apologizing through her tears. Fearing the worst, he tells her to calm down, stop crying if she can, and explain what happened. Then in panic, he yells for everyone to stop crying. Cheon blurts out that Jue told her not to wake him, so it is not her fault. She was only obeying. Then he hears Jue telling him to stop pressuring the children. They did nothing wrong, and if he makes them cry again, he will answer to their mother. Stunned, Park asks if she is okay. As she walks toward him, she says yes, then stumbles and falls right onto MC. Before passing out, she tells him she is fine, she just needs some rest. She also says she protected them for more than 10 hours, so she did a great job and deserves some praise. Park wants to scold her for pushing herself that far, but after what she did, he cannot bring himself to say it. After laying her down on the floor, something huge appears, a massive dinosaur. Without wasting a second, it attacks him, but he does not even flinch and stops it cold. With one look, he makes it clear he is about to tear it apart. Still, knowing how drained he is, Park says he needs a little help first. While shielding everyone with Omnivore, he asks Cheon if she can force his mind into a much darker state. She hesitates at first because she can see a dangerous aura trying to break out of him. But things are too bad now, and there is no other choice. The protagonist urges her to do it. There is barely any time left. Worried, she agrees, but only if he promises to survive it. Smiling, he gives her his word. Then the girl uses her skill, God's Bipolarity, sending the hero into his subconscious. There, his own killing intent disgusts him so much that he forces himself back out. Certain he can handle it, he tells Cheon to release all of it at once, so this ends faster. Determined, the girl uses her skill again. This time, a black aura starts pouring off Park until it swallows him completely. He returns to his subconscious, but now he feels perfectly calm. When he faces his killing intent, he sees it is still disgusting. Even so, he refuses to be controlled by it again. So he takes command of that power, at least in a symbolic way, that causes his Edea to evolve into planned murder, a class he thinks may be above SSS. It also lets him control both his urge to kill and his emotions. Since his body was not in perfect shape, the skill starts adjusting it to match the power. In other words, if he had a broken bone that would weaken the Edea, the skill heals it so he can use the full 100%. After a painful stretch, the process finally seems to end. In a cold voice, he thanks the girl, then he places a hand on the dome created by Omnivore. Once he senses where the lizard is, he changes the dome and destroys the Tyrannosaurus Rex in one clean move with almost no effort. Not satisfied, he uses even more power to make sure it never gets back up. The frightened children point out that it was already dead, so that was overkill. Focused on his goal, Park remembers the teacher once asked if he could analyze the Edea behind all this. He could not before, but with his new power he finally can. He learns the towers came from an unknown class Edea called Kill the Gods. To escape this tower, he has to clear its stages. Right now, he still has 3 stages left before reaching the top floor. A little scared, Cheon asks MC if he is really still the same person. Without answering her, he orders Omnivore to protect everyone. Before the covering fully closed around them, he says goodbye to the goddess. Once Omnivore finished the barrier, he activated another skill, Murder Assistance, Bone Network. As you may remember, this is the power he used to humiliate that lion before. Since he has no weapons right now, he chooses to use a bone in particular, a rib with high combat power. Holding it, he walks up to one of the tower walls. Then he unleashes a storm of strikes that seem to do nothing at first, but then a crack opens up. That alone is enough for him to blow it wide open with his new skill, Tebeo, which keeps any wound from healing and forces it to spread. The damage shakes the entire tower. Out of nowhere, what looked like a female monster starts coming out of the wall. No time for distractions. Park destroys it instantly. That lets him clear several stages at once. Realizing he found a loophole, he keeps repeating the trick for hours. When only 5 stages remain, he gets tired of doing it that way and says he will jump straight to the final stage. Then he prepares to use his full power. The skill strengthens every muscle in his body, and once he is ready, he drives in the finishing blow. Before we see the result, the story cuts to the hero's friends. The first year, or rather, that black-haired guy is bothering Baizun for moving too slowly, and it is really getting on his nerves. Just then, the girl who is always with Sun Ye warns that something strange is happening inside the tower. Baizun looks shaken and admits the thought of what is happening in there terrifies him. As Sun Ye carries the teacher, she looks at the tower and realizes the kids seem to have reached its final stage. The captain asks what they know about that level. The teacher says many people have reached it, but no one has ever survived whatever waits inside. If they do not hurry, this could be their last stage. Knowing that, the group rushes forward faster. When they get close to the entrance, someone welcomes them. Looking carefully, they realize it seems to be the protagonist in his crazed state, happy to see more prey nearby. Then we cut back to where we were before all that. The boy dismisses his weapon as he reaches the top floor. Then he notices a staircase starting to come down. From it, what looks like the tower's final boss appears. Without wasting a second, Jinsung analyzes the enemy. His name is Armor King Isaac, and his Edea is disaster rank, just like his attack power. His skill can ignore all normal physical damage. He can also change the temperature around him however he wants, and anyone he marks as a target cannot defend themselves. On top of that, a single touch can destroy the enemy's immune system. Oddly, Isaac seems confused about where he is. From the way he talks, it is clear he has no idea what is going on. Jinsung asks if this is the last reptile he has to fight, but before Isaac can answer, the bone net snaps around him and traps him. Isaac seems to recognize the boy's bone ability, but instead of saying how, he asks where he is right now. Touching his ear, the protagonist says that does not matter. He is about to kill him. Right after that, he summons a backup version of Omnivore. A second later, he unleashes a huge attack at old Isaac. Since he could not move, Isaac takes it head-on and says he will not die. That gets on the boy's nerves. He quickly fires part of his bone structure at the enemy, then tells Omnivore to strengthen it and link the attack together. It quickly merges with the bones, revealing a powerful weapon called Cola, which he uses to strike the enemy a second time. To everyone's surprise, the impact shatters the structures and frees Isaac from the restraints. The monster then crushes what is left of Jinsung's skill and asks if that was all. If so, then tell me where I am. Before answering, the boy thinks to himself that it is incredible how Isaac really can block every attack. He seems like the kind of enemy who never stops pressuring you. After finishing his read, Jinsung says out loud that he found a way to beat him. Isaac is surprised to see him smiling after all that. Is he really not afraid? He is, but says there is nothing he cannot kill if he has enough time. Here we learn another condition of his skill, Merciless Plan. It lets him find a way to kill his opponent as long as there is at least a 1% chance. If that tiny chance exists, fighting and analyzing can raise it. Seeing that Jinsung will not answer his question, Isaac watches him for a moment. Then he suddenly points at him and says he recognizes those bones. The owner of that power was the one who sealed them away. The protagonist says he has no idea what Isaac means. He just borrows them from something or someone, but he does not know where they really come from. Angry now, the monster says he has a lot of hate built up. A lot of hate. We were cast out. The sudden drop in temperature from his aura alone makes the remains of the protagonist's skills nearby fall apart. Then he launches a freezing attack at his enemy. The boy quickly tells Omnivore to protect him, but it is useless. Any defensive skill is shut down. Once he realizes that, he has no choice but to charge forward and attack to avoid the cold. The best defense is offense. Isaac takes advantage of him rushing in and fires a solid ice attack. He barely avoids it, but even the slightest touch from the ice freezes his leg and locks him in place. Unable to move, he watches the monster walk toward him. Once he gets close enough, he grabs him by the throat, but instead of killing him, asks again where they are. Smiling, Jinsung asks what will happen if he does not answer. Will Isaac kill him? Using both his temperature control and the skill that destroys the enemy's immune system, Isaac deals heavy damage to the boy. Just when it looks like Jinsung might give up, he smiles again and says the odds have gone up. The monster asks why he keeps laughing. Does he not understand he is going to die? The chance of killing Isaac has now risen to 3%. Calmly, the protagonist explains his plan to Isaac, then says reading an Edea is not as great as it sounds. What really helps is experiencing the enemy's powers for himself, because that lets him understand them better. With his sword, he launches an attack that hits the man's armor and actually leaves a wound. Shocked because it makes no sense, Isaac lets him go. Blood? How did that happen? My scales should be impossible to pierce. Jinsung says the chance of killing him has now reached 10%. He also created a weakness by focusing all his power on one single point. Now realizing this fight is more dangerous than expected, the monster backs away a little. The F-rank killer sounds disappointed, saying he still did not deal the damage he wanted. Just breaking through the scales is not enough. He is not done yet. Then he keeps Isaac's wound open and slowly makes it worse. That pushes the odds up to 25%, certain he is taking control of the fight. The boy tells him to get ready, because soon he will vanish from this miserable tower. Meanwhile, outside the tower, when Lee heard about Yuji and Sun Ye entering it, he did not send extra support. Instead, he decided it would help more to clear other towers, so he teamed up with the United States and got to work. He and the vampire entered a tower that had already reached its final phase because the delay had gone on too long. If the last soldier died, the tower would reset. Once inside, we learn this place is called the Tower of Insects. There, they find someone who seems to be the last survivor. He complains that they arrived late but still thanks them, because now his comrades will not have died for nothing. Lee promises to finish the job. As soon as he says that, the man dies on the spot. It seems the only thing keeping him alive was the need to make his friends' deaths matter. Lad warns everyone who entered to stay alert, because the enemy is right in front of them. When Lee looks up, he sees an insect child, thrilled by the slaughter he caused. His name is Ryok, the Insect King. From the rest of the details, we learn he is one of those beings forced by someone's power to guard the final floor. These higher beings are called Pico. The Korean cannot believe that such a small thing killed more than 200 S-rank people by itself. Thanks to the vampire's instincts, the others manage to get ready for the fight in time. The creature shows its true form, and we are told that anything it sees as food can be devoured. And yes, that really means anything. Knowing this battle will be brutal, Lee uses his Edea at full power from the start. When the bug sees him, it imagines an amazing meal. Angered, Lee appears in front of it in a blink and cuts it in half. Not satisfied with that, he uses one of his sword skills, making the wound multiply until the enemy is torn to pieces. The elite squad is happy to see the fight end so quickly. Then they hear sickening sounds. When they turn around, they see the monster regenerating like nothing happened. Lee cannot believe it is real. Then he loses sight of the bug, and it uses that chance to appear in front of the elite group and butcher them in an instant. Lee breaks into a cold sweat because he could not follow its movements. The Insect King, meanwhile, thinks it still is not enough, so it goes after the vampire. She turns into a bat to dodge the strike and blocks its view, giving Lee an opening. He instantly gets the plan and uses his speed to destroy the enemy again. As she takes shape again, Vladdy says that thing is far too strange, and just like that, it starts regenerating again. Lee tells the vampire to stay sharp. He will keep attacking and force it until they figure out what is happening. The girl agrees and summons her demonic troops to help. Without wasting more time, they all attack together. The bug dodges Lee's first strike, then tries to counterattack. Before it can hit him, one of Vladdy's creatures stops it. Actually, several of them do. The old man thanks her, and she tells him to be more careful. For now, she will keep it busy, while he finds a way to kill it. Then the monster senses something coming, and when it turns around, it sees a huge ship trying to swallow it. Like it is nothing. The bug smashes the ship in half with one blow. Here we learn its power can multiply, because its skill will not let it be weaker than other beings. The samurai's shocked face is priceless. Excited that it can keep fighting, the king turns its eyes to the remaining members of the elite clan. They try to stay calm, but once it starts slaughtering them, their line breaks and the whole place falls into chaos, making the insect's job even easier. With one hand, Lee saves one of his allies, and with the other, he tries to cut the bug down. It easily jumps back far enough to avoid the strike. Like it is playing with a toy, it lifts the ship it destroyed earlier and tries to slam it into the samurai. Vladdy tells him to take it away from her so more people do not die. Angry that he has been outmatched by a mere child in every way, Lee slowly walks toward it and tells the creature to hand back the ship it is holding, because it belongs to him. The vampire warns him not to fight alone. This isn't the sea, so a one-on-one battle could backfire. He tells her to relax. If he can bring the sea here, he can fight on his terms. She has no idea what he means, so he explains that he used to have a normal power. Then he trained past his limits, and almost nobody knows it. This is his real power, a stronger form of his ability. Ready to move, he tells the monster, the real fight starts now. Out of nowhere, he pulls out a diary. It can copy the power of anything it sees for a while. Right now, it holds the bear summon he fought earlier. Without wasting a second, he tells his partner to get every survivor out if they don't want to drown. The vampire agrees and tells him to crush the roach while she handles the others. Come here. With those words, that monster starts to appear. Acting like usual, it says something smells good, but it can't tell where it's coming from. The Korean tells it to look at its feet. Then it notices it stepped on the king, who quickly started biting it. The little bear yanks its paw back, then angrily starts pounding the bug because it hates being messed with. While that happens, the sailor tells Vladdy to get ready. Then he shouts at the bear to bring the sea here. The summon obeys right away and starts flooding everything. The elite members are lifted above the water by the vampire, but the roach ends up swallowing a few liters of salt water. Lily thanks the bear, then warns the Insect King. He's about to meet the rest of the ships under her command. Before the battle ends, the story cuts outside the tower. It goes to the spot where that man showed up. One asks whose blood is all over him. The man casually checks his clothes and says they feel a little sticky. The teacher who just arrived thinks to herself she doesn't know the two people with him, but they seem dangerous. Shaken and angry, Duan asks again whose blood that is and where the guards went. After laughing, the man answers, everyone who was here is dead. Furious, Duan starts walking toward him. Seeing that, the man opens the tower door and before going in, tells them he'll be waiting inside. Without hesitating, they all rush after him to find out what happened there. Back with the Insect King, it gets blasted by the fleets summoned by Lee, and they tear it apart. Even so, the insect's power won't let it die unless it takes damage it has never felt before. Just as Lee is about to finish the king with one of his strongest ships, he notices another enemy nearby. The man asks why he has no mercy for children. Doesn't he like them? The vampire instantly rushes the newcomer. As she goes, she tells Lee to finish the Insect King fast. Even with several attackers coming at him at once, the man dodges them all. Then he activates an Edea, unlike the one we saw before. This one affects not just the elite group but Vladdy, the ships, and even Lee's bear. Everyone starts turning on each other. After dodging an attack from one of her own subordinates, the vampire tells them to disable the Edeas. The villain quickly appears behind her. Confidently, he says she's always been a problem for his organization because of that stupid power no mortal could get through. But now he's not the same as before, and it's time to make her pay for everything. Lee knows he can't kill the Insect King with his ships anymore because he no longer controls them, so he dismisses all his summons before they hurt his allies. What worries him most is the enemy's regeneration. If it recovers again, they may not stop it this time. Then he asks the North Korean if what he used on them is some kind of mind control power. The man bursts out laughing and ignores the question, saying he only came to talk. The Korean tells him that looking different changes nothing. Covered in tattoos or not, he's still not worth much. I don't think you get it. Then he summons a giant sword and before anyone can react, he drives it through the Insect King, destroying it in one hit. Elsewhere, the protagonist keeps attacking Isaac without letting up. While defending himself, Isaac says those bones look familiar. Park says he knows nothing about that, but Isaac should die quickly because he's getting annoying. The reptile wraps his tail around the boy's sword and says it's time to show his true power, then shatters it. And that's not all. When the copy of Omnivore breaks, the original disappears too, leaving the kids unprotected. Seeing Park's concern, Isaac asks if he really cares that much. Would it be so bad if those children died? The protagonist answers that he'll kill Isaac before that happens. The bug-like enemy tells him to try. Then he rushes at the children at top speed. Park can't keep up because of the ice left in his path, so he tries to protect the kids with his bones. But Isaac cancels any defense, so it fails right away. Before the villain reaches them, MC uses murder assistance and brings out a special item. It can grow as long as someone is looking at it. We're also told it once belonged to someone called the Ghost of Darkness. Isaac seems to recognize what's in front of him. When he tries to break it, he gets pushed back because only someone stronger than its former owner can damage it. Before Isaac notices, Park gets close enough and drives the dagger into the wound he made earlier. After that, the chance of killing the lizard rises to 50%. Even so, he knows he can't keep up the pressure much longer. Knowing that, he moves through the cloak to ask Jinsung for help. She follows him right away. At once, she notices how badly the enemy is hurt. Then Park puts a hand on her shoulder and asks for her energy or for her to make him feel like he still hasn't hit his limit. She's startled at first, but understands she has to help. After recovering some strength, he thanks the girl and charges at Isaac to end the fight with his last bit of power. Back with Lee, he can't believe what he just saw. Why did that man kill the bug? Weren't they on the same side? The North Korean tells him to calm down. He already said he only wanted to talk, and with that thing around they couldn't, so he got rid of it. Then Lee says he wants to end this fight right now, but the other man tells him to take it easy. He knows Lee wants to leave and save Park, but he won't make it. Then he asks if Lee wants to know why his boss ordered the towers to be attacked. Thinking he might learn something useful, Lee keeps listening and asks if that boss means the one calling himself Satan. Exactly, that one. He says creating dangerous towers and wiping out most of the world's strongest fighters with that plan alone was genius, but someone kept getting in the way. Student Park. He killed the strongest beast from Daniel's book, and the boss decided it was better to deal with him now before he becomes a bigger threat. Lee says there's no way Satan can reach where the protagonist is right now. The man says he's wrong. In fact, his boss will meet him very soon. At that moment, the boy is about to finish Isaac. His planned kill chance is almost at 100%, but seconds before he can land the final stab, the villain fights back by setting him on fire, revealing he can use not just ice but fire too. Right then, those guys who seem familiar arrive, along with the brat, happy that they made it just in time. Lee fires back that it's impossible for Satan to move without the International Crisis Cooperation Agency noticing. The North Korean says they knew that from the start, so they took plenty of precautions. First, when Lee fought the bear at the airport, that was just a distraction, so their group could kidnap Park's uncles from the psychiatric hospital. Lee is about to ask why they took them, but then he hears the name of the boy Bayan met at the tower entrance and is stunned. The villain says that was their second trick. Since people have been watching his group's faces closely, they used someone from the other team. Then he adds that his own job was just to stall for time, and now that he's done that, he'll be leaving. Back with Bayan, he realizes this is not the boy he met before. The man mocks the accusation, then admits Bayan is right. He killed the owner of that skin and wore it to blend in with them. Still, he says they shouldn't worry, because everyone there will join him soon enough. After seeing the self-proclaimed Satan's scaly skin, Isaac asks if they're the same species, and if so, whether there are more like them on the surface. Annoyed, the villain tells him not to compare him to exiled trash. He planned to kill all the Tower Guardians eventually, but not at that moment. Scared out of his mind, Isaac tells him to calm down. He understands the plan and won't interfere, since it will even help those trapped in these places. Satan can't believe a lower being thinks it can use him for its own gain. Even so, he lets Isaac live because he's in a good mood after finding the artifact and the being who will trigger the prophecy. While Park's uncles watch, the villain says it makes no sense to think the person who killed several of the monsters from Daniel's book and made him step in personally was beaten by a simple lizard like Isaac. Then the boy walks up, but he is not after him right now. He needs the little girl he calls the prophet. Before MC could react, the villain grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. Park tried to move, but he was still frozen in shock and dropped to the floor, helpless. There, the villain brings out something called the Old Testament. Her rank is unknown, and it is still incomplete, so he needs someone who can block the true original book. The girl begs him to help the others, but Isaac stops them, telling everyone to stay calm and watch history be written with their own eyes. Without care, Satan throws Park toward the artifact and says he knows what to do, and if he refuses, everyone there will die until he uses his powers. Terrified, the little girl screams for him to save her, but no matter how hard he tries, he still cannot move. Even so, he refuses to give up, or at least that is what he thought, until his uncle stepped in. It turns out he never killed them as a child. He only left them badly wounded, and now they greet him with a creepy smile. The teacher, who is also there, wonders how and why those men showed up. Before she can figure it out, the White Jade Goblin reacts. Seeing Captain Park in danger, the zombie group leader tries to rush in and help. Captain Sek stops him at once, warning that they cannot beat any of these enemies. In fact, he is not even sure he could get close without dying. Meanwhile, the protagonist's uncles are beating him brutally. One uncle, furious, says he used to have more courage back then. He even managed to cut his tendons. Now he looks like nothing more than an insect waiting to be crushed. With tears in her eyes, little Jinsung begs them to stop. Please, stop hitting him. He did nothing wrong. Taking advantage of that moment, the scaly bastard grabs her by the head and tells her this is all her fault. They will beat him to death unless she uses her powers to help. In the middle of his pain, Park looks at all his friends. Seeing Jinsung cry, he asks why she is in tears. He looks at Bayan and the others and asks why they are making those faces. Then he tells a desperate Juhai not to look at him. He does not want them to see him like this. Right on the edge of death, his killing intent starts to slip out of control. He tries to stay calm, but holding it back is almost impossible. In the end, he realizes this is the only way out, so he lets the killing intent take over. That is the point where things are about to get serious. In an instant, he snaps back and slices off his uncle's foot, then slowly rises. Joshi shouts for him not to do it, not to let his power consume him. But it is already too late. What is standing there now is no longer Park. Satan quickly senses the change. The moment he recognizes that energy, he charges and yells, asking why he is here, and swearing revenge for his kind. But before he can strike, MC cuts his throat with the dagger. A second later, the head of the lizard that gave him so much trouble hits the ground. Seisom sees an opening to beat the enemy and rushes toward Park, telling him to leave it to him and let his wounds be healed. Out of control, he attacks him and leaves him badly hurt. The teacher runs over to the captain and heals him fast, saving his life. The zombie group cannot believe what they just saw. They wonder if he lost his memories from the beating. It makes sense, they have never seen him like this before. Park's power is so wild that it melts the material Satan used to create the towers. It simply cannot hold that much energy. The villain realizes things are getting worse than expected, so he summons the first beast from the Book of Daniel. To our surprise, it is the North Korean man. Not only that, he is a disaster rank Edea with life force tied to his master. Confident, the man says he is glad to see him again. But the protagonist stays completely silent, which annoys him enough to complain to Satan. After watching them for a while, Park takes one step forward. That alone is enough to shake Satan, and he orders his first beast to destroy MC before he turns this land into a sea of blood. The North Korean thinks that sounds extreme, but he agrees to obey. Then his uncles step into his path. So, now recovered, yells at the protagonist not to kill again. These people caused his trauma, but he should not answer with the same cruelty. Holding his knife, Park answers, "Trauma? You are wrong. They are my motivation." Then he moves in a flash and cuts both men apart. As he stands before his uncles, we learn that his star rank and overall combat ability are currently unknown. The North Korean quickly sets up the battlefield. With one raised hand, he activates a skill called Armageddon, making meteors rain across the entire area. Under that attack, the world starts to feel like the holy city of Satan, the place where the inverted cross once rose. At the same time, the villain activates part of his Edea, weakening humans and boosting those blessed by the inverted cross. That shift weakens everyone there except Park. Even Satan is stunned. He says he took in all the knowledge in the world to ascend, yet this is something new. What is MC supposed to be? The madman does not even react to the villain's words. Angry Satan shouts that it does not matter whether he speaks or not. He has already won this war. Then he calls every monster from the Book of Daniel to gather there, and just like that, they all appear. The cat, who once suffered because of the protagonist's transformation, says he is glad to see him again. But this time, the protagonist has gone past the point of no return. MC is so far gone that he even holds the dagger in a strange way. Putting that aside, the lion suddenly stomps down. He keeps smiling and stops the beast's paw with one arm. The three-headed tiger, who has never met the protagonist before, asks why everyone is making such a big deal out of him. Weren't they there to rule over all? The dragon tells him to be quiet, saying that if he wants to live, they should focus on sealing that human. Once the beast managed to pin him down, the villain reminds the little girl that all of this is happening because she refuses to use her powers. The meteor rain killing people everywhere, and the arrival of those monsters. He says all of it is her fault. No matter how much blame they pile on her, she still refuses to use her powers because she senses something terrible will happen. With everything she has, she screams for Park to save her. He seems to hear her, because his killing intent starts forcing its way out between the fingers holding him down. The North Korean notices and tells Satan to hurry things up. Satan agrees, and they order the tiger to roar. It does, and we learn that its roar can control anyone with a weak mind. Park struggles against it for a few moments, but it is useless, and he ends up under its control. Out of his mind, he walks to the Old Testament and touches it, pouring more of his power into it. The book opens to a page with a dragon on it, and then that dragon becomes the cover. The item's new name is Codex Gigas. Its rank is unknown, and it can slowly turn a world into literal hell. Whoever holds it also gains total control over that hell. As expected, the villain is thrilled that he unlocked the artifact. Full of confidence, he declares himself the strongest being in the world, the true Satan on Earth. Since this marks the start of the end, the king of the locusts, Abaddon, appears. Of course, Redfoot summoned him. Without these conditions, that would have been impossible. Abaddon quickly kneels before his new master, though he soon complains when he sees his own unit was not the only one summoned. Then we are shown another race, or something like that, appearing too, and not just that. There are 200 million of them, and each one is rank A, just like the locusts. King Abaddon complains because these leaderless troops are a mess, but then he notices that the guide of those knights is there. Angry, he orders him to summon every locust he can to help. At first, the king does not understand why they need so many troops, but after a harsh threat, the dragon promises to do it. Meanwhile, Park blasts away the claws of all the beasts. The poor dog gets it worst of all. MC drives straight through its leg, then he charges at the strongest presence he can feel there. Abaddon orders several of his men to stop him. Of course, none of them can match our favorite killer, and he wipes out most of them with ease. A little worried now, Satan tells the lion to make a record of what he is seeing, because this is new knowledge and he wants it. Then he says he will test his powers on the humans of that land. Using his book, he casts a skill called Abyssal Seal. It breaks down the target's physical body at the molecular level and sends their spirit to hell. While trapped there, the target creates a version of hell from their own unconscious mind and can only escape by overcoming it. Otherwise, they stay there forever. Even though you might think Park would be immune, he is not. He also gets disintegrated on the spot. The villain wishes him luck on the journey, though he is sure he will never come back. Then the story shifts to the past of a being born as a mutant. That being slaughtered both demons and humans, then absorbed their powers. He became so powerful that he was named the next god of darkness. Later, he had a son, who never understood why they were always on the run from everyone. His father told him it was because he had killed many villains in the past. Even so, good people started fearing his power too, and in the end, they wanted him dead. Most people killed just to stay alive. Right after saying that, the boy's father was ambushed and killed by the people of that time. After seeing it happen, the boy swore he would kill every human just to survive. From that moment on, the child who had lived while running from death became death itself. He wiped out 80% of humanity, and even that wasn't enough. Then he turned his eyes toward the heavens. The rulers of that realm noticed him too. They tricked him into entering their domain and turned him into their strongest weapon of death. This is the record of the death demon that was erased from the world. Back to the main character, he has been fighting the god from his past for 1,000 hours, but no matter how many enemies he kills, he still can't escape. After 2,000 hours, he faces his Season 1 self, beats him too, and still remains trapped. That goes on until hour 43,799, when the men who were about to kill his parents appear. Desperate, he asks what he has to do to get out. Then his father's voice suddenly answers. He doesn't have to do anything. If he wants freedom, he just has to be free. Jinsung is shocked to hear a familiar voice. Then his emotions crash. He says freedom feels impossible because he can't control his own power. At that moment, Captain Sun Yai appears and reminds him of his goal to prove that all souls are equal and that everyone sets their own limits. Jimjae is there too, inside his mind, and tells him that once he knows what he truly wants, nothing else should matter. He taught her that himself, so he can't forget it now. Her words bring tears to our favorite killer. Then someone appears who changed the main character's life forever. Yes, the little dog along with his younger self. Just like before, the child rushes at him. But now he understands he can't keep running from his past selves, because good or bad, they made him who he is. So instead of attacking, he hugs him, accepting that every version is still him, and if he can't accept himself, he'll never be free. Once his mind clears, an energy like killing intent starts to cover him. Even so, he stays calm and says he hasn't felt this light in a very long time. Then we get a legend saying that the death demon, with an unknown Edea rank, had awakened to destroy the evil of a god on Earth. His clothing makes it clear that he is now the successor to the death demon from that earlier story. Along with that comes the power, or rather the authority to kill anything. If the enemy is far stronger, their levels will balance so he can still fight. With that, the main character finally leaves Hell after 43,800 hours and returns to where he was before. Things look bad, but it clearly sets up the best season yet. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Season 2. After Satan activated the code Gigas, the earth was tainted by filth and fire that would not go out. By the time the first human beat Hell and returned, the creatures changed by that corruption had already taken over the world. Even though most of humanity came back from Hell in a little over a year, only 1/3 of the original population survived. Park Jinsung, who had just returned after spending more than 5 years in Hell, wondered what had happened. It almost felt like he was still trapped there. He had noticed signs that people had been taking supplies, but even after walking for a long time, he still hadn't found a single human. Then Omnivore gets his attention and points something out. When the boy realizes it's a person, he rushes over and asks if he's okay. It doesn't take long for him to notice the man's many wounds. It looks like some beast bit him all over and left him alive on purpose. The man keeps repeating the word them, and just before dying, he begs him to go to the bank and save his wife. Park tries to learn more about what's happening in the world, but it's useless. The man dies right there. Switching scenes, we move to the city bank, the same place where the main character first lost control. Here a girl is moving at incredible speed, and seconds later, she lands a heavy hit on her opponent. That seems to win the fight, and the crowd goes wild. Even though she's at her limit, the announcer, who to our surprise is a filthy rat of a man, says there are still more matches and tells everyone to place their bets. The crowd, completely fired up, demands that the girl get back up and entertain them more. According to the rat, her next opponent is a weapon made by his master. Can the current champion survive another round? Through tears, she begs them to stop. The rat kicks her in anger and orders her to stand. He says she has no right to ask for a break today because her husband was hurt, and that made his master furious. The crowd pushes the announcer to start the match. Nervously, he asks for patience and says he's having a technical discussion with the human. Then the main character shows up and asks what's going on in this place. Why were so many monsters gathered here? And was this because of Satan's power? The rat asks if he's a new fighter. He ignores him and notices the huge man beside him and how drugged up he looks. Before he can react, he has to get ready to dodge or block a blow. Calmly, he asks Omnivore to help, then stops the punch. The announcer is stunned, but when he hears the crowd wondering if they should pull their bets, he introduces the newcomer as a new fighter. He really doesn't like the idea, but ends up going along with it. Then the rat says it's a surprise event and that betting will continue. The girl wonders who this newcomer is, but there's no time to think. Park Jinsung dodges, and with one strike boosted by Omnivore, destroys the giant. After that, he looks at the girl and tells her to run. She asks how he knows that. Without hesitation, he says he can read her thoughts, so she should start running, because he'll be fine. After wiping away her tears, she apologizes and starts building speed. As she circles around the park, the crowd goes crazy and screams for her to kill him already. To the woman's surprise, the boy matches her speed. While they run, he asks why she never escaped if she can move this fast. She says it's because of Ilchan, the boss and organizer of this event. If she tries to go against him, her body stops moving. The main character understands. Then he asks if she knows how many other ability users are here. She says she doesn't know the exact number, but there are definitely more than a dozen. The crowd grows restless because they can't keep up with the fighters' movements, but they still cheer for their champion. Jinsung tells the girl that speed is more than enough. Now he's going to count to 10, and when he finishes, he'll open a way out through those bars. Before she can answer, he sees the rat host talking to someone over a radio. It surprises him a little, but he's starting to get used to this new world. The woman says her only way out is to fight. Even if they escape the cage, they still can't beat the boss. Then Park spots a larger rat and asks if that's Ilchan. She says yes, and curses that bastard, because thanks to him, she now has to kill other humans. With real focus, the boy starts counting down. She decides to trust him. Right when the count reaches 0, Park tells Omnivore to move. It quickly opens a path, and the girl takes it. Furious, she asks the crowd if they're enjoying the show, then charges at them and kills them all in seconds. After that, she turns to the rat host, who is trying to sneak away. In a firm voice, she asks where he thinks he's going. To make sure he doesn't get away, she moves fast to finish him off. But to her bad luck, Old Splinter uses his ability and freezes her body before she can do it. Even then, she isn't afraid and warns that she'll kill them no matter what. Ilchan ignores her and looks at the main character, asking who he is and why he dared interfere in his business. Jinsung answers, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say I'm a messenger of God. That answer does not sit well with the rat at all, so he demands a better explanation. The boy barely cares and says, "I know it sounds arrogant, but it's true." Angry, the rat master warns that if his mind isn't right, he'll fix it himself. Then he snaps his fingers, causing a group of the people he experimented on to appear. Seeing them, the girl seems to recognize several of her friends and tries to bring them back by calling their names. But it's no use. Furious, Jinsung speaks to God and asks if he also wants to kill that filthy rat. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's going to destroy him. And somehow it seems he gets permission, because the thought called People of God activates and gives him not only power but a huge surge of aura. Before fighting, he reads his enemy's thoughts. He quickly realizes that Master Splinter's strength is mind control magic, and that thanks to the code Gigas that power is boosted to 100%. With that in mind, he calls him a weak little rat. The old rat points his staff at him and uses his magic, ordering him to kill himself so he can experiment on his body. The girl shuts her eyes so she won't have to watch. The rat yells that he is God in this place, so his will must be obeyed. But then his expression quickly changes when he sees that nothing happens to the intruder. Park tells Omnivore to handle it. As reliable as ever, it stops the monsters that were still left and the ones the rat had just summoned. Ilchan is stunned and can't believe what he's seeing. Panicking, he pushes harder to take control of the boy's mind. It still does nothing, and Park makes that clear. Ilchan is far too weak to shake his mind. Then the protagonist takes a step and suddenly appears right in front of the rat, asking if he remembers who he is. Thrown off, Ilchan asks what he means. Park presses him about his past. Does he remember any of it? And do any of the monsters here remember theirs? That question shocks everyone. The old rat admits he remembers nothing, though he believes he's lived over 10,000 years. MC shuts that down. The truth is much simpler. They were normal animals forced to mutate by some outside power. Angry, the rat snatches back his staff and insists that's impossible. He says he's a 10,000-year-old yokai. He tells him again that he's wrong. They're just ordinary animals. Parasite mutters that if the world is full of things like this, beating Satan is going to be a huge pain. Omnivore gets it, gives him a comforting pat and tells him to take it one step at a time. While Park is distracted, Ilchan tries to slip away from the area, but Omnivore had already pinned him down. Before anything else, the protagonist asks if the humans Ilchan experimented on can be turned back to normal. The rat says no. Humans are evil anyway. Why would he ever make something that could be undone? Park nods. In that case, he says his job is to avenge them. Terrified, the rat starts screaming for someone to appear before he dies. MC senses something coming, and suddenly a dog-like monster called Mick appears. Its rank is unknown, but the worst part is its trait. It grows the more it eats, and it feeds on children. Park studies it closely. The moment it opens its mouth, he realizes this is the thing that wounded that man in the street. Ilchin orders the beast to kill him, but he easily dodges the first strike and with one hard kick sends it flying. Here we see Park's new skill again, the one that lets him match an enemy's power to even the fight, but it comes with a price. Once he turns it off, any damage he took hits him back twice as hard. Giving off killing intent, he wonders how dangerous this new ability really is, but drops the thought and leaps up to bring down a deadly kick on poor Mick. While standing over the creature, he asks the rat if he was the one who fed it, the 199 people it ate. The rat won't answer. He only says brute force won't be enough to kill his pet. Park raises his foot slightly, then slams it down on the monster and asks again if Ilchan was the one feeding it. Now terrified, the rat begs his pet to get up and promises double the food if it does. That's all Park needs to hear. Now he wants both of them dead, fast. He orders Omnivore to bind the bigger monster. Then with a full power kick, he finishes it off. With that done, Park tells Ilchan it's finally his turn. Using one finger, he hooks the ring in the rat's nose and drags him over to the woman from earlier. Still unable to move, she asks where he came from and how he managed to humiliate Ilchan like that. Park ignores that and asks if she has a husband. He isn't fully sure she's the woman that man talked about, but he wants to confirm it. Excited, she says yes and asks if he met him outside. Before answering, the protagonist deals with the men Omnivore is still holding. They beg for mercy, saying they were only watching. MC makes them all explode and notices not a trace of them is left behind. He sets that strange detail aside for now. Then he tells Ilchan to release the woman from paralysis. The rat refuses, claiming that if Park kills him, she'll stay like that forever. He looks at her and says, "You asked where I saw your husband? He was in the street near the store, barely alive after something huge attacked him." Hearing that leaves the woman frozen, and she immediately swears to kill Ilchan. When Park hears that, he lifts her onto his shoulders and says he'll help her get revenge. As he heads for the door, the rat asks what he's doing. The protagonist says he understands the ability now. If it only works inside the bank, they'll see what happens outside. Then he shoves Ilchan aside. He gently sets the woman down and asks if she can move yet. She nods and thanks him. Park tells her it's nothing. For now, she should handle this while he checks the building one last time. The rat begs him not to leave him alone with her. MC ignores him and adds that since Ilchan is so good with magic, all he has to do is aim well, though he doubts he can keep up with her speed. Blinded by rage, the woman tells the rat to try running if he thinks he can. She doesn't enjoy hunting useless prey, Back inside, Park looks weak. He sits on the floor, saying how exhausted he is and how badly his leg hurts. The pain is still manageable, but he's afraid of what will happen once he turns the skill off. Omnivore shows up to encourage him. More calmly now, Park starts to deactivate it, but the moment it ends, the bone in his leg snaps in two, causing unbearable pain. Here we see his partner has grown stronger. Now it can act on its own. Using some of the protagonist's killing intent, it repairs the fracture. Park is shocked by what just happened, though this healing has limits too. Even so, he sincerely thanks Omnivore. The door behind him opens. The woman returns looking sad and tells him it's over. Park gets to his feet, but before he can say anything, she thanks him for everything and hands him a strange stone. After studying it for a moment, he asks what it is. She says the rat dropped it after dying. That stuns MC. What is happening to this world? Is everything like a video game now? She says he should keep it. Without him, she'd probably be dead right now. Park accepts the gift and properly introduces himself to her. We never learn her name, but she wishes him luck on his journey and hopes he finds at least some of his people alive. Later, Park walks through the city's sewers while reading the directions the woman gave him. He's surprised by how clean they are. It almost feels like the world doesn't belong to humans anymore, and they're the intruders now. A little later, he checks the directions again and says he should be close. Still, one thing bothers him. Why did the ranking system change? It feels like whoever made it was deeply religious. To make it simple, the weakest are now level 8, angels. Then comes 7, 6, 5, and so on. The strongest are level 1, seraphim, with 2 and 3 right behind them. Even so, Park is still amazed that the sewers smell better than outside and are this clean. Even the water running through them looks clean. When he touches it, he realizes it's seawater. That confuses him, but before he can think more about it, he hears a disturbance. As he moves closer, the noise turns into human voices. It sounds like a combat squad. Hearing someone say "Captain" brings back memories of the zombie unit, so he quickly heads out to see what's going on. As he climbs the stairs, he jokes to himself that his people will laugh when they learn it took him 5 years to crawl out of hell. When he reaches the surface, he finds a troop in the middle of a fight and goes silent when he sees the enemy. Abaddon's locusts. One of the boys tells the others to stay together, but when more enemies show up, he says they should retreat into the sewers. The girl beside him shuts that down. They still haven't covered their tracks well enough, so leaving now would fail the mission. So the only option is to die here? The boy asks. That's when Park steps in and offers help. Instead of accepting, the squad wonders if even the sewers aren't safe anymore. He starts to wonder if he made a mistake. Still, one thing is certain. He's helping them. He jumps up and meets the bugs in the air. They rush him at once, but in just a few moves they're dead. Park is surprised by how weak they are, but he can't relax, because more of them lock onto him and charge together. That only excites him this way. Wiping them out is easier, and that's exactly what he does. Not satisfied yet, he says it's time to farm experience. What follows is a total massacre. Park cuts down bugs over here and over there until the rest choose to keep their distance. Park asks if they're afraid. If they are, he tells them it won't matter. No matter how high they fly, he'll kill them all. Then someone stops in front of him. For the first time, he's about to face a leader of the Locust Army. The protagonist isn't impressed. One of the creatures says something in its own language to its superior, then flies off. Park has no idea what it said, so he kills it just in case. The squad can't believe what they're seeing. This guy wiped out most of the swarm, and now he's about to take on the leader by himself. The Centurion lunges at Park, but with a burst of speed, he dodges and focuses on the other bugs first. Right in front of their leader, he kills as many as he can. In his own language, the Centurion orders the survivors to fall back, but Park does not let them go. He leaps up to meet them in the air, and then he wipes out every last one. The squad is stunned, and even the Centurion calls him a monster. A few seconds later, only the Locust leader is still alive, and it tries to run. Of course, Park is not about to let that happen. Even after he saves them, the squad is still scared of him. He just asks if there is somewhere he can take a shower. One of them, terrified, is about to tell him to stay back, but the girl covers his mouth and says there might be a place to wash up at the base. Then they invite him to come with them. As they move through the sewers, Park notices they are walking fast, like they want to leave him behind. He thinks about getting closer, but worries that will make him seem even more dangerous, so he tries asking them something instead. A nervous boy will not even let him speak and quickly says they are almost there. Just then, red lights begin spreading around everyone before returning to the person who made them. Here, Jinsung runs into the first familiar face he has seen. It is Kan Jin himself, the leader of the shelter. Kan notices him, but does not seem to recognize him. Don Ho is the complete opposite. Once he sees him, he rushes over and hugs him right away, saying how glad he is to see him alive. This guy is Don Ho. Park can barely breathe, but he is still happy to see someone he knows. The captain tells his friend to let go, then reaches out to thank Jinsung for saving his squad. Jinsung shakes his hand and says it was nothing, he just happened to be there. Kan's expression changes, and he asks why he was there by chance. He also tries to find out what group he belongs to. Jinsung says he has no idea what he means, and it is weird being looked at like a stranger. Don Ho backs him up and reminds Kan that Jinsung saved him in New York. Kan says he knows that, but warns him they cannot trust just any fool now. Jinsung also went to that high school, so what if he works for that cursed battalion commander? Dan-ho gets the concern, but he still does not think Jinsung is a bad person. Seeing the tension, Park cuts in and asks what happened to his school principal. Dan-ho lights up at that, since it means Jinsung is not with the principal. Kun still does not buy it, and he gets even more worked up. We learn that the principal of the special training high school Jinsung attended was one of the first people to return from hell. After coming back, he gathered a lot of people and took control of what little supplies were left. Now everyone outside his group is paying the price. Back with them, Kun says he appreciates the help, but he cannot let a possible threat get near his people. Park says he understands but explains he just got back from hell, so there is nothing to worry about. Kan laughs at that. How could it take 5 years when everyone else got back in one at most? Jinsung does not get why that is funny. Now that he thinks about it, even the woman at the bank laughed when he said it. Dan-ho grabs him by the shoulders and demands to know how he got into and out of the bank. Everyone who goes there gets enslaved by a giant rat and ends up as food for its pet. Park tells him to stop shaking him. Then he pulls out the jewel and says the rat dropped it when he killed it. Kan cannot believe it. He never thought someone could beat that thing with physical attacks. Jinsung says to be exact, he only killed Mick. The fast woman was the one who destroyed the rat. That shocks the captain. Then he gets an idea and grabs Jinsung by the hand because he wants help with something. Jinsung asks why he is in such a rush. While handing him a backpack, the captain says they need to reach that place before the principal finds out. Jinsung still does not understand what Kan is trying to do. Kan explains that the principal already looted every other place, but now that Ilchin is dead, that area is safe and has not been picked clean, so they might find supplies that can help with the shortage. That is usually how his people survive, but they are weak right now, so he needs help. At last, Park understands and agrees to go. At the same time, the principal's soldiers report to him that seawater had been brought into the sewers, which is why some survivors were able to stay safe there. He says that was a smart move. It also makes him want to take the place, even if that means fighting other humans. While they head for the warehouses, Park tells Kan he has changed a lot. He says Kan used to be a mess. Back in the interschool drill, he only cared about himself. Kan says he has not changed at all. It is just that people depend on him now, so selfishness is not an option. To himself, Park thinks that is exactly why he has changed. Kan is even making him carry 2 bags so they can bring back more, which means he really is thinking about others now. He jokes that Kan feels like a different person and says he never thought he would become this smart. Kan tells him to shut up and walk faster so they can get back soon. When Kan reaches the surface, he is surprised by how quiet everything is. That rat really does seem to be gone. Like he read his mind, Park says, "See, that rat is really dead. You did not have to doubt me that much, right?" Right before they enter one of the warehouses, the captain stops in front of a pane of glass. Then he pulls the boy over and tells him to look at himself. Jinsung does, but he has no idea what Kan is trying to show him. Kan points out that he still looks exactly like he did in high school. That alone means time does not pass in hell. Nobody noticed because most people got out in about a year. That explains things, but before he can finish, he changes the subject and drags Jinsung inside because they cannot waste any more time. Inside, the boy grabs anything useful, and Jinsung asks if he even knows what all of it is. Kan says no, but in this world, everything has value. A little later, they come out with all 4 backpacks full. Even so, the captain feels it is not enough, so he heads back inside. A few minutes later, he comes out with 1 more bag stuffed with supplies and says now he is ready. Without wasting time, they head back into the sewers to bring everything to the base. On the way, Kan apologizes to Jinsung for doubting him. Park is too lost in thoughts about the others, so he does not hear what Kan says. Then he asks if he knows anything about them. Kan says maybe. The workout freak and the horned woman might still be alive. He heard that she has been chasing a rumor, one about gathering 5 swords to make a wish. It is just a legend, but she wants to find someone badly enough to check if it is real. Without meaning to, Jinsung asks if the person she is looking for is him. Kan laughs and says he does not know. Maybe if their relationship had gotten that far. Either way, he can ask her himself when he sees her. Just before Kan can explain what happened to Captain Sun Ye, he notices a strange smell. He takes off toward the base at once and tells Park to follow if he can. At the same time, the place they were heading to is already under attack with fire. Dan-ho quickly realizes the enemy is inside, judging by the way the torches were thrown. 2 attackers in masks tell everyone to die already, like the rats they are. The girl from earlier tells everyone to hold their breath as long as they can until the fire dies down. Another guy, panicking, says if only they could rip off those masks. Dan-ho manages to put out 1 torch, but he sees smoke everywhere. That makes him realize the nearby sewer tunnels were probably attacked too, so the best move is to get out. One of the boys is already trying that, but to his surprise, the enemies are waiting when he reaches the surface. Without a word, they hit him hard and send him right back into the sewers. Even so, he warns the others. His friends still try to get out again, but the result is the same. Dan-ho is already there this time though, and catches them before they get hurt. Then he somehow manages to get outside with both boys, and when he sees no one around, he wonders where his people went. The principal appears behind him and asks in a mocking voice how he keeps getting so fat when even he, living like a king, still cannot. The boy tells him to shut up. The man says he should calm down, he already got what he wanted, so he is leaving before the locusts arrive. Don-ho tells him this is not how it ends. The principal mocks him again and asks if he thinks he is Kan Jin. Maybe Kan could do something, but you cannot do a thing. Don-ho charges at him, but the man uses his Edea and slips past Don-ho's attack. After looting everything, the enemy soldiers pull out because the mission is done. Then we see a military truck, and from it the principal says goodbye to the boy. He says he wanted to take Kan too, but since he could not, he will take all his people instead, and use them as slaves in his mansion. Still, he says they do not need to worry. If they work hard, it will not be that bad. Don-ho tries to run after the truck, but his friends beg him to stop because the locusts are already coming. As helpless as they all feel, they have no choice but to go back into the sewers. By then the smoke has cleared, so that part is no longer a problem. Even so, the group's spirits crash. They lost almost all their people and many of the rest are badly hurt. Don-ho even admits to himself that if the locusts find them, it will be the end for everyone. The squad gathered around Don-ho and begged him to save their families. They told him he was the only one who could help. Don-ho knew that was true, but if he left and the locusts attacked, he doubted anyone here would survive. The girls said that did not matter. They would do everything they could to stay alive. Right now, the kidnapped people came first. That made him stop and think, but they were right, so he decided to go save them all. Before leaving, he warned them to stay alive until he came back with everyone else. Park, Jinsung, and Kang reached a sewer where the enemy was still spreading smoke. The furious captain did not hesitate, and with one brutal charge he dropped one of them. The other man used his power to make a weapon and struck back. It did not even faze Kang, thanks to both his Edea and his body. Burning with anger and aura, he demanded to know where his friends were. He even called out the enemy boss to face him alone. Terrified, the men begged for mercy and offered to reveal where their commander was and where the captives had been taken. The captain did not buy it, so he stepped forward, grabbed one by the throat and said his biggest mistake was messing with his friends. Meanwhile, after a long walk, Don-ho reached the director's hideout. He was stunned by how secure it was. The locusts were unlikely to attack a place like this. An artificial lake surrounded it, blocking the impurity. Even with all that, they still attacked people who had nothing, and Don-ho would never forgive that. A tall staircase stood ahead, but he refused to stop. Determined, he ran for the top. A few minutes later, he cursed the fact that he could not fly. From above, the old man mocked him and said going back down would be easier. That only made Don-ho angrier, and he kept climbing until he finally reached the director. Even though there was only one enemy, the old man did not hold back on security. Then he welcomed Don-ho to his humble home. Don-ho demanded to know why a man with so much had destroyed what little they had and kidnapped their people. The director said it was just a precaution, and that sewers carrying seawater interested him. Don-ho told him to free his people. The old man refused and asked what he planned to do about it. Don-ho said he would show him why he came. The director laughed and said that if he survived his men, he might even let him join him. You do not get it. Do you think Kan Jin is behind everything? No. I am the true master and the locust hunter. No matter how impressive Don-ho looked, the old man did not care and ordered his men to crush him. They all rushed in. A huge cloud of smoke rose as the director watched closely. Just when he thought his men had stopped the boy, all of them were sent flying. Then he froze when he saw Don-ho's hidden ability. Even I was shocked. If you were not expecting this, the soldiers came at him even harder. To everyone's surprise, their attacks actually landed, but Don-ho made it clear there was no point in hurting him. As he healed right in front of everyone, he declared that he would leave no one alive. And he grabbed one man by the throat and hurled him into a wall, taking him out of the fight, not from the hit but because Don-ho changed his weight mid-air so the fall would finish him. One higher-ranking soldier told the others to attack, but another refused. There was no way to hurt him. Don-ho focused and made his body grow even bigger. Not just that, his combat power rose too, jumping from 550 units to 11,000. Then, with one stomp, he blew all the enemies away. Still not satisfied, he moved at high speed and one by one sent them to their end. When he was done, he turned to the leader. The man admitted he never expected the muscular locust hunter everyone talked about to be Don-ho instead of Kan Jin. He called him valuable and asked if he really did not want to work for him. Director, say whatever you want. I came here to save my people, so stop talking. If you want them freed, I can do that, but you become my bodyguard. Don-ho said he would never agree to that. With his own fists, he would take his friends back. Even with the man right in front of him again, his attack still missed. The director said it was useless. No matter how strong Don-ho was, the distance between them was endless. Don-ho cursed the man's power and instantly charged again, throwing out attack after attack. Even though none connected and the director mocked him, Don-ho swore he would not stop. Then chains wrapped around him. He looked back and saw enemy soldiers were behind it. Furious, he struggled and screamed for them to let him go. His power was reaching its limit, and the director noticed. The wound on Don-ho's arm was not healing right away anymore. Confident now, the director said he still had plenty of troops left, but Don-ho could not keep fighting. It was nice meeting him, but this was the end. Right before the soldiers finished Don-ho off, Omnivore appeared, and the protagonist said, "Do not leave yet, director. I have a few complaints." Dong-ho quickly realized who had come to save him. Excited, he shouted the boy's name, but he had no strength left and dropped to his knees, worrying his friends. He apologized to Kan, but Kan praised his courage. Meanwhile, the protagonist was furious at the director and said he would never forgive him. Then he asked Kan if he felt the same. Overwhelmed by his friend's killing intent, Kan could not answer. Laughing like a maniac, he asked Dong-ho if he should rescue the captives first. Dong-ho said yes, but warned him that the leader used a strange ability, so he had to be careful. Jinsung thanked him for the tip and added that he looked cute now that he had lost weight. That did not feel like praise. It terrified Dong-ho. Before things got out of hand, Kan grabbed his friend and decided to leave everything to Jinsung. The boy, now serious, walked toward the director. The old man asked if he was really that useless F-rank trash who disgraced his school, and Park answered yes. I did not think someone worthless like you could crawl out of hell. But before he could finish, the protagonist attacked. His power saved him, but he still swallowed hard because he never saw it coming. To top it off, the boy spoke his Edea out loud and charged again. Even though he missed, the director felt something was off. The protagonist told him that sooner or later he would reach him. The man mocked him, but inside he was scared. He remembered that the boy only used a dagger, so where had these new abilities come from? Jinsung said there was no way he would escape his hands. The director answered that an infinite distance separated them, so no one in this world could touch him. The protagonist switched his dagger for a sword and said making claims like that was dangerous. The leader laughed at the idea and said it did not matter what weapon he used, he would never land a hit. Jinsung stayed quiet, raised his sword, and the moment the man made the slightest move, he lunged. The blade passed near the old man's head, and just as he was about to mock him again, he got punched in the face. He had no idea what was happening, and Jinsung was not about to explain it. By overusing his own ability, the old man barely escaped, but not for long. Ready to kill him, the protagonist cornered the old man with non-stop attacks until he gave up and begged him to stop. Park took that chance and grabbed him by the neck. With his sword at the old man's throat, he asked how much innocent blood he had spilled to reach that size. Scared out of his mind, the director offered to give the boy his position if he spared him. Then the protagonist was interrupted by his allies who had rescued the hostages. In that brief opening, the old man landed a blow that sent him flying, then tried to escape. Before leaving, he ordered what remained of his army to begin Plan C. They obeyed at once and set the place on fire. The rescued civilians panicked. Even hurt Dong-ho led everyone down the hill. The old man refused to leave, saying he would not go until he saw his enemies die. While Jinsung tried to stamp out a torch, Captain Kang was told that everyone was safe. Kang told the protagonist to come down with them because the danger was not over, and then we saw a huge swarm of locusts flying their way. The boy found them fascinating, and against his friend's warnings, he said he would stay and fight. They only needed to kill a few, and the rest would probably scatter like before. Using his Edea in his eye, he checked the average power of each enemy until he finally found the commander leading the 1,000 targets. The commander said it was disappointing that there were only 3 of them. This fight looked like it would be very boring. Jinsung somehow understood and answered that he would show him something interesting. Then he shot straight toward him, ignoring all the other creatures until he reached the right height. With a new skill called Predator's Contempt, he trapped himself and the commander inside a space and killed him seconds later. That made all the locusts on that side scatter, and Park wondered if the same thing had happened on the other side of the mansion. While checking that, Kang ran into the director. The old man begged for forgiveness, but Kang grabbed him by the throat and threw him off the cliff, right where a swarm of locusts was waiting. That was the end of his rule. Later, they got the fire under control, saved the kidnapped people, and finally thanked Jinsung for the rescue. For helping them, he says the least they can do is buy him a meal. He's starving. Kang looks let down, but Dong-ho gets it and says he's right. They owe him a good dinner. The captain agrees and tells everyone to head back to the base. Dong-ho notices Park limping, lets him lean on him, and thanks him for saving his life again. A few hours later, Dong-ho tells MC that Bayun Gyeong and the nurse from his school are both in that city. That shocks him, because the place is stuck in non-stop war with the Third and his Hellhorse army. Kang cuts in and says southern Busan is somewhat safe, but moving through the battlefield with so many civilians is impossible. Still, if Park goes alone, he might find Jue there, at least that's what Dong-ho thinks. That instantly gets the protagonist excited, and he asks for more. Dong-ho brings up the sword legend again. He says Jue is chasing it, and one of the 5 swords is rumored to be in Busan, so she's probably there. MC gets fired up and says he wants to leave right away. Dong-ho warns him that it's far too dangerous. He'd have to cross a real battlefield, so he should think it over. He brushes that off. He has to meet Byun and the nurse, and doing that will raise his chances. Knowing he can't stop him, Dong-ho just tells him to be careful. Later, Park goes back to the bank. He checks Predator's Contempt and realizes it's still on cooldown. Until that ends, he can't make killing intent. That also means Omnivore can't heal him, so he's still limping from the pain of his broken leg. Then he wonders if the runner is still around. She suddenly appears and answers for him. Yes, she is. She greets him and jokes that she's impressed he's still alive. The heavy backpack nearly knocks Park over, but she catches him. He uses the moment to ask her a favor, saying it could help gather all his friends in one place. Later, he returns to the base with the last pack of supplies. Kang apologizes for sending him alone, but too many people are hurt and he has to stay with his group. The protagonist says it's fine. Once he finds his friends, he'll send a signal and wants them to come to him then. Now the story shifts to the battlefield they mentioned earlier. The first comes out of the third's mouth. The leopard, who commands the horses, says he loves strategic war. The first, clearly annoyed, says it's painfully boring. If he weren't following orders, he would have wiped them all out with poison already. Then he gives the third and his troops 3 days to break the wall. If they fail, he'll step in himself. The leopard's forces then launch another assault on the wall, protecting Byun. Exhausted, Byun can't understand why they've been pushing so hard all day. He admits he can't hold out much longer. On top of that, that cursed inverted cross has weakened him badly. A teammate tells him backup has arrived, so he should fall back. Byun steadies himself and says retreating now would be a terrible move. Then he uses his power. With his mind, his Edea, he frees nearby objects and hurls them like missiles at the cavalry. Even after taking many down, he knows he can only survive a few more charges. His allies beg him to keep holding on. Annoyed by the human leader's stubbornness, the leopard decides to push his army even harder. With a thunder-like roar, he boosts his troops' power and weakens the defenders a bit. One of Byron's allies asks what they should do now, and he tells them to retreat. He'll face the whole cavalry himself if he has to. Then one fighter warns that the enemy is stacking bodies to climb up, and before he's killed, Byron Ji-young saves him. With the cavalry close to breaking through and Byron Ji-young nearly spent, it looks like the battle is about to end. Then Park arrives. Looking at the enemy, he thinks Predator could wipe them all out at once, but he has to watch out for the third. Certain that monster is linked to Il-young, the North Korean from earlier, he decides to stay unnoticed. If stronger beings notice him now, or even Satan himself, everything could get much worse. So he hides who he is, which means no bones, no killing intent, and no omnivore. Now he can only rely on his body. A second later, he speeds past the leopard and jumps into the fight. For the next hour, he absolutely tears through the riders. The longer he fights, the more he feels himself getting stronger. But the strain from every hit is starting to wreck his body. The leopard curses Byron Ji-young's luck. He never expected some stranger to jump in and help. Before his body gives out, Park decides it's time to leave the fight. Byron Ji-young's allies are glad they were saved, but he tells them not to relax. They still don't know what this stranger wants. With that, MC Jinsung leaps toward the wall and ends up face to face with his old friend, almost enemy. Before he can even say hello, he gets grabbed. Then Byron Ji-young seizes him by the neck and threatens to throw him off the cliff. Startled, Park tells him to calm down. He's not an enemy. Didn't he just save them? Those words hit the leader hard and he admits it to himself before letting him go. The protagonist asks if this is really how he treats visitors. Byron ignores that and orders his men to stand down, since the fighting seems to be over for now. Park watches in surprise as the cavalry really does pull back, and he wonders if they recognized him. Byron Ji-young tells him to rest for a while. After some time, he notices the visitor looks uneasy and asks what's wrong. Meek says they shouldn't let their guard down. The enemy could attack again at any moment. Byron Ji-young replies that it doesn't matter. Those things still have the upper hand, and sooner or later they'll die anyway, so it makes no sense to deny their people even 1 hour of rest. For now, they're just pieces in that cursed leopard's game. People call them Korea's pride, but that means nothing to him. He just wants to live in peace. Hearing that, Park understands how hopeless things are, and admits he himself wouldn't have survived like this for 5 years. After a quiet pause, Byron Ji-young asks where he came from. A stranger showing up out of nowhere to fight for them is suspicious. He doesn't know what to say. In his mind, though, he knows the truth. He came to repay the loyalty Byron showed him when he was trapped in the reptile tower 5 years ago. Back in the moment, he simply answers. He came to help. Byron Ji-young says that's not what he asked, then warns him he won't allow intruders here. A little nervous, Park insists he's not an intruder. His reaction makes Byron laugh. A moment later, he apologizes for attacking him. He's not cold enough to reject someone who helped them. The protagonist says it's nothing, while quietly being surprised by how much Byun has changed for the better. Byun says he's rested enough, so it's time to head inside. Then he asks, "What's your name?" For some reason, Jinsung answers, "Zombie Mask." Byun Ji-young says that name is awful, but whatever, if he wants to hide who he is, that's his business. As the blonde walks off, he notices Park is limping, so he asks if he's hurt. MC doesn't know how to answer, but he doesn't need to, because Byun Ji-young offers to help him walk. Later, they pass a huge pile of rubble. The leader says those are basically just ammo for him, so Park shouldn't be surprised. He adds that earlier, he saw him using some kind of psychic power. That stance stirs up old memories for Byun Ji-young, but he lets it go and tells him to move faster. A few minutes later, they reach what can barely be called a house. The doctor steps out and asks Byun Ji-young who he brought with him this time. He introduces Park as the hope of the shipwreck fortress. Seeing her, he is stunned. The last time he saw her, she didn't have dark circles or worn-out clothes. She's clearly been through a lot. She quickly notices he's hurt and tells him to take off his robe so she can treat him. Park refuses and asks her not to come closer. He knows she treated him many times at school, so she might recognize him. Then he asks Byun Jinyoung what her name is. He answers with zombie mask. She looks confused at first but soon drops it. She tells him not to worry. She doesn't care about his identity, and she won't touch the mask. Then she asks him again to remove the robe so she can treat him from a distance. Even though the robe is part of his Edea, he explains how to turn it off. The moment he does, the damage the cloak had been holding back doubles and drops him to the floor. She doesn't hesitate and uses her ability on him. After a while, she finishes healing him. Park thanks her and almost calls her nurse, but quickly corrects himself and calls her the hope of the shipwreck shelter. She tells him to just call her Miss Jung. The protagonist says that with this, he only needs 1 day of rest to recover fully. The woman praises his mental strength. From the injuries she saw, most people would have passed out during treatment, but he endured it. Park thanks her and says it's because he's used to pain. Then he asks if he can see one of the 5 blades that's there. That instantly puts Byun Gi-young on alert, and he uses his power at once to aim at MC. He tells him to relax. He doesn't want it for himself. A friend told him something, and he only wants to check if it's here, while he waits for a girl. Byun Ji-young says there's no chance he'll show anything to someone calling himself Zombie Mask, especially someone he met just hours ago. Park tells him fine, don't show him anything, just stop calling him that. The nurse says there's no harm in showing it to him. He doesn't seem dangerous. Sure, he wears a goblin mask and calls himself Zombie Mask, but that just makes him weird. That finally convinces Byun. A little later, they show him the sword. It's called Guillotine, and Park can tell it has about 50,000 combat power. With that alone, he wouldn't even need to use a Nivoro. He's just about to touch it, but the blonde guy warns him not to. The protagonist ignores him and grabs it. Right away, a voice calls him an idiot, and out of nowhere, a guillotine appears ready to chop off his arm. He jerks away just in time, but he still can't stop wondering what just happened. The others say the sword must not have chosen him either. So that voice really came from the blade. Jugai confirms it and asks what it said. Looking away, Park admits it called him an idiot. That makes Byun burst out laughing, while Miss Jung tries to hold it in for a moment. Even so, they comfort him, saying he's not the first to try, just the first one it insulted. Annoyed, Park decides he's going to make that damn sword take it back. But after reading its description and seeing it needs someone very smart to use it, he gives up. The nurse says the sword told her, what a shame, but didn't drop the guillotine on her. That really pisses MC off, and he calls the sword racist. Byun warns that trying to tame it a second time could get him killed. Still, Miss Jung tells him to let Park try. Whether he believes it or not, the boy's mental strength is overwhelming. So if something happens, she can heal him if she acts fast enough. He demands that the sword take back what it said, but it traps him instead, calls him an idiot again, and says it will execute him for forgetting his place. Seeing that, Byun panics and moves to help, but before he can break the guillotine, he notices it shaking. Then Park warns the sword that if it doesn't let him go, it'll regret it. The blade quickly makes the guillotine vanish, but still sneaks in one more idiot. Now that he can lift it, the protagonist keeps forcing it to take that back. Byun can't believe the sword accepted him, and asks how he did it. Zombie Mask says it didn't accept him. It just seems scared of him. In his head, he warns the sword that if it uses the guillotine again without permission, he'll destroy it. Miss Jung walks over, curious, and casually touches the weapon. Nothing happens, which surprises her, and she praises MC. The sword then tells MC he's an idiot and won't be able to use it. To make things worse, the redhead asks him to show some of the sword's power. Byun pushes him too. Nervous, he doesn't know how to admit he can't use it, so he gives in. He gives it a try, but he miscalculates the coordinates, so the attack does nothing and makes him look bad in front of everyone. And to top it off, the blade calls him an idiot again. Later, Byun keeps making fun of him, while Miss Jung tries to cheer him up. Putting that aside, Park asks how that thing ended up here. Miss Jung says it came from the sea, and ever since then the third's attacks have gotten worse. Then she asks if he saw a ship on the way here. He says yes, but it still isn't finished. She explains that's their way out. Once it's done, they'll leave this place. They just have to hold on a little longer. Park doesn't think that plan makes sense. Even if the cavalry can't attack by sea, the leopard will spot them right away. Haven't they thought about that? Or are they so desperate they're choosing to ignore the risk? Just then, some kids come over to thank the protagonist for saving them. He doesn't know what to say, but Byun uses it to raise morale, saying their hero has arrived. Everyone gets excited, asks him to survive with them, and invites him to a big feast. Park isn't sure whether to accept, so he looks at his friend, but Byun only hypes the crowd up even more. Later, they have the big feast, and MC realizes these people are seriously in trouble. But Byun notices his concern, puts a hand on his shoulder, and tells everyone to eat so they can survive one more day. Park understands what his friend is trying to do, so he plays along and starts eating too. After that, he sits alone and thinks about everything that's happened these past few days. Then the blonde guy finds him and asks how the hero is doing. Park says he noticed what Byun was trying to do, but even if people call him a hero, he still can't use that sword. But Byun tells him to forget the sword for now and asks where he came from instead. He answers that a friend named Dong Ho sent him there. Byun recognizes the name right away and jokes that thank God Dong Ho didn't come or there wouldn't be enough food. After that, the protagonist asks about the upside-down cross, Byuan says that thing never disappears, and since the third showed up, its combat power has dropped a lot. Park tells him to stop being so negative. If he keeps thinking like that, he'll lose. That simple comment catches Byuan off guard. Then he says MC reminds him of a friend who already died. I don't know his name, but I think Satan killed that guy in season 2. Here Byuan shares a bit of his past. When I was younger, my self-esteem was awful. My parents were famous combat officers, but I, their son, had pathetic combat ability. People compared me to them all the time, and it hurt. So I tried to fill that hole by putting other people beneath me, intimidating them, hitting them, threatening them. It made me feel better. Park cuts in saying, "Oh, so that's why you were such a jerk to me." But Byuan notices the look and asks what he is staring at. He says it's nothing and tells him to keep going. That's when I met a guy. Even as an F rank, he never gave up. And the way he got past everything so easily really got under my skin. So I messed with him even more. I wanted to break him, rip off his mask, and make him just like me. But one day I found out that he was actually a monster, and he kept getting stronger. That's when everything I believed started to shake. The ranking system was supposed to be this world's unbreakable law, but watching an A rank fall to an F rank destroyed all of that. Then I met Seo. He was someone who talked about that F rank all day every day. He admired him, and wanted to grow strong enough to stand by his side someday. But he ended up dying in some unknown place. The last time I saw him, he told me how amazing Park was, and later I heard he died without anyone noticing. Like his dreams were denied and the drive he gave me died too. Sorry, I'm not even making sense anymore. Basically, I had a friend who made me want to change. Park tells him that's what a real friend is. He should try to carry on that wish. If Seo wanted to follow that F rank, then Byuan should try if he still can. Byuan says that sounds nice, but he probably won't ever meet that guy again. The protagonist notices Baimi keeps touching his eye and asks what's wrong. The blonde guy says it's from lifting too much rubble at once. Even though the doctor has tried healing him, she can't find anything wrong and blames stress. Then it starts to rain. The leader tells him they should go inside, but MC asks him to wait because he still has a few more questions. He asks how they ended up building a fortress in these ruins. Baimin says it happened after a meeting with the Illuminati went wrong. They're a reptile group with huge influence and strong connections, and this was the place they were supposed to meet. But when the third appeared, that plan fell apart, and they couldn't get out. They also had too many people to move, so leaving was impossible. I get it, but one more thing, is this really humanity's last line of defense? Baimin says yes. There may be other survivors scattered around, but they're the only large group left holding the line. Are you sure? Weren't there higher-ranked people, like the nurse? I remember others who probably didn't stay in hell. Baimin is about to answer, but before he can, the ground starts shaking and they're warned about another attack. As they run to the wall to take position, Baimin explains several things to Park. I'm too lazy to write them all out. Using a huge pole, the cavalry smashes open a big hole in the wall, and one lancer takes out several defenders. Zombie Mask tells Baimin to get up high and stop them from climbing over. He'll hold off the ones trying to enter through the gap. The blonde guy refuses. Then he uses his power to wipe out everyone near the breach. After that, he tells Park to deal with the ones carrying those poles so they can't make more openings. He understands his job right away and rushes at them. Outside, he spots the third in the distance, takes some painkillers and says he's going all out because there's no time. With quick movements, he slips past as many knights as he can and takes down the one holding the pole. After a while, he manages to eliminate 3 more of those knights. At first, he thinks about destroying the poles, but then decides Baimin might be able to use them, so he takes them instead. Quickly, he lifts one and jumps back over the wall with it. When he lands, Miss Jung tries to heal him, but he doesn't stop because he wants to move them all as fast as possible. A few minutes later, he has brought back 4 of the 5 poles the knights had. The people there cheer, and the nurse tells him to slow down. Park answers that there's only one left, then jumps over the wall again, fighting off riders along the way until he reaches the last pole. There, he wonders if the third will step in now that his front line has been crushed. The beast walks toward him and says it's impressive that a human with such a small body can match its strength. From now on, I'll treat you like the queen of this fortress. Park doesn't pay much attention to the beast's words, but he does realize there's no way he can fight both it and the cavalry at once, so he dodges the soldiers and tells the cat to follow him. He realized the beast was trying to pull him away from its army. Still, Jinsung thought that worked in his favor and chased after it. He glanced at the distance from the wall and figured the others would be safe for now. He decided to trust Baiwan and the rest to handle the knights. Dodging a strike, he points out that the real problem with this thing is not just its roar, but everything else it can do. There is no way he can win while holding back his own power. Maybe I should have told Baiwan who I really was and made a better plan. The leopard gets ready to roar, but Jinsung drops it with a kick. If that roar boosts the knights, everyone else will be in even more danger. Right after that, he uses part of his Edea and instant acceleration to land a blow. The cat barely blocks. Then something unexpected happens. Both of them get hurt. Jinsung takes that as his chance and rushes straight at it. After trading blows, the leopard praises him, calling him an amazing queen. Jinsung shuts him up with a kick, saying he knows nothing about chess and definitely does not want lessons from some dumb cat. The little leopard tries to roar again, but with instant acceleration, the boy smashes all its heads in seconds. That is when he notices one head is not trying to roar, so he guesses that one must be the main head. With that in mind, he focuses his attacks on that one. But then Jinsung, clearly thrown off, asks why Park is inside that thing's mouth. The protagonist says it helped him sleep better, then warns Jinsung he will pay for waking him up. Before dealing with MC, he orders the third beast to finish off the base already. If it disobeys him, it will regret it. The cat grumbles but agrees and uses its skill, splitting into 2,664 bodies. Every one of them has decent fighting power, and just one goal: the wall must fall. Baiyun tells everyone to stay sharp and not let their guard down. Even smaller, those things are still the third beast. Under his breath, he curses that leopard for playing with them this whole time. It could have wiped them out fast, but hid its real power instead. Angry now, he fires off attack after attack at the third beast. One of the leopards slips in behind him, but Baiyun blocks the hit. Staring him down, the leopard admits Baiyun was always an interesting enemy, but the game is over. Baiyun tells it to shut up and knocks it flying. Then he spots another one soaring past nearby with the sword they were protecting in its mouth. After that, all the third beast's copies begin gathering on top of the wall. Baiyun sees what it is planning and warns everyone to get back. Then the third beast returns to its original form and slams down onto the wall with a huge crash. Luckily, the blonde guy is still alive. Furious, he says he is sick of that damned thing. Just then, the nurse's healing power covers him, catching him off guard. Relieved he survived, she asks what the hell is going on. Baiyun says it is an attack from the third beast, and it even stole the sword, though that part does not matter right now. What matters is this: she needs to stop using her power on the other wounded and save it for Zombie Mask. Confused, she agrees. When she asks what he will do, he says he will buy them time, then uses his ability on the pillars the protagonist brought earlier. The leopard mocks him for being weak and tells him to try harder. Suddenly, all 4 pillars come flying at it with no time to dodge. Like it is a training bag, Baiyun bats the cat around from every direction. The little leopard admits he is good with that skill, but Baiyun says he is not done yet. He sends the pillars up into the sky, pulls them together, and drops them like a meteor on the cat. It seems to take the full hit, or so he thinks, because the dust hides everything. Baiyun yells at it, asking what is wrong. Was his attack too much? He smiles. Sure, he destroyed it, but that confidence fades fast. The beast shielded itself with its wings, so it did not take even a scratch. Disappointed, Baiyun says fighting that monster is harder than escaping the friend zone. The third beast, calling him White Knight, says it enjoyed playing with him, but cannot waste any more time. Then it shouts, "Kill yourself," and Baiyun's hands move to his own throat. Back with the protagonist, all he has been doing is dodging the North Korean's attacks. The man mocks him for running so much, but Jinsung knows that bastard is a monster. His combat power is 1 million, not something Jinsung can handle while still holding back. Then he hears the third beast shout. Knowing exactly what that means, he ignores the enemy at his back and vanishes from the fight with instant acceleration. Kim Il-jung is stunned. That speed is almost impossible to track. A second later, Jinsung is beside the leopard's head and kicks it, reminding it not to roar without permission. That strike stops the third beast, but his leg breaks again. Knowing there is no time to complain, he asks Omnivore to keep him standing while he fights. Then he looks toward where Baiyun was. Worried, he rushes over and somehow Baiyun is still alive. Soon after, the nurse's healing power surrounds him too. He looks her way and sees she is trapped under rubble, so he moves at full speed and pulls her to safety. She tells him that was the last heal she had, which means he is on his own now. Kim Il-jung tells her not to worry, they just have to trust him. With his allies out of action, the inverted cross weakening him, and both enemies still in top shape, the gap is huge. Even so, why does he feel happy? Then a skill linked to his title as heir to the God Slayer awakens. It says that in his blood form he has never lost to anything that calls itself strong. With a grin, he tells them they are pathetic compared to him. But then a strange feeling hits his chest. Looking down, he sees something coming out of his suit, the rat's heart. It has to be kept in special storage because it is always searching for a body. After checking its traits, Kim Il-jung says he will give it one. He tells Omnivore to summon bones, lots of them, small ones, so no one gets suspicious. Omnivore follows the order, and right away the heart starts absorbing them until it turns into a huge dragon. The creature thanks its summoner for giving it such an amazing body. We get a quick look at its stats, and honestly, it is pretty strong. Then it asks its summoner to give it a name and complete their contract. The boy says it talks weird, then names it Bongye. The summon hates the name and begs for something cooler. Kim Il-jung had suspected this boy might be Park Jinsung, but after seeing necromancy, a totally different power from that disgusting Edea, he decides it cannot be him. Angry, he tells the third beast to deal with them, but first hand over the sword. The cat agrees and gives it to him at once. Kim Il-jung manages to hold it, though he admits to himself that a weaker person would have died instantly. The feline then charges at the dragon. The dragon complains that it should not interrupt the naming ceremony, and smacks it with a tail swipe so hard it crashes into the wall. Kim Il-jung orders it to get up, but before it can, the dragon attacks again and bites him badly. It says that is punishment for interrupting its naming. Seeing the opening, Jinsung tells the summon to drive that beast away from the wall. Bonghead obeys and charges energy in its mouth, then blasts the third beast at point-blank range and sends it reeling back. Proud of itself, the dragon asks its master if he saw how strong it is. He says yes. It honestly left him speechless. The leopard admits it thought checkmate was close, but too many new pieces have ruined the game. Then it summons its cavalry and sends them in. Park says that is pointless. With Bonghead on their side, and that destructive beam, the army should fall easily. But the summon cuts in, sounding down, and admits that last blast was its big move. It used up most of its energy, so it can only fire it once. The protagonist gets mad, but there is no time for that. Those things could kill his friends. There are too many, and they cannot defend themselves. The dragon tells him to stop being so negative, and calls in its own allies. Skeletons begin rising from the ground. They may be a bit weaker than the knights, but there are more of them, so they hold the line with ease. Looks like they will not let me win this game my way. The leopard then uses its roar to try to turn the skeletons to its side, but it is useless. They keep tearing through the cavalry. Kim Il-jung cannot understand why the third beast's roar does nothing to them. Seeing things spiral out of control, he steps in. With just a small piece of his power, he curses all of Jinsung's troops. He even stops the dragon. With all of that taken out, he walks up to the protagonist and asks what he plans to do now that he is alone. The protagonist smiles, places a hand on the dragon, and says they will keep fighting. The next thing we see is the North Korean dodging a blow from the dragon. Shocked, he says he does not get how that boy can resist even his ruling power, and demands to know who he is. Jinsung answers that they are Zombie Mask and his loyal disciple, Bunged. How dare you mock the first beast? I held back because I was curious about you, but that ends now. He raises his hand and says he will wipe everything out. Jinsung recognizes the Armageddon skill, so he quickly rushes to stop him. But the man says it is too late. Soon this place will be ashes and there is nothing Jinsung can do. Desperate, Park tells the dragon to protect the town, but before it can follow the order, the third beast cuts it off and says it will not let it protect anyone. Jinsung starts to panic even more. The meteors are about to hit. The leopard says this is not the ending it planned, but it is still checkmate. Kim Il-jung tells the masked man to stop holding back and use everything he has, though he doubts there's any hidden power left. Seeing no way out, Jinsung thinks about using Omnivore because if he doesn't, his unconscious friends will die. With no other choice, he decides this will be the final battlefield. Even if Satan shows up, he won't let anyone die. Right before he says his weapon's name, a massive storm swallows the area. It completely wipes out Armageddon, and even forces Kim Il-jung back. Angry, he says that looks like another fragment of the composite sword, and its user must be pretty strong to erase his technique so easily. The cavalry and even the skeleton soldiers get caught in the storm. Then he tells the third to finish this fast. The beast snaps back, telling him to stop ordering him around. He's already fighting at full power. Il-jung scolds him, saying it's pathetic to lose to a bunch of bones. But before he can say more, strange beings appear out of nowhere and jump on the third. With hammers, they start beating him without mercy. The dragon has no idea what's happening, but it doesn't waste the chance. It grabs the third's head with one claw and pins him down. The hero watches in shock. Those creatures seem to be on his side, but they still creep him out. The North Korean doesn't like them either, so he tries to curse them. But a voice tells him to shut his mouth. He turns and sees someone charging an attack. Before he can react, it hits him head on. Jinsung recognizes that attack right away. Then someone walks up and says, "It's been 5 years." He knows that voice too. And then comes the reunion everyone was waiting for. Juche throws her arms around him and says she's so happy to see him again. He smiles and says he feels the same. Nearly in tears, she admits she searched for him everywhere, like they aren't in the middle of a fight. She says he looks just like she remembered and his skin is even softer now. She tells him he should call her big sister from now on, but Jinsung breaks the mood by reminding her they're still in danger. Right after that, Kim Il-jung charges at the summon and sends it flying with a kick. Jung Yi turns serious and says this isn't the time to fight. The North Korean, furious, says he disagrees. Since it's their first meeting in a long time, he'd love to celebrate by killing her. The girls give off a powerful aura as Jue says she'd like to kill him too, but she'll let him choose. Hand over the composite sword fragment and leave quietly, or stay and die. Jinsung studies her and thinks to himself that she's gotten much stronger. Il-jung can't stand her attitude, so he swings his sword several times, not to attack but to throw up a smokescreen. Then he tells the third they need to retreat, though first he promises he'll kill that filthy goblin soon. Later, the nurse wakes up. Surprised and happy, she calls Juye by name and asks if it's really her. Juye says yes and adds that she's glad the nurse is still alive. The hero cuts in and asks the redhead to take care of Baijun. She understands and uses her skill right away. Alarmed, the blonde gets up and asks Zombie Face what happened. Juye tells him to calm down. They couldn't recover the sword, but they did drive off Kim Il-jung and the third without causing any more damage. Then she greets him with, "Long time no see, squad leader." He politely greets her back and thanks her for everything. Amused, she starts teasing him for acting all grown up now, thanking people and all that. Baiyun says it's time to leave, just like they planned. Joan tells him to sail west, where there are several islands that would be great for hiding and rebuilding. He thanks her for the advice, but doubts he can get that far with so many people. Then Joan asks the nurse for a bag and without hesitation cuts off her hair with her sword. At that moment, those strange beings from before appear again. They call her boss and ask if she'll give them food. Jue explains they're a race called, I can't pronounce it, that feeds on parts of her body filled with aura, that keeps them from suffering the constant headaches that torment them. She puts the cut hair into the bag and asks Boyan to take those boys with him so they can work until the settlement is in a better place. The boys panic and ask if she's abandoning them. She says no, but those people need them more right now. Once the work is done, they can come back to her, and she'll have plenty of hair and nails for them to eat. The monsters accept that and vanish. Then she tells everyone to leave before the enemies return. The redhead then turns to Jinsung and asks if he's okay. He lowers his head, knowing she's asking about his injuries, but he doesn't want to cause more trouble. They can tell he doesn't want help, so they tease him asking if he's scared or if he doesn't trust her to heal him. After all that pushing, he accepts the help, but asks them to meet again soon. Happy? She says they will. Bayan just blushes. Once everything is ready, Jinsung tells the nurse he'll deactivate his Edea, so he's trusting her to heal him. His suit starts to fade, and just before the pain hits, Bayan thanks him for everything and calls him F-rank trash. With a faint smile, the hero finally passes out. Then the scene shifts to another building. Most of the beasts from Daniel's book are resting there until the primordial beast appears with the third, both badly beaten. The lion asks what happened and gets told it's none of his business, so he should shut up unless he wants to be destroyed. Then Kim Il-jung asks where his lord is. A voice from above answers that he's right there, and demands an explanation for their sudden return. Kim Il-jung drops to one knee before him, offers up the sword, and says he found it in South Korea. Satan notices something odd about the weapon's shape. Feeling insulted, the sword is about to kill him, but then senses his high intelligence and turns into a wand to serve him instead. Satan praises that choice, but before he can keep talking to the sword, the first explains that he fought a boy who at first seemed to be Kim Il-jung, but it couldn't have been him because he used bones and summons instead of that disgusting Edea. As soon as he says that, the lion cuts in to say that must be the same boy. If he remembers right, that kid trapped him in a bone prison and even gave a weapon a soul. If he's using summons now, then he's definitely gotten stronger. Kim feels a terrifying chill when he realizes it really might have been him. Then his master traps him and asks what he thinks should be done now. Keeping calm, Kim Il-jung says killing him would be a waste. They should think of another plan. To his surprise, his master agrees and says he was only testing his new weapon's power. Still, he warns that if Kim doesn't solve this problem, he won't get another chance. Then he orders the lion to go with Kim Il-jung on the mission. The lion gladly accepts at once. After another scene change, the hero wakes up. With her face so close to his, he wonders what's going on. Then he realizes she's carrying him like a princess. His pride takes a hit, so he quickly jumps down from her. Annoyed, she asks why he reacted like that. He fires back with his own question. Why carry him like that? Wouldn't a piggyback ride make more sense? She smiles and says she did it because she wanted to see his face. It had been 5 years, so she wanted to enjoy the moment. Besides, he looks cute when he sleeps. Jinsung blushes and asks about his mask. She hands it to him. He can't help feeling curious about the thing that brought him the mask. But before asking, he wonders if he even still needs the mask. With things as they are, Satan probably already knows who he is, so it's not very useful anymore. Then he asks her to explain that sand. She says it's a sword, one of the 5 that make up the composite sword. This one gives her control over sand. Do you like my new sword, Jinsung? He says yes, though privately, he thinks it looks more like a club. Then he asks where they're going. She says they're heading to China. That throws him off, but she explains that, according to the nurse, just like the insect tower they faced, China has one too. It's called Deep Sea, and she wants to clear it. Then we see a mermaid-like silhouette deep in the ocean. It swims farther down until it reaches this man. I don't remember his name right now, but he seems to be imprisoned. He asks the being if it came to cast the binding spell again. Before answering, it asks whether he wants to give her back. The human says no. If he does, neither of them will have a future. At that, the merfolk creature, who is actually a king, says there's no choice left but to do this by force, and uses a skill on him called spirit suppression. After a while, the merfolk king stops using the skill. The man asks how much longer he plans to keep trying the same thing. Coral, that's the creature's name, answers that he'll continue until he gets his friend back. Lil says he won't do it. If he does, he won't be able to handle both of them at once, especially since he can't kill him even with his Edea. That answer angers the king, who threatens to kill him. But Lee, sounding confident, warns that if he dies, his friend will die with him. Then someone cuts in, asking when they'll stop fighting over that stupid cockroach. As the figure comes closer, we see it's Vladdy the vampire. Annoyed, she asks Coral whether the people outside are still guarding that place. If not, they should kill that squid right away. Coral gets angry at her words, but before things can go too far, before things get worse, the man trapped there stops them and reminds them that if they fight, the ones outside will take advantage. The blonde is clearly fed up, but she cannot do much, so she reluctantly says she will calm down. Lee then explains that this creature once lived at the top of one of Satan's towers. Tired of being trapped, she used her power on herself, bent the tower's rules and escaped. Her Edea can limit anything she wants just by locking eyes with someone. It cannot force instant death, but the effect gets much stronger if the target has seen her true form. After escaping, Coral went to the tower that held her friend, the Insect King, to free him. There she ran into Lee, who had just returned from the mental seal Satan forced on him. After a fierce fight, Lee beat her. Even so, she trapped him inside the abyssal orb. Since then, she has cursed him every day so he cannot use his Edea. Luckily for Lee, she can only use one restriction to keep him from escaping. Otherwise, she would have forced him to free her friend already. Back in the present, he asks her what is really happening outside. She says it is the same as always. Vladdy cuts in again and asks why they should believe her when she is the only one who can see the surface. Annoyed, Coral calls her an irritating bat and tells her to stop talking because she is sick of her. Lee thinks to himself that Vladdy already knows what is happening outside. She is just angry because she cannot do anything. He then explains that once Coral created the abyssal orb, the infernal cavalry surrounded it. Giant beasts have also been seen nearby, and even Il-young himself. They assume no one has attacked because both sides fear the others might join forces. For now, they can only wait for something outside to break that balance. Back with the main group, the protagonist says this is taking longer than he expected. At least they did not have to swim across. The dragon gets offended that they are using him like this with so little respect. Park shuts him up, saying it is amazing that a dragon still cannot fly. Then Jinsung asks Yuji if she has been traveling alone this whole time. Excited, she says yes and adds that she wants to tell him all about her adventures. But before she can start, he cuts in and asks if she has seen Captain Sunjae or the zombie squad. Her mood drops. She says she really does not know where they are. The last time she saw them was 3 years ago, when they headed north in Korea. Jinsung cannot understand why they would go there. She explains that a resistance force was gathering there to fight the primordial monsters. But one day, Il-young and his beast attacked and crushed them all. She knows from reliable sources that Sunjae is safe, but she never heard anything about the others. Hearing that, Jinsung tells the dragon to head there. He has to find out if his friends are still alive. Yuji places a hand on his face and says she understands why he is worried. But going after them with no clues is a bad move. First, they need to find Lee. Once they have his help, tracking the others will be much easier. He just needs to hold on a little longer. The protagonist accepts the girl's advice. She thanks him for listening and reminds him that they are together now. She is not as weak as before, so he can count on her strength next time. Park Jinsung goes quiet and admits Juye is right. They really have grown much stronger. Maybe he fell behind because he spent so long in hell, but the gap is huge. For now, with his dragon, his skeleton army, and his new abilities, he has managed to keep up, but his fighting power still is not enough for what is coming. Maybe if the sync shown by his Edea reach 100%, he could beat the Tower Guardians, but that is wishful thinking. Another option is using the condition that matches his strength to his enemies, but if he does that carelessly, his body could be ruined. Worst of all, most of what his Edea can do barely makes sense, and the descriptions read like riddles. Il-young had over 1 million combat power. If he is that strong, then the beasts and Satan himself must be far beyond that. Before he can keep torturing himself trying to find a way out of all this, the dragon cuts him off, shouting that there is finally land in sight. The boy says it looks just like Yuji described, a tower wrapped in a huge sphere of water. The scene shifts to a hooded man welcoming the North Korean. He asks if he remembers the people they captured a year ago, and if so, he should take him to them right away. While talking with his helper, he notices a few prisoners who seem to have already lost their minds, and he laughs at how weak-willed they were. Later, they reach the people he came for. Inside, 2 very familiar boys are tied up like they are on crosses. He says they will help him pay Park Jinsung back for the humiliation he suffered that day. Just hearing their captain's name makes them react, even in their weak state. The first thing the protagonist and the others saw when they reached that place was the infernal cavalry and the primero surrounding the water sphere, like they had been expecting them. The girl tells Jinsung to leave now and come back after they are gone. He says the 2 of them can beat them. Yuji quickly refuses to act right now. They still do not know what is inside the sphere, and if they waste energy out here, they could walk into something deadly and die. Park is surprised by how sharp her analysis is. The gap in experience between them is clearly huge. Yuji adds that the enemy can move their forces instantly, so the smartest choice is to wait until they leave, since they usually do not stay in one place for long. Right then, a beam of light drops near the primero. The one who arrived is the North Korean. The lion asks why he took so long, and the man says he was just getting a few things ready to welcome the brat. That answer amuses the beast, who says he hopes it will be entertaining. Il-young smiles and orders the knights to uncover the gifts prepared for Park Jinsung's arrival. Watching from a distance, the protagonist is left speechless and instantly boils with rage. Yuji asks what is wrong, but when she turns, she sees what he just saw. It is the bodies of 2 zombie group members, crucified. Yuji tries to talk sense into him, but before she knows it, he is already gone. The enemies quickly notice him, and even the lion says he could not hold himself back after all. Furious, Jinsung warns Il-jung that this time he is going to tear him apart. Il-jung ignores the threat and only asks the lion if he knew Park was there. The beast says yes. He and one other person arrived on the island about 30 minutes ago. Hearing that, the protagonist realizes they never had another choice, so he slowly releases his killing aura and vows to finish them fast. The lion and the North Korean mock his power, saying that even with that nasty aura, he is no match for them now. Angry, the protagonist raises his arm and calls for Bonghead to appear. Slowly, the dragon takes form, wrapped in green aura. Bongs asks his master if they will use the same plan as last time against the leopard. The protagonist tells him to be quiet and summon the army. Without hesitation, he gets to work, and seconds later the full army is out. He also activates Omnivore in Kraken mode and gets ready to fight. Right before he charges in, the girl tells him to stop. He only apologizes, then keeps going. Of course, Bonghead and his army do not leave him alone, and chaos breaks loose. Jinsung wastes no time and rushes straight at poor Iljung. The man calmly says he was only saving a surprise for him, so there is no need to glare like that. Before the attack can land, the North Korean moves fast and says he would rather go play with the goblin girl. Even though he is worried about his wife, the protagonist decides saving his friends comes first. When he asks if they are okay, they say yes, but also that he took way too long to rescue them. As Jinsung unties them, he apologizes and promises he will not leave them again. They thank him, but then something changes. Laughing like madmen, they tell him they are angry at him. That is why they stabbed him. When Omnivore sees they are a threat, it lunges to protect the boy, but before it can finish them, the protagonist stops it with his own hands and begs it not to hurt them because they are his friends. At that moment, he is struck again. The zombies use the opening to stab him once more while begging him not to let them die. Yujie screams her man's name in panic, but she cannot run to him because Iljung steps into her path. He tells her they are going to play like old times. Furious, she lets her aura surge and tells him to move once and for all. Not getting the girl's full attention, the North Korean warns that this time he will not let her live, then uses his new Edea on the goblin girl. This power carries every curse in the world and drops them all on its target, in this case her. Not even 10 seconds pass before Yujie, despite trying to stay on her feet, starts to fall. Iljung tells her not to worry, soon both of them will be sent back to hell. The moment he finishes saying that, another huge beam of light falls from the sky. Badly wounded, Jinsung instantly recognizes the energy of whoever has arrived, and seconds later, another great primordial beast is revealed. This dragon is now called Force, and the first thing he tells Park is that he had been waiting to see him again. The protagonist can hardly believe how bad the situation has gotten. On top of that, this creature also has a combat power of 1 million. Bonehead notices the fear in his master and loses focus. In a panic, he swings his tail at the lion. The lion dodges it and says the move reminds him of Bonehead's friend. Then Force appears beside them and mocks how weak Park has become. With one kick, he knocks Bonehead back. Furious, the Bone Dragon vows to make him pay. He fires off his strongest skill, but the Red Dragon does not even flinch. To everyone's shock, he stops the attack. Park still cannot understand how they became this strong. That beam had once wiped out the leopard completely, and this thing blocked it with one hand. Force starts walking forward while brushing off the attack. Once he gets close enough, he pulls back a punch and slams it into Bonehead. That one hit is enough to finish the dragon, who apologizes to Park before disappearing. Wrapped in a fierce aura, Force tells him to try again, when he has some flesh on his bones. That only makes him seem more worried, because compared to 5 years ago, this monster is on a whole different level. Then he notices another attack from his friends and barely dodges it. Keeping his distance, he wonders why they are acting like this. That is when Iljung steps in and asks if this is not fun. Angry, Park orders him to turn them back to normal. The villain smiles and says he did not do anything to them. This sword just made them think they are insane. After reading the weapons Edea, Jinsung understands what is happening and realizes this is another fragment of the combined sword. Iljung says it is not very useful in a straight fight, but it is perfect for turning enemies against each other. Park's rage rises again, but before he can strike, his own friends block his path to the villain. He tries to make them come to their senses, but they only say they wanted to be like him, and now they are, so he should be happy for them. Force joins in, saying he expected his old enemy to be more violent after 5 years, but somehow he is the same, or even worse. The lion agrees and says it is hard to feel any sympathy for him. Before making another move, Park stops to think. Without Bonehead, he cannot beat the monsters from Daniel's book, and with Juicy down, he is completely alone. For now, the best plan is to escape somehow, even if that means entering the giant water sphere and facing one of the Tower Peak creatures inside. He might match their power with one of those beasts, but without the doctor there, his body would break under that power in seconds. Just then, sand blows past him. The girl coming toward him says he is too stubborn and too hard to handle. Iljung is shocked that the goblin can still move after being hit by his Edea, and, as one warrior to another, he says he will let her say goodbye to the man she loves. Park tells Juyi he will get her out of this. She gently touches him and thanks him for coming into her life. Then she says her time is up. She kisses him. Jinsung blushes, and before he can say anything, she presses the sand sword against his chest. It takes Park too long to understand what is happening. He tries to stop Juyi, but it is already too late. She only smiles, tears in her eyes, and admits she really likes him. When the sword finishes covering the boy, Iljung orders the lion to stop her, but he cannot do it, and the ball of sand enters the water sphere. Disappointed, the North Korean walks up to the girl and asks if she understands what she just did, and what kind of state she is in now. Smiling, she says of course she does, and she regrets nothing. Iljung asks the lion why he did not foresee this with his empathy. Edea. The beast says love not hate caused this, so he could not read it. The one taking Park's escape the worst is Force, who is ready to challenge the Tower Peak beings inside the water sphere. With fear in his voice, the North Korean tells him not to do it, and asks if he understands what that would start. Force glares at him and warns him never to raise his voice again. He cannot control him anymore. Taking advantage of the tension, Jair points out that everyone noticed how afraid they are of the peak beings. Iljung tries to play it off, claiming those things are no match for him. But she reveals that she knows Lee is inside that bubble, and guesses they know an attack could make them unite, which would be a huge threat to their evil plans. Angry, he pulls out the same sword and says he used to adapt to his enemies, but now he has learned it is better to make the enemies adapt to them, because that is much easier. The moment the goblin takes the dagger in her hand, her thoughts begin to change, and a voice in her mind tells her she will use it wisely. Meanwhile, Park is trapped in the dark inside the sand sphere, wondering how arrogant he has been just because he beat one monster after escaping hell and gained Bonehead. He does not want this to end here. He truly wants to see her again. Then the sphere crashes into something and breaks apart. To his surprise, there is no water. What he finds instead is darkness, so deep it feels endless. There is also some kind of invisible wall that Park guesses was made with an Edea. So he figures that if he can break through it, he might get back to the surface. Then he activates Omnivore and Killing Intent mode. Right then, Coral appears behind him and complains that the aura is disgusting. Park spins around and asks who is there. Coral realizes he cannot see her in the darkness, so she creates a ball of light. With the area lit, he finally sees the huge being in front of him, and after checking her status window, he realizes she is a peak being and a very strong one. Calmer now, he asks if she was the one who trapped him there. She says yes, and quickly adds that she will not let him meet Lee. Before answering, Park studies the situation. After a few seconds, he says that if she will not let him meet Lee, then she should at least let him leave, since he ended up there by mistake. In a serious tone, Coral says sending him back changes nothing. In his current state, he cannot save her. He has also become pathetically weak. Killing Intent. I never thought you would take such a pathetic human form. Do you really think that body could seal us away again? The protagonist quickly realizes they are mistaking him for the original owner of that power again, so he explains that his name is Jinsung. His power is Killing Intent, but he has no connection to whoever she knew before. To everyone's surprise, the girl understands the difference. MC asks her name and she says it is Coral. Jinsung explains that the people outside are his enemies. If she lets him out with Lee, they can wipe them out and end this. Coral understands, but she still refuses to let Lee go. Park asks why. Frustrated, she says that evil human trapped her friend and would not set him free. That is why she will never let him leave this place. He realizes her friend must be another peak being because of where they are. Coral also says that even if he is weak now, Killing Intent is dangerous, and if he joins Lee, she might not be able to stop both of them. Desperate, he promises he will not turn against her, but she does not believe him. Honestly, Jinsung agrees. They just met, so there is no reason she should believe anything he says. Then he gets an idea and loudly asks her to be his friend. With a straight face, Coral repeats the word friend. Park immediately feels like he messed up, and when he tries to explain why he wants her as a friend, she cuts him off and seems very interested. Her eyes light up, and she agrees to be his friend. The protagonist thinks to himself that he has no idea why that worked, but he will take it. Coral makes it clear that she really hates Park's Edea, but MC is her friend now, so she will trust him completely. With that settled, he asks her to take him to Lee right away, but the damage he took earlier catches up to him and leaves him unable to move. Coral gets worried, and Jinsung realizes that at this rate he will die before he can help Jair. At that moment, the Sand Fairy, really the Sand Sword, starts covering him. It slowly merges with his body until it fully combines with Omnivore and forms armor like the kind the White Jade Goblin usually wears. This armor has physical defense of 800,000 units and only activates in emergencies. As they head toward Lee, Coral tells him not to worry. If they all fight together, they should be able to beat the ones outside. She is much stronger than she looks. He says he already knows that. The only problem is that he cannot beat those things by himself and has to rely on others. Then Coral senses something and quickly tells Park that something just entered her territory. He asks if it is one of the enemies. She says it is not alive, but it is still an enemy. A moment later, something rushes toward them at high speed. They both dodge, and it turns out to be the dagger Iljung had. The thing can talk, and it says it cannot stop thinking about the sweet scent of madness hidden inside this human. As it stalks them, it keeps saying how excited it is to claim such a nasty power. Then it mentions Jue and charges at Park. The second he heard her name, all his hesitation vanished, and he stopped the blade at once before it noticed. Without wasting a second, he demanded to know what happened to Jue. Instead of answering, the weapon gets excited. Now that it touched him, it thinks it can turn him into its slave. Power starts pouring out of it, and it begins ordering Park around. Unfazed, he asks again, what the hell happened to Jue? Terrified, the dagger tries to use its powers again, but he, already fed up, warns that if it attacks him again, he'll destroy it right there. Then we jump back 10 minutes to when the sword took over Jair. The villain explains what will happen now. She won't be able to let go of the dagger even if she wants to. Park's possessed friends urge their boss to give in. Madness is the purest form of power. With a dark smile, she says she'll do it. If madness is power, then she'll become the maddest of them all. Seeing she's lost her mind, the North Korean starts leaving. As he walks away, he asks the lion if he enjoyed the show. The beast says yes and praises the job, but the dragon disagrees. He wanted to kill the girl himself. The lion tells the North Korean to ignore him. Then he senses danger, and it's coming from Jer. Her expression changes in an instant, and the lion warns his ally to be careful. But instead of attacking them, she throws the dagger at the water sphere. That was the last thing the dagger saw before reaching Park. After hearing all that, he goes quiet for a moment. Coral notices his killing intent rising and tells him to calm down. But fear takes over, and she falls silent. The protagonist says there's only one thing he wants now: to kill Il-young. Sadly, his strength still doesn't compare. Coral tells him to control his aura, but he doesn't listen. Then the dagger tells him to stop holding back. He usually does that so he won't hurt his friends, but right now the power he feared might be the answer. Park agrees with the blade and starts releasing his energy. Little by little, the dagger goes silent, and the armor covering him begins to change until it reveals a new, powerful form. That release lets Park reach 50% sync with his power, and his combat level rises to 400,000 units. The dagger grows jealous of MC's power and gets angry that it can't control him. In a cold voice, he warns it to stay quiet from now on. If it says one more word against him, he'll destroy it. He tells Coral to free Lee and follow him into the fight. Then he unleashes a huge attack to break through to the surface. The lion notices the disturbance and then sees the energy Park used before the protagonist himself bursts out seconds later. Seeing him, the third asks why he doesn't look like the same person anymore, but MC says nothing. Annoyed, the lion swings a claw at him, but right then Park decides to test his new power. He vanishes instantly and, in a blink, completely destroys the giant beast. The creature can't understand what happened, but it's already too late and it falls to him once again. Meanwhile, Coral rushes to find Lee. The moment he sees her, he knows something is wrong. She usually comes at a different time. Lee asks what's happening, and she says they're under attack, not by the beasts but by something even worse. That shocks him, since it means a new enemy has appeared. Back at the fight, the third lies broken on the ground. It tries to stand, but Park suddenly drops on top of it. After stabbing the lion in the face with the dagger, he demands to know where Juye is. The beast mocks him, saying it's a shame today, it just can't feel sorry for him at all. Furious, Park drags the dagger across the lion's face and asks again where Juye is. With no choice left, the beast admits the North Korean took her. It also tells the protagonist he came too late. Maybe if he had used this power sooner, he wouldn't have lost her. Those words hit MC hard. He releases even more aura, then raises his weapon and demands that they bring Juye back. Right after that, he unleashes a non-stop wave of attacks on the enemy that only end when it is wiped out completely. Even with no one left there, he keeps saying he wants her back. Memories of the last time he saw her flash through his mind, until a sharp pain hits his chest. He feels like his heart is about to burst, so he tries to suppress his killing intent again. But it's useless, and something inside him tells him to let it take over. A few minutes later, Coral arrives. She looks everywhere for him until she finally spots him, and before she can say Lee is coming, real terror hits her. She says that energy is unmistakable, the same as that being's. That means Park's mind is being swallowed by the wild side of his power. Then he rushes straight at her. She manages to block every attack, but no matter how hard she tries, she can't make him come to his senses. Park tells her to shut up because she's too loud. She calls him her friend and begs him to stay strong, but gets no answer. Coral realizes she has to beat him to stop him, but her human form won't be enough. She has to use her real monstrous shape. Seconds later, she transforms into a monster. This form is called Kraken, and it stands at the top of the new power rank. Right away, she tries to trap him, but it won't be easy. Park is insanely fast. She also tries to use her Edea on him, but can't keep him in sight long enough. Angry, the protagonist says he'll destroy her right now. Then he boosts his speed and gets close enough to be a real threat. Someone yells at Coral to duck. Then Lee appears from behind her and stops Park's attack. As their powers clash, the samurai says he's glad to see MC again, but he won't let him hurt Coral. Then he forces him back. Completely enraged, Park says Lee is just making noise and all he wants is to shut her up. Lee says he finally understands what the protagonist meant about losing control, but he didn't come here to watch him be eaten by madness. He has to snap out of it. They still need to fight the real enemies. Somewhere else, Il-young reports everything to Satan. He says they cornered MC, but the goblin girl helped him escape into the habitat of the spiked being in that area. Satan doesn't understand how that's possible. Weren't their current power levels enough to kill that boy? Is he still a threat to their plans? Force, who is also there, says there's no reason to worry. That kid is weaker now than he was before. Alarmed, the North Korean says that may be true for now, but that stubborn boy always finds a way to get stronger, and if he teams up with the spiked being and Lee, things could get messy. At that moment, a beam of light like the earlier ones bursts in. Shocked, Il-jung asks if it's the first one, and why the hell it returned to base without permission. Satan, being sharper, says something is wrong. This isn't a return. It looks like it was killed. The North Korean can't understand what could have changed so fast, but promises to find out right away. Satan tells him to wait. Something else matters more about the first one's return. Usually its power restores Daniel's beasts as soon as they are near it, but for some reason that isn't happening this time. It seems someone erased its influence over this summon. Jung says that's impossible. If anyone had that kind of power, they'd be a huge threat. The leader says he's right, but it isn't a person who can do that. It's an object, that cursed fragment of the composite sword. Registry release. Elsewhere, the vampire and her elite squad, who were also trapped by Coral, head for the sphere's exit. They ask if it could be a trap, and she says no. If it were, Coral would have drowned them the moment they started running. To herself, Vladdy angrily says that damn squid took Lee away fast, while leaving the rest of them behind without a word. Not long after, they reach the outside and hear the huge shockwaves from the fight. As always, the vampire gives orders to her allies and reaches the exit first. Just the shockwaves make her wonder who the hell they're fighting, especially with Coral in her final form and working together with Lee. After dodging a strike from Coral's tentacle, Park stops for a few seconds and says they're making too much noise. That's when Vladdy finally recognizes the enemy, and she can't understand how he turned into that monster. Lee asks Coral if she can use her ability. She says he's too fast, and she can't catch his eyes. That worries Lee. He never imagined that kid could become this strong. Park proves just how bad an idea it was to fight him and lunges at Lee. Lee smiles and says round 2 will be different, but that's just talk. By pure luck, he manages to block the charge, and he still can't even touch him, even while going all out. Then Park gets behind him and slams him with a sword strike that Lee barely stops. As he gets pushed back, Lee tells himself he has to stay sharper because one clean hit from the protagonist would end the fight. Before that could happen, Kraken form Coral throws a punch at Park, and he easily dodges it. Coral asks MC if he lied before when he said he would not give in to the killing urge and that they could be friends. He says he meant it, but he cannot stop. His heart is pounding too hard. Maybe if he kills Il-young, the beasts, and everyone else, it will finally calm down. After hearing that, Lee realizes the villains were there and that Yuya and Park came to save him. Furious, he jumps back into the fight. He grabs his attention right away, and before he can react, Lee is already in front of him. For the samurai, though, he never sees Park's strike coming, and ends up taking it head-on. Even while hurting, he tells the protagonist to stop carrying everything by himself. Even if he cannot see it now, there will always be people beside him. That brief moment of hesitation gives the samurai a chance to grab MC with all his strength and throw him toward Coral. She catches him, and the second he looks into her eyes and tells her to let go, he gets trapped by her peak ability, which tells him not to use killing intent as fuel. To everyone's surprise, it works on the hero, breaking the control that killing intent had over him. Right after that, a sharp pain hits him, and once he clears his head a little, he realizes what caused the loss of control, and rips Omnivore off the armor. Worried, Coral asks if he is okay. He says yes and thanks her for stopping him. Lee praises Coral and reminds her there is always another way. Just then, Vladdy appears in the distance. When she reaches the samurai, she asks why he was so careless, and took that hit without guarding himself. Was he trying to die? Lee tells her to stop being dramatic. That wound is far too small to kill him. Then he activates his Edea and the injury starts to heal. But it is more than healing. He can return his body to an earlier state. He saves his body's condition from a point in time, then resets to it and erases the damage. Hearing that, Vladdy is stunned. She never knew he had a power like that, and says she will stop worrying about him. He tells her not to go that far. Then he asks Coral how Park is doing. As she sets him down near them, she says he is better. He apologizes for making them fight him. The samurai says they should be the ones apologizing since the protagonist risks so much to save them. Then Park tells him Il-young took Juye. Hearing that, Lee understands why MC lost control. He promises they will help rescue her, but he has to stay patient, and in his weakened state, he agrees. Lee asks Coral where the enemies she mentioned went. She says her friend already dealt with the lion, but the others escaped. They can teleport anywhere as long as that cross is visible. Lee gets it, though he cannot help saying the world changed too much during the 5 years he was trapped below. With that in mind, he asks Coral if she plans to lock them up again. She says no, she only wanted her friend back. In fact, she promised her new friend she would free Lee and the others so they could fight together in exchange for something. Lee is thrown off. After more than 4 years together, she never called him a friend. Yet Park earned that in just a few hours. Coral snaps back that Jinsung never imprisoned her friend. That hits Lee hard because he knows this could have been solved long ago, if he had not been so stubborn. Then Lee tells Coral that since Jinsung promised to free her friend, he will keep that promise, but only after they move somewhere safe far from that cross. Suddenly Lee notices something and shouts for Coral to watch out. Force appears out of nowhere in the sky and crashes down on the Kraken. She blocks it and tells everyone else to get back. Jinsung refuses to leave her alone and tells Lee to let him fight too. Meanwhile, the dragon keeps attacking Coral. He calls her a useless peak and asks why the violence he felt there disappeared when he arrived. By the way, Coral's Edea does not work on him, because he has a hidden condition in his own Edea that protects him from face-to-face enemy attacks. Cornered, the Kraken uses a water attack to defend herself, but that is nothing to Force, who who smashes her away with one brutal hit. The others watch from a distance. Park says Coral's ban is keeping him from using his powers, but he does not want her fighting alone. Lee tells him to calm down if he forces it. Things could get worse. For now, he should let them help. Then he orders Vladdy to take the protagonist somewhere safe. She obeys, but before leaving, she tells her people to split up and regroup on the island's east coast. They shout for their leader to be careful, then follow her order. Force hears that Park is leaving and tries to chase him, but Coral blocks his path. The dragon says she does not have enough violence to face him. Coral answers that it does not matter. While she is alive, he will not lay a hand on her friend. Lee backs her up, telling her she is not alone, and pushes his Edea to full power. Out of nowhere, the samurai's naval fleet appears and in seconds surrounds Force. Before attacking, Lee tells him his name is Lee, current friend of Park Jinsung and naval commander of Korea. Coral asks how he can use his powers at full strength. He says if she means the ban she placed on him, it disappeared when he used his Edea to heal himself. For now, that does not matter. They need to focus on the enemy in front of them. Force tells them to stop talking big and get out of his way, or his violence will erase them. Lee pauses for a second, then says that line does not sound very good. He should say something more direct, like, "I will wipe you out." That might actually sound scary. Force mocks Lee's power and says he does not get why the North Korean feared him so much. In the end, Lee only changed the order of Park Jinsung's death. This fight ends with my victory. Annoying human. Show me all your violence. The samurai says he hopes Force will not regret saying that. Then he activates every ship at once, and before they strike, we learn the attack has a combat power of 1,500,000 units. It slams straight into the target. At first, it looks like it is working, but Force endures it easily, and not only that, he pushes through it and counterattacks. Lee says he never expected that move to kill him, but Force should remember he is not fighting alone. Then a tentacle suddenly appears and smacks Force, knocking him back. Angry, the dragon threatens Peak with death. Coral ignores him and tells Lee she can block that earlier attack too. He says that is good to hear. Furious at being ignored, Force decides to end it now. He uses his earth control ability, this time on a massive scale. The move is called Fold, and it works exactly like it sounds. Walls of earth close in fast, trying to crush them. But the samurai uses his ships as a shield and breaks the attack. For a moment, he says they can win if that is the lizard's best move. He takes it back almost immediately, because the villain repeats Fold again and again, meaning he can use it without limit. Lee realizes how dangerous that is, so he yells to Coral that he is trusting his life to her ability. She understands at once what he means, and then his ships fire all their power at the enemy wall. But it is no use. The overwhelming force crushes them all. Seeing that, Force says they were not as violent as he thought. In fact, Park Jinsung lasted longer against him in the past. Then Coral's tentacles appear out of nowhere and wrap around him a second later. Without wasting time, she uses her Edea on the dragon. For some reason it works, placing a ban on him so he cannot use Fold again. That enrages the dragon, and with raw strength alone, he tears part of the kraken apart. As he stomps on her, he says she should never have sided with humans. If not, she might have lived a few thousand years longer. Lee, still alive, answers that a life in chains is not worth living. Force turns about to ask how Lee is still alive, when he notices something that stuns him. Then we see what caught his eye, and Lee jokingly tells the second one to say hello to Force, since it has been a long time. The dragon laughs off the bear's power and says not even 10 of them could scratch him. He does not know how Lee subdued the second one, but he will find out through violence. Lee, sounding a little down, says Force is right. The bear, nearly crying, asks why he was called out if he was not going to be useful. The samurai calmly says he only needs the bear to spit out that thing it swallowed the last time they were in the tower. Hearing that, Coral wonders if he means her friend. The bear says he was already tired of keeping that thing trapped. Then he opens his mouth and something shoots out at incredible speed. Force asks what the hell that is, and before he can react, a powerful blow smashes into his jaw. Here Lee kept the promise Park made to Coral. After so long, the octopus girl finally reunited with her friend, the Insect King, Sin. They do not waste time on the reunion. Coral quickly tells the Insect King they can live on the surface now, and humans are no longer their enemies. She also says the sword guy is on their side. Right now, their real enemy is that damn thing. Forza snaps that no matter how many spikes show up, the result will stay the same. Lee asks if he really believes that, since they were scared of Coral joining him before. Back then, they did not know about the Insect King. Now all three are together, and that should have them shaking. Forza closes his eyes and smiles, then he lets out a huge roar that hits everyone there. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but once the dragon gave the order, everyone's physical abilities were cut in half. Lee notices right away, and cannot believe he hid that skill the whole time. Coral tells him not to worry, and before she can explain why, the focus shifts to the Insect King. In words we cannot understand, he asks Coral if she can finish the enemy. She answers yes without hesitation. Hearing that, he gets excited and charges at Forza. As he pulls back a punch, Forza says the last hit only landed because he was distracted, but now he will show his real power. Then he throws the punch. To his surprise, the insect creature knocks him back again. Daniel's book monster cannot understand how that is possible when his enemy's strength should be cut in half. With a cruel tone, the Insect King explains in his own language that insects are the strongest creatures for their size. And in his case, he can adapt to any force because nothing stronger than him can exist in the world. The dragon admits that is interesting, then tells him to keep that pride a little longer so he can show his true violence. Elsewhere, Vladdy and the main character are finally far enough from the fight to be safe. He thanks her and she tells him not to push himself, even knowing he cannot. Park says he should be out there fighting. Vladdy says she understands better than anyone, but he can barely stand. On top of that, he is still under that octopus restriction. He has no answer for that. He also admits the stab wounds from earlier got worse when he fought Lee and Coral. Vladdy cuts into his thoughts and says that even at full strength, she is useless in that battle, and it is maddening. Park, who can read Edela's, remembers that her power is unbeatable against humans, but useless against monsters. He also remembers she was trapped by the spike for over 4 years, so her frustration at being unable to help is even greater than his. Then she says goodbye, because she has to lead her team here safely. Once alone, the main character starts blaming himself for what happened to Juye. If he had not been so reckless, she would still be safe, and if he had controlled his powers, the team he promised Coral and Lee would have helped a lot. Without thinking, he considers breaking the girl's seal so he can at least trigger her recovery. To his surprise, he manages to call out his killing intent, and he has no idea how that is possible. If this restriction were that easy to break, Superior Lee would not have been trapped so long. That means his Edea somehow slipped past the restriction on its own. Maybe if he learns more about his ability, he can use his powers at full strength like his seniors without losing control. Park says he needs more than 50% synchronization, because that much was not enough against Forza. With that in mind, he starts searching deep inside his power. This time, he is not trying to release killing intent. He wants to find the power hidden inside him. Then he pulls out the dagger from before, the one that once pushed his senses to the limit. He thinks that if he uses it to look inward, he might find something. With that, he begins to focus. The deeper he goes, the stronger the urge to kill becomes. Still, after a while, he finds something, and a few seconds later appears in a place he does not know at all. He wonders if this is what looking inside himself was supposed to do. He at least expected a clue about his power, but there is nothing there. In fact, it feels a lot like the hell where Satan imprisoned him. Then he decides to take a step, and the moment he does, his instincts fire up. Somehow, that single step makes 10 years pass in that place. That is insane compared to that other hell. And when he looks up, 100 years pass. Then a giant whale appears. Not only that, a serpent shows up beside it. The main character quickly realizes these are not normal at all. But is this some kind of choice? He instinctively links them to evil and good, so he tries to choose the whale. That choice angers the serpent, and it coils around his arm. Alarmed, he tells it to get away, but the thing refuses to let go and drags him down. The whale tries to tell him something, but he cannot understand it. More firmly, he orders the serpent to let him go already. That only enrages the reptile, which enters his body before he can stop it. Seconds later, the status window appears, and Park sees his synchronization rise by 1%. But it does not stop there. Out of nowhere, the percentage starts rising out of control, causing him unbearable pain. He also realizes the power growing inside him is the Godslayer's original power before it was sealed, and it came from his evil deeds. Then the giant whale uses a skill. The main character quickly realizes it is assassination assistance, and wonders why it appeared. That skill should only show up when a disaster is serious enough for the gods to notice. When he sees his synchronization nearing 100, he realizes that must be the coming danger. Then a sword emerges from the crack made by the whale. It is aimed at Park, who cannot move, and just before his synchronization reaches 100, it drives into him. To his relief, it does not hurt him at all. Instead, he feels a strange satisfaction, and notices that his synchronization finally stops rising. Then the serpent from before leaves his body, badly wounded. Jinsung says he understands now. That thing is the evil side of the Godslayer, and the whale is the side born after the gods purified him. He also figures out what that new sword does. In fact, it is what broke Coral's restriction. This is a fragment of the composite sword that had always been hidden inside his body, and its power is to erase the world's records. In other words, if the user's rank is high enough, he can weaken or even erase anyone's power. With this new ability, the main character knows what he has to do. Then he raises the weapon and says, "Erase record." It instantly removes the damage he had taken and fully heals his body. It also saves a backup of his healthy state that can be used once every 24 hours. With that, all 3 traits of the Godslayer have been unlocked. The first was contempt for the strong. The second was the Godslayer's true form. And the third is the power the gods gave the Godslayer, after purifying him, the record eraser. Now the main character finally feels ready to fight those cursed monsters. Normally, those beasts always come back no matter how many times they are killed, all because of their master's endless power. But with this sword, he can kill them for good. One strange detail is that every time he lets go of the sword, it stabs back into his chest. It is also worth remembering that right now he has 3 fragments of the composite sword. That alone will stop Satan from completing it, unless he kills Park. And the inner dimension starts to collapse, and the main character realizes it is time to leave. A few minutes later, he makes it out. Now he can use his power without restrictions. Vladdy, who had come back, notices Park's power jump and asks if he has gone crazy again. He says no. He just healed all his wounds and can fight again. Then he tells Bonehead to come out and serve his master. The bone dragon slowly appears, now alive again. It says darkness never dies. MC tells it to shut up and orders Omnivore to do its thing. The weapon in Kraken mode starts wrapping around the dragon. A few seconds later, the fusion is complete, revealing its powerful new form. Its combat power is now 800,000 units, which is incredible. Park says now it finally looks like a real dragon. Vladdy says he is starting to look like a necromancer. Getting serious again, he tells the vampire he is heading straight to Pyongyang. She quickly asks if he has lost his mind. His power may have grown, but charging straight into the enemy headquarters is still insane. Jinsung knows that, but if he does not go, he cannot save Jue, and he has to help her before anything happens. Deep down, he also feels something pulling him toward that place, though he cannot explain why. The vampire says she will let him go, but she is coming too. He says that is not needed, and that she should stay to support Superior Lee. Vladdy says she would like to, but her power is useless against those monsters. For rescue missions or large fights against mortal humanoids, though that is different. Park agrees and lets her come with him. The dragon tells the main character that this time he will show off his amazing flying skills. He immediately tells him to shut up because he only got wings a few seconds ago. Before following the protagonist, Vladdy tells her squad to stay safe and survive until she gets back from Pyongyang. They all answer together, promising they will and wishing her luck. With that, the dragon shoots into the sky at full speed. Park swears he will not make another mistake. At the same time, in a place guarded by countless locusts, a young man stands watch. It is Fecht, the one everyone thought was dead, and he says he is truly trapped. For now, his Edea looks bigger but otherwise unchanged. His combat power is 200,000. That is low compared to what we have seen lately. But with one arm gone, it makes sense. Before he heads into battle, he says he wants to see Jue one last time. Then he charges in. The enemies spot him right away and rush him from all sides. He cuts down 2 of them with a single swing, but there is still a whole swarm in front of him, before facing them. Fecht explains that getting out of hell only took him a few days, and because Satan's aura covers the whole world, his abilities have not grown like everyone else's. Then he keeps fighting. His speed lets him slip away from the swarm easily, and then strike back by using gravity against several of them. Even so, his body still has normal human limits. Next, he blocks another attack. While waiting for death, he says he fought for almost 5 years, and none of it seemed to matter. What hurts most is that he did it believing that fools saying that souls have no rank. Then the sword in his hand starts to glow, and raindrops gather around it. Fecht can hardly believe it, but from what he knows, this looks like a fragment of the composite sword. He grabs it at once and uses its new power to slam every locust into the ground. I do not fully get how this sword works yet, so for now all that matters is that his combat power jumps to 890,000, more than double what he had before. Once the enemies are gone, he sits down to rest. Then a voice says it came to help, though it seems that is no longer needed. Fecht is stunned that it is really him. The speaker is Captain Sun Ye, who asks Fecht to come with him. Later, they move to a nearby building. There, a member of the zombie squad, whose name I do not remember, welcomes Fecht. Fecht, who also does not remember the guy's name, thanks him and calls him Slant Eyes. The offended boy says he told Fecht his name 5 years ago, and it is rude not to remember. Before he can keep complaining, Line, who is there too, tells him to calm down and bring the soup already. Sun Ye asks Fecht why he came all the way here, and why he left his homeland. Fecht says he was heading to Pyongyang. That shocks the captain, because no one could survive there alone. Fecht, clearly shaken, says he was not alone when he started, but he is the only one who made it this far. Sun Ye offers his condolences and says they have lost many people too. He spent years gathering people from all over Korea to fight, but one day the 3rd and the North Korean attacked and wiped out most of them. In the end, they had no choice but to run and leave many behind. Even some of the zombie group who protected them were captured. Angry Sun Ye says that if that monster had not shown up, he could have beaten Gil Young. Fecht is surprised and asks if he can really fight someone like that. The captain says yes, as long as the enemy is not some giant beast, he can handle them. While eating his soup, Fecht says he would call that bragging if it came from anyone else, but from Sun Ye, he believes it. Then he asks what the plan is. Sun Ye says they are going to Pyongyang to rescue the captives. It may be reckless, but it is what those people would do for them. Fecht says he understands and asks if Junja or Park are there. Sun Ye says he ran into the goblin girl a few months ago, but he has not seen MC since that fight in the tower. It seems he still has not escaped hell. That leaves the room silent. Then the quiet breaks when one of the zombie squad says their captain will come help them sooner or later. Sun Ye and Lin agree they know their friend would never give up that easily. Fecht cannot believe that after so many years they still wait for him. Still, deep down, he believes Park will return soon. Then someone rushes in and reports that the scout in Pyongyang found no monsters there, and the cavalry is gone too. That makes Fecht wonder if this is a chance or a trap. Either way, there is no other choice. They are going there right now. Since Fecht was already headed there, he says he will join them. He needs to see his friends one more time. Later in the mountains near Pyongyang's presidential palace, Sun Ye's group arrives. Lin confirms the report was true, and Sun Ye tells them to search until they find where the captives are being held. Fecht asks what they will do if their people are dead or corrupted. After a long pause, Sun Ye says that if no one is alive, at least they will not carry regret, and if they are corrupted, they will end their suffering. Hearing that, Fect apologizes, but Sun Ye tells him not to. It is better to be ready for every possible outcome. Not long after, someone reports that they found the prisoners. Before the infiltration starts, Sun Ye asks everyone if they are ready. They all answer yes. Then he tells Fect that he and the zombie unit will slip inside the palace, and Fect should hold off the locusts if he can until they finish. He makes one thing clear: saving the others comes first. If they can avoid fighting, they should. With that, the mission begins. Lin, who got the same order as Fect, asks how wide his sword's ability can spread. As he draws it, he tells her not to worry, then covers the whole enemy area with the sword's rain. The attack hits every locust there and wipes them out fast. Everyone is stunned by the blue-eyed fighter's power, but he says there is one big problem. Lin asks what he means, and he explains that it is not very useful against enemies who can endure the rain, like the one coming at them now. Lin cannot believe that thing can still fly while inside rain from a composite sword fragment. The three of them instantly get ready. Seeing them, the enemy says the sudden rain felt strange, but he is glad it came from a fragment, because once he kills the intruders, he will take it to his master. Meanwhile, in the palace's underground prison, Il-jung tells someone it makes no sense that he stepped out just to report to his lord, and in that short time, everything turned into chaos. Then we see he is talking to Park's wife, who says she has not caused trouble yet, she is only getting started. Il-jung tells her to stop talking and quickly tries to use his Edea on her. To his surprise, she blocks the curse with her sword and says his nasty words will not work on her anymore. Angry, the North Korean says that cursed sword has caused him trouble ever since the incident at the bank. Mocking him, she says it is his own fault she still has it. Just then, Park's friends regain consciousness. Oh-young is shocked that the goblin girl somehow brought the mad ones back to their senses. He admits he let his guard down, but says things still favor him, then asks Jue what she plans to do now. With a smile, she says the least she can do is keep him stuck there for a few days. More relaxed, Il-jung asks what good that will do. She says she does not really know, but for some reason she feels it will give her a huge advantage. For now, one thing is clear: he still has not killed her, and that must be for two reasons. First, she is a valuable hostage. Second, he does not want to waste even a bit of power unless he has to. Put those together, and it means Park got into the water sphere safely and joined forces with Superior Lee. The North Korean smiles and says that even in a mess like this, her mind works well. Still, whatever is happening outside does not change her situation in here. Then he adds, if that sword's purification power is so great, why did she not use it back then? Can it not purify while she does something else? He figures it out. She could have escaped, but came back for her allies instead. Is that not right, Goblin Girl? That crushes the others, because they know their leader is in trouble because of them. They apologize, nearly in tears. She tells them to stop thinking that way and trust their boss's wife. In a cruel tone, the North Korean says that is touching. But there is more. They already sent force back to where Park is. That leaves Jue stunned. She only saw that thing for a few seconds, but even then she felt its terrifying power. With a smug look, he says he likes that panic on her face. But now they will see how long they can hold out. Will he get there first, or will the Goblin Girl die from exhaustion? Then one of the North Korean's men interrupts him. He brings bad news, and the man cannot hide his reaction. One of the zombie squad jokes, asking if that face means Captain Park has arrived. Yuje thinks that is impossible. There has not been enough time. Still, something has reached this place, and it is strong enough to put everyone on alert. Using his distraction, she asks if he's really going to leave, because if he does, she'll kill his men and get out. That threat makes the North Korean furious. Still, he reins himself in and says he can't leave intruders or prisoners unattended. But he can remind her of what happened at the bank. He unleashes a barrage of attacks aimed at one place, the ceiling. As it starts collapsing, he walks off and says that if any of them survive the rubble, he'll come back and finish them. Without hesitating, the girl uses her Edea to shield everyone. Once the cave-in ends, she wonders if she pushed him too far. The exit is completely blocked. Yuya says carrying the sword in the sand wouldn't be a problem, but quickly takes it back and refuses to regret her choices. The zombie unit thanks her for protecting them and offers to dig, since hard labor is what their unit does best. Then they notice her Edea is weakening. She explains that even though she purified the corruption controlling them, their minds are still unstable from the contamination. Before she can offer to do the digging herself, the boys rush at the wall. Seeing their daggers barely work, she tries again to say she can handle it, but they flat out refuse. One of them asks if she remembers when they fought her at the school under Byun-gyun's orders. She says she remembers. She crushed all of them with no effort. He says that back then she told them to stop whining and learn from Park Jinsung, who always kept pushing. Since then they decided to be like their captain. They didn't want his Edea, they wanted his unbreakable spirit. That's why they won't give up. Like their captain says, Adelas don't measure their souls because they're greater than that. Their resolve is so strong that the daggers begin to glow and suddenly return to their original forms. Not only that, they're stronger than ever. With even more drive, the guys keep digging, while the girl watches with pride and swears she'll soon show the protagonist how hard his teammates have kept working and growing. Back outside the palace, Blue Eyes tells King Abaddon to take the sword from him, if he can. Abaddon figures that skill works great for wide attacks, but against one strong target, it seems lacking. If that's true, then let's see what you can do against me. With that, he starts absorbing energy from all the men around him, and his combat power steadily rises. The power shocks Link, but he keeps calm. A few seconds later, he asks the girl and the others to cover him. Then he readies his sword for battle, because if that monster keeps powering up, everyone's in trouble. In a mocking tone, Abaddon asks what he plans to do. Is he really? Before he can finish, he's struck by the rain and slammed into the ground. Angry, he wonders how that happened, but quickly realizes Fetch released the rain around them and packed it into one point. Confident, he steps away from where the water is falling and starts saying it's easy to dodge. Then another drop nails him and drives him into the ground again. As he gets up, he claims it was just luck that Fetch guessed his movement and it won't happen again. But Fetch humiliates him so badly he ends up begging him to stop. By the way, in exchange for that huge power boost, the sword took away his ability to copy Fetch and the experience he gained from using it. Still, he's grateful his battle instincts are still intact. Furious, the roach says this is getting annoying and summons more locusts, ordering them to attack. Too bad for him, Lin and the others step in and get ready to protect Fetch. The girl quickly raises a shield, and when the locusts crash into it, she drops it, giving the others the chance to wipe them out. Blue Eyes asks the Locust King what he plans to do now. Completely enraged, he just says, "Leave." He repeats it over and over until a huge bottomless crater opens under the group. As they fall, the now free king asks what they're going to do. Meanwhile, on level 1 of the palace, the infiltrators say they didn't expect the place to be this huge. It feels like a giant dungeon. Sanjay tells them to stay extra alert because of the darkness. The slit-eyed one moves to the front to use his Edea. Since it can sense energy, it doesn't take long for him to detect many enemies, and soon they show themselves. The captain quickly takes point and orders everyone to activate their Edeas. Then he easily takes down 4 of them. The others cheer their leader's strength and jump into the fight with him. One of them manages to knock an enemy down, but when he's about to finish it, the monster's cries of pain make him hesitate. The captain notices and kills the mutated human himself. Then he tells the boy that hesitation could turn him into one of them. If he really wants to help, he has to end their suffering. For a few seconds, the whole unit feels awful, but then they understand what their job really is. The first corporal praises their spirit, then says that if they keep this up, they'll kill Il-jung too when he shows up. Right then, the North Korean appears behind him and asks him to repeat that. As he raises his sword, he tells the boy to survive this and strikes to kill him. At least that's what it looked like for a second. The captain actually blocks the attack and saves the slit-eyed one. Angry, he orders his teammate to get back. The North Korean quickly recognizes who he's facing and asks if it wasn't enough to watch all the people he gathered a year ago die. Now he's brought more people to die in enemy territory. Sanjay fires back that they weren't ready back then, but today will be different. That makes Il-jung smile, and he tells him to prove it. Then he uses his curse ability to weaken everyone with an active Edea who can hear him. It hits the whole group except the captain, since he doesn't need to keep his Edea active and only uses it when he has to trap something. He immediately orders everyone to turn theirs off. Il-jung admits he's holding up better than before, but with power this pathetic, he never should have tried to invade his territory. Then he swings with his mutated arm. Thanks to his reflexes, the captain dodges, but he knows this fight will be rough. The North Korean mocks him, asking what he can do with an ability that just clings to things like a monkey if he can't even get close. Then he lunges at the boy. The captain dodges the hit easily, but he still can't shake the fear, because that man's attacks are almost impossible to stop thanks to his Edea. One key detail here is that this hand caused the mutations in the enemies they ran into a little earlier. After escaping a storm of attacks, the boy says he has to go all out if he wants any chance. Tired of chasing him, the North Korean uses another ability. It's Armageddon. But instead of raining meteors, he can now fire long-range weapons made of flame. And just so you know, that hand alone has 1,700,000 combat units. At that moment, the zombie unit calls for their captain's help, because without Edeas, the mutants are overwhelming them. Seeing them in danger, the boy decides to bet everything on this fight. This is the chance he needed, because for the first time, Il-jung is alone. When he sees him close his eyes, the North Korean asks if he's given up. With more resolve than ever, the captain answers, no. The look in his eyes makes Il-jung wonder where that sudden confidence came from. Then Sanjay tells his unit to use their Edeas and handle the rest of the enemies. Hearing that, the villain laughs at the idea that the young man thinks he can beat him alone. Then the captain suddenly asks how much he's trained since getting all that power. That catches him off guard and he can only smile. But the smile quickly vanishes when he sees Sanjay's aura starting to rise. Not only is his power going up, but that energy is also canceling out the influence of Satan's holy city. Even the space around them begins to change until it becomes a huge coliseum. This is all caused by the captain's Edea's new ability. Il-jung can't understand how someone so weak could create a spatial break inside his territory. Then he notices his Edea starting to fade, because every ability in that place is cancelled for both of them. For most people, that would be a disadvantage, but not for the captain, who trained his body like a beast. The North Korean is clearly worried, since anything that can erase his boss's influence in the holy city has to be Seraph level or higher. By the way, I already forgot the rank chart, so I stopped bringing it up. Back to the fight. The young man charges at the North Korean. He sees the punch coming slowly, but his body still can't dodge, and it lands clean. As he tries to process the pain, he wonders if this is how he dies. Sunjae asks him how it feels now that he's the one whose powers got sealed. Furious, Il-jung attacks again, but the captain blocks it easily and slams him with his shoulder. Then he grabs him by the face and drives him into the floor. Not done yet, he seizes his sweater, pulls back and smashes him with another brutal punch. While the North Korean lies there waiting to die, the boy tells him he's waited a long time for this moment. Trying to stall, the man says he never expected him to have power like this. He says he's glad the protagonist used that power on him instead of his lord. Then he adds that the protagonist is an even bigger threat than that goblin girl, and that killer. That shocks MC, and he asks Il-jung where he saw them. Il-jung says he would love to explain, but since he is about to die, he can wait and hear it in hell. Furious, Park swears the last 10 seconds of his skill will be the last 10 seconds of Il-jung's life. Il-jung just smiles and says, the protagonist is already out of time. Then he calls for the third one. The moment he says it, the many-headed cat tears through part of the space MC created. Then it asks what they think they're doing. He knows that with the third one here, there's no way to win this fight. So he decides to finish Il-jung with one final blow, but he's too late, and the third one forces him back. Even without taking damage, Park knows his chance to kill Il-jung is gone. That bastard starts gloating because he survived. He's already realized that even if the protagonist tries to use that skill again, having the third one here still gives him the advantage. MC pauses to think, until one of his teammates asks what they should do. Park says their mission was to rescue any prisoners, but since they found no one, they should at least buy time for the people outside to escape, even if that means dying here. Then he tells the other three to target Il-jung while he takes on the third one. That makes the North Korean laugh. Even hurt, his powers are back now, and he says he can kill them easily. The zombie unit ignores him and charges in. But before they can throw their lives away, someone in the distance praises their spirit, saying that's exactly what she expects from her husband's unit. Anshin recognizes the voice right away, and the villain does too, looking shaken. It's the goblin girl. She greets the boys and says she's glad they're still alive. The reunion is cut short when Il-jung says he won't allow this. He jumps toward the third one and orders it to crush them all. As the beast's paw came down at them, the goblin girl told Park and the others to stay sharp. Then she unleashed her Edea at full power and knocked the third one's paw away. That gave everyone the chance to reach the surface. There, Park notices the rain Fetch had made is gone. That means something happened to him. But this wasn't the time to check. First, he had to kill Il-jung. Without wasting a second, he used his binding Edea to grab Il-jung by the arms. Terrified, Il-jung begs the leopard to help him. Meanwhile, Jo-ye sees that the villain can't move and gets ready to land the finishing blow. The third one tries to stop her, but she uses her clones to throw it off. And once she gets close enough, she throws the strike that should end all of this. Somewhere else, the Codex demands results from Satan. Satan tries to explain that more than half the Earth is already in his hands. By now, they should have shown themselves. The book repeats that he must produce results, then shuts itself at once. Satan sighs and says it looks like they still won't help him today. Right then, a huge tremor shakes the place. He wonders if the intruders caused it, and tired of everything, decides to summon force to deal with it. A moment later, the giant inverted cross lights up, and for Il-jung, the timing is perfect. He was just about to die. The goblin girl stops at the sudden light, and before she can act, force appears in the sky. He says he was enjoying his fight with those spikes, but if his lord personally called him, then things here must be even better. Then he readies a strike and uses gravity to wipe them all out. The zombie unit, Park, and our goddess all know there's no way to dodge it. The massive attack falls and the screen goes dark. When the darkness clears, Il-jung is smiling and says that's why he believes in Lord Satan. One prayer was enough to solve all his problems. What do you think, goblin girl? Jose says nothing, but inside she knows that even after covering herself with her cloak, she took heavy damage, and one of her arms is completely ruined. The others who took Jinho's hit are down for the count, and with force here, things have gotten far worse. Then the Locust King arrives too, shamelessly mocking how miserable Il-jung looks. Il-jung ignores that and asks where he left the other intruders. The king says he trapped them in his abyss. Il-jung tells him to bring them back, but the insect hesitates and says it would be better to finish these ones first. Confident as ever, Il-jung says that with force here, nothing can go wrong, no matter how many enemies there are. Abaddon understands and without delay releases his technique, sending the others back to the surface. Fetch says falling forever was one of the worst things he's ever felt. He can barely even stand. Then Jo-ye, surprised, calls his name. He asks what the hell she's doing here too, but before he can say more, he spots the massive creatures in the distance. As he gets up, he admits to himself that compared to the one he fought before, these things are on a whole nother level. Then he says out loud that since he was ready to die anyway, he'll at least do as much damage as he can. Abaddon doesn't look impressed, but the North Korean seems curious to see what he can do. Before Fetch attacks, Il-jung asks the king what kind of punishment they deserve. The furious Locust answers that they should be cut into tiny pieces. Il-jung says that's not good enough. He has something much better in mind. He'll use all of them as an example for anyone else who thinks about rebelling. Then he snaps his fingers and something horrible starts to form. Fetch recognizes some of the people inside that monstrosity, and tells Il-jung he's no longer human. Proud of his creation, Il-jung says he simply made fair use of the remains of those who followed him. After all, killing them and leaving their punishment to God wasn't any fun. Then he tells the monster to begin the ritual. It starts twisting in pain until it fires a beam of light into the sky. Then a giant screen appears, showing Il-jung's face. He says he loves how this thing works and starts a speech aimed at every place in the world under the hellish influence Satan has spread across Earth. He says the people on screen dared to commit the worst sin possible, attacking the holy city where the great leader lives. Because of that, they'll suffer the cruelest punishment. He says everyone should enjoy the judgment, and since he's so merciful, he'll let one of them live, but only if that person is the last one standing after killing the rest. Hearing that alarms Park, who had no idea things had gotten this bad. The dragon asks whether they should keep circling in for a surprise attack or just go straight in. Before answering, he studies the situation, but before he finishes, the girl tells him to look down. There, the cavalry is heading for the holy city, and the hero says that if they reach it, rescuing the others will get much harder. While he's thinking, Bloody tells him she'll handle it, and before he can object, she tells him to trust her. Then she jumps from the dragon, looking seriously cool. It doesn't take long for her to get ahead of the army. Then she tells them all to stop because from this moment on, no one is allowed through. With that, she summons every servant she has left and starts the war. Park thanks her and without wasting time tells the dragon to fly straight to the holy city. Back to the moment when Il-jung told them that whoever killed the others would survive, the blue-eyed one instantly refused. After coming this far, there was no way they would turn on each other. Il-jung laughs and says they all heard that resolve, so he hopes the boy won't regret it later. Angry, the boy orders the sword to strike the enemy. A single drop of water appears above Il-jung, and seconds later, the full downpour slams into him. The bastard endures it, but he won't forgive Fetch for that humiliation. Then he uses his full power to crush them with pressure. The one-armed fighter is worried but stands firm, trying to buy time in case Park or the goblin girl can recover somehow. Without thinking, he attacks again. Even badly hurt, the enemy easily dodges every drop and asks Fetch if he forgot something. Fetch is about to ask what he means, but before he can, the dragon smacks him away with one hit. That tiny blow is enough to show the huge gap in power, but he still refuses to quit. The enemy uses the same move again and sends him flying once more. With stubborn resolve, Fetch says he'll fight until he dies. The dragon, now annoyed, says this is over and hits him even harder, dropping him to the ground. Il-jung celebrates, saying the boy finally gave up, while Abaddon tells one of his underlings to bring Fetch over. Il-jung says that since Fetch attacked first, he'll be the first to be punished. Then he creates a disgusting blob, holds it in his hand and tells Fetch to open his mouth. When Fetch refuses, he gets smashed with a brutal punch, and Il-jung uses that moment to force the substance down his throat. As soon as it enters the young man's body, it causes unbearable pain. Il-jung says he loved that scream, so he'll keep giving him more until he dies. Yu-jae had been watching the whole time, saving her strength. Now she jumps in to help her friend. The North Korean hates that and orders the fourth one to stop her. Without hesitating, he tries to grab the girl, but she uses her Edea and knocks the attack away. The lizard likes that she puts up more of a fight than the last one, but he's done playing and throws a crushing punch that sends her sliding back. Yu-jae admits to herself that thing is impossible to fight. Then the villain tells the dragon to put everyone to sleep while they keep punishing the first one. The monster moves right away, but before it can touch her, she says, "You took long enough, my husband." Right after that, a green beam slams into the dragon. It barely knocks it aside with one arm and tells Park it was about time he showed up. From afar, Bonehead mocks Force and asks what he thinks of the new Hellfire breath. Before the red one can answer, the hero tells him to shut up. Then he turns on the skill that lets him match his enemies. With total confidence, he tells the third one, Force, and Il-jung, that their time is up. Since the whole thing was being broadcast, most of the people in hiding saw the hero. One girl he once saved says she's happy to see him again. She's sure that if he's the one fighting them, things might finally change. So as long as her legs still work, she'll try to help him somehow and pay him back. Back at the battlefield, the zombie unit, barely able to stand, lit up when they saw their captain again. The same happened with Sun Ye and Fetch. Even though the hero wanted to crush the enemies fast, he calmed down and chose to get his friends to safety first. He tells the Sand Fairy to protect his people. Then he raises the weapon, and a huge swarm of tornadoes starts tearing the place apart. It was only a distraction, so the locusts, the beasts from Daniel's book, and Kim Il-jung himself wouldn't notice what was really happening. At the same time, the sand sword formed armor around all of the hero's friends. According to the skill, it was as tough as the user could imagine. Angry that the boy was wrecking his city, the North Korean orders the beasts to do something. They say their huge bodies can't get close because of the wind, so the villain orders Abaddon to act. Without thinking, he sends half his men to attack the hero. As they rush in, the boy says everyone is safe now, so it's time to clean up. Then he tells Bonehead and Omnivore to fire again. They get ready at once, and after a few seconds, a massive beam blasts out and starts burning through all the enemies coming their way. To Il-jung's shock, the beam doesn't stop, and when he sees it heading for the palace where his boss is, he orders the beasts to stop it no matter what. They move at once and throw themselves in front of it. barely managing to push the energy off course. Abaddon, meanwhile, can't understand what just happened. He lost more than half his men in one hit. Furious, he swears this won't go unanswered and charges at Park. Unbothered, the boy tells the fusion to handle everyone for a while, because he needs to speak with someone below. Then he jumps off the dragon. Of course, his first concern was his wife. He looks at her for a second, then pulls her into a tight hug and admits his worst fear was never seeing her again. After a moment, he tells her to fall back. She quickly refuses, but he shows a piece of his power and asks her to trust him and let him handle it. She smiles, noticing how absurdly stronger he's become, and agrees to step away. Then the villain shows up, saying he's tired of their boring melodrama and will kill them himself right there. Park Jinsung turns and, calm but firm, says they're thinking the same thing. Today, this has to end for good. Don't you remember what I did to you in China? Il-jung asks. The hero says this time will be different. With a cold smile, the North Korean says it feels just like last time to him. Park pulls out the same dagger as before. Seeing it, the enemy is surprised, not because he's scared, but because he thinks it's useless in a fight. Wrapped in aura, the boy tells the dagger to wake up. Once it does, power pours out of it, so much that the North Korean feels real fear. Before attacking, the boy tells his rival that if he's got nothing to say, he should just come at him. The taunt works, and after summoning his huge sword, he strikes first. Last time they fought, the boy struggled because he couldn't stop those attacks, but now one small move is enough to block the blow and knock the North Korean back. As more energy pours off him, the hero promises Il-jung he'll pay for everything he's done. Then they crash into each other. Elsewhere, the fusion's fight with the Locust was in full swing, though the king was clearly losing. Angry, he curses the lizard. The beast mocks him, saying he can't even handle a simple lizard. That line gets under the king's skin, and he decides to end it fast by sending what remains of his army in all at once. There are so many that the dragon doesn't know how to defend itself. The pressure distracts it, and the king takes the chance to land a hit that sends it crashing into the ground. The locusts keep swarming it without a break. The king dives in to finish the fight. Annoyed, the dragon tells Omnivore to handle it. Then dark energy starts pouring from its body, and in an instant a huge wave of spikes erupts, wiping out almost the whole locust army. A few survivors panic, but the king orders them to keep attacking until the enemy falls. Angry that the king is throwing his own men away, the dragon says he'll show him something. Then he places his arm on the ground and calls for the fallen to return to the battle. At once, the dead locusts rise and turn on their former allies. The king can barely process what he's seeing, but the dragon explains it clearly. The more of them die, the bigger his new army gets, and if the revived ones die again, he can still bring them back with one command. That worries the king, and after thinking it through, he decides the only way to win is to kill the one summoning them. So he shoots straight at him and catches him off guard, dropping him right into his infinite pit skill. Seeing that makes the villain extremely happy. The Locust King is pleased too. Sure, his target is helpless now that he can't stay upright. Taking advantage, he rushes in to finish the boy. But the hero calmly asks who the hell said he couldn't stay on his feet. Then he uses the sand sword to make a foothold. Even seeing things aren't as easy as he thought, the king decides he still has the edge as long as the fight stays in the air. They clash again, and for a while it looks even. That changes when the boy shows he's much faster. The moment he feels the gap, the locust thinks about running, but the hero reads him and warns that he's not going anywhere. Desperate, the king tries to use the locust he still has alive to raise his power, but Park doesn't let him. He blocks it all with the sword's sand. Tired of dragging out such a simple fight, the hero says he'll end it now. Then he bursts forward, and before the king can even react, he's cut to pieces. As the boy walks toward the king's remains, the creature warns that even if he won this time, he'll soon return to serve his master again, and Park will be the first to face his revenge. The hero drives his sword into the bug's head and tells it to be quiet. Then he says it will never come back and activates the record erasure skill. Before vanishing, the Locust King says it feels like something broke. In a serious voice, he says that's right. He erased its link to Satan. Then he thanks it for attacking him first. He honestly wasn't sure how he'd deal with the locust making skill in that annoying pit, but now it doesn't matter. The king tries to beg for his life, but it's too late and he dies by the hero's hand. Both Force and the third one notice what happened, but Il-jung is more shocked by the huge blast that came out of the pit. When he asks what just happened, the dragon tells him Abaddon has been erased. Furious, he says that Locust was too careless, but the next time it revives, he'll make sure it hears about it. The third one asks if he seriously can't feel it. He snaps back, asking what the hell he means, and the beast tells him the king died for good. That leaves the North Korean frozen, and Force says it seems to be the same thing that happened to the first one before. Just then, the hero comes back to the surface. The dragon greets him by asking what kind of power he used. Couldn't he stop changing it every time they fought? Park tells him not to worry. That was the last time he'll ever get to see that power. And remember, Il-jung was broadcasting all of this, so everyone saw the insect trap the protagonist in the pit, and only the hero came back out. Then the fusion moves over and asks his master if he's okay. He says yes, but points out that he was told to keep King Abaddon busy and failed to do it. With tears in his eyes, the dragon apologizes and blames the Locust army. Then he tells the boy that his own forces are finishing off the king's last survivors. The hero praises them both for their work and thinks to himself that things are going well. That only makes Park Jinsung's insolence infuriate him even more, so he says he's done holding back and will kill all of them right now. Then he raises a hand to the sky and summons Armageddon. Meteors tear across the sky, ready to crash down on everyone, but the boy pulls out the fairy sword of sand and shatters the giant rocks with ease. He tells his enemy that if this failed against Juwei, has no chance against him. Desperate, he orders the fourth monster from the Book of Daniel to handle it. The beast snaps back, furious at being ordered around, and with one swing of his hand, he clears all the sand away. That catches Park off guard. He didn't expect raw strength alone to do that. On top of that, he can only use 70% sync right now. Even if that is way better than before, it's still not enough to face force. The dragon asks why he's gone so quiet. Does his violence scare him? Then he activates Fold, raising a massive wall of earth. For a moment, Park wonders if the coral restraint power wore off, but he quickly realizes it just can't work here. They're right under the inverted one, the center of Satan's power, so the restraint was bound to fail. The black dragon asks what they do now. MC answers at once they have no choice but to kill them all, and he calls Omnivore back. Once he gets it back, he closes his eyes and after a few seconds, raises both daggers and suddenly drives them into his legs. The moment he does, an even stronger aura starts pouring out. Force, who usually doesn't care about anyone's power, admits the boy's violence is monstrous. Holding Omnivore against his leg, Park says, "Fusion." The dagger changes color and gains the power to completely swallow its owner's killing intent. It also turns him into a combat machine. The longer he uses it, though, the more his soul breaks down, and sooner or later his fighting power will drop, and that's only Omnivore's power. The Mad Sword has even more traits, but before any of that can be explained, he pulls both weapons out of his legs and asks Force if he's scared of him now. Then the blades are shown fused together, boosting Park's combat power to a huge 2 million units, and he decides to finish this fast. Not wasting a second, the dragon controls the ground and strikes first. He, now fully crazed, takes his stance and with a burst of super fast slashes tears the attack apart. Seeing that, Force goes on guard, and that was the right call because Park uses the falling rubble to move through it and close the gap. The instant the dragon spots him, he tries to grab him, but the protagonist uses the sword sand to dodge the grab and slip behind him. Then he mocks Force's speed and slides down his back, carving a huge wound. Force swings backward to defend himself, but Park dodges it easily and says he's surprised the dragon is still this tough. After that, he starts circling at high speed, hunting for an opening. Annoyed, the big dragon uses his tail to stop him, and after swinging it around for a while, loses sight of Park. A moment later, MC is revealed clinging to the tail. The reptile tries to smash him into the ground, but he lets go first. Enraged, the dragon throws a punch. Instead of blocking, Park throws one of his daggers at him. Then he moves in like he's in a titan fight and tears through the poor monster like Captain Levi. Even after taking all that damage, the dragon gets excited that violence is exactly what he wanted to see. Then he throws another punch, and when Park uses sand to boost himself aside, the monster drops toward the direction he was heading and lands a heavy blow that buries him underground. While buried, the protagonist starts laughing like a madman, and seconds later his face appears. Force gets angry that even a direct hit didn't do as much damage as he wanted. Then Park says that was a great punch, and out of nowhere the damage reflects onto the dragon. That happened because of MC's power to stop any wound he sees from healing. That worries Force because that same power is how Jinsung beat the third. And speaking of him, the third also took serious damage because the last wound Park gave him in their earlier fight still hadn't healed. An tells the monster to join the fight too. He doesn't want to risk that boy getting any stronger. Before the beast can move, the new Bonehead appears and warns him he's going nowhere. The North Korean gets angry at Bonehead's disrespect and tries to use his curses on him, but only tries because this dragon is immune to mind control and to curses weaker than himself. Han curses the fact that his power can't do anything here. Then the dragon shouts that it's time to show how great the true king of monsters is. When An sees the Locust army, he gets worried. Still, he refuses to be intimidated. The one who actually hesitates about helping is Force. Before he moves, Park asks if he's already bored of him. Then he attacks and Force blocks it easily. Annoyed, he warns that his violence doesn't amuse him anymore, and it's time to end this fight. With that, he starts saying fold again and again until Jinsung is completely surrounded. This set of walls already had 3 million units of power, and to finish it off, the dragon adds even more force, raising the combat power past 4.5 million. To everyone's surprise, the hero just says he'd been waiting for this moment. Then he activates assassination support and sets Force as the target. As the skill raises Park to the same power level as Force, he says he can feel the pain. Even so, he won't stop until he breaks past every limit. The dragon quickly notices the huge jump in power and warns that the protagonist's body won't survive that much violence. Still, if he doesn't go crazy, this fight won't be any fun. Then the dragon launches himself upward and shoots into the sky to avoid getting trapped in his own technique. Once he's safe, he says that with violence this high, Park Jinsung can't possibly live. Then the giant earth walls begin closing in to crush the boy. MC stays calm and keeps stacking power until he feels it's enough. Once ready, he lowers into a jumping stance and at the last second uses instant acceleration to break out. But the burst is so strong that his legs disintegrate. Even so, little by little he pulls ahead of the walls until he clears the danger completely. Using that same momentum, he rushes the enemy who blocks with his knee. The clash sends out a huge shockwave that almost completely destroys the walls from before. Seeing that, the goblin girl worries about her husband. Meanwhile, a desperate An yells at Force to kill him quickly. The dragon says this is the violence he wanted to feel. Park says he's still not done and orders Omnivore to use that move. The weapon obeys and starts activating many skills at once, until they finally use instant acceleration again. That drives the dragon backward, and before Park's body tears itself apart, he tells his enemy it's time to die. Then, using speed and sacrificing his own arm, he lands a fatal wound on the dragon. As he falls, the dragon says he didn't expect to see a but. It looks like this was a draw, since Jinsung had lost 2 more limbs than he had. Then the young man smiles and says, "Record erasure, backup copy," making a white sword appear in his chest and restore his body to the state from the last saved backup. After he falls to the ground, Force is somehow still alive, but he has no idea what that light around his enemy was. Seconds later, he sees Park step out of the dust like nothing happened, smugly saying he thought that last hit would kill him. Angry, Force complains that the protagonist used a dirty trick. It was like they tied at first, then some outside factor made him lose. Jinsung ignores the whining and says this will be the last time they face each other. If Force has any last words, now's the time. Force smiles and says if Park wants his final words, he'll have to drag them out with violence. MC jumps in, saying if that's how it is, then the last thing he'll make him do is scream in agony like the first did back then. At the same time, An is being hunted by the locusts and begs Force to do something. Meanwhile, Bonehead has the third under control, and the third claims he'd never be losing if not for his injury. The Black Dragon yells at him to stop making excuses and shut up. Then we see the North Korean being overwhelmed by the locusts. Just when it looks like they're all about to die, a voice in the distance says, "Guillotine." Right after that, one of those things appears on Bonehead's head and cuts it off. The same thing happens to all the locusts surrounding the North Korean. The one who saves the enemies is none other than their leader, who says he didn't expect to step in this soon, but his men were being humiliated too badly to allow it. One surviving locust targets the new enemy, but when it lunges at him, Satan calls it a fool, and with a single move cuts off its head. Angry and not wanting the rest of the swarm to bother him, he decides to punish them by wiping them all out in one shot. That shocks Jinsung. The villain then casually tells his first beast he's disappointed, but they can talk later. When he spots the hero, he greets him politely and asks if he's nervous. In a serious tone, the boy answers that someone else should be. With that, he pulled the record eraser from his chest and tried to finish Force for good. But one of Satan's attacks suddenly appeared right in front of him, and Park barely dodged, losing his head. Worse, Satan didn't stop there. He kept firing the same attack until he forced him away from Force. The protagonist quickly realized he wouldn't be able to finish the job, so he put the record eraser aside and called back Omnivore. Then he jumped straight at Satan, planning to take him down first. Satan stayed calm and activated a weapon skill called Absolute Execution Order. Out of nowhere, shackles appeared and shot toward Park. The skill's effect was simple. Once they lock around the target's neck and wrists, the execution cannot be stopped. Of course, MC read all that with his ability to read items, so he quickly blocked every chain and said they were only dangerous if they actually hit him. Satan agreed, but said he had so many sins that countless shackles were coming to claim him. Seeing them swarm in, Park tried to speed away, but one of them grabbed his sword. He shook it off, though it felt strange that the weapon was being targeted too. While they fought, Satan explained the legend of the weapon born from 5 fused fragments. Its name is Rebecca, the Sword of Creation, and its owner can reshape the land at will. To summon it, you need Rian Keller, the Guillotine, the Sand Fairy, the Mad One, and finally the Record Eraser. Each of those weapons is powerful on its own, but Rebecca is far beyond them, and now all 5 are gathered here. Park says that's just a rumor. Satan laughs and says it isn't. Then he shouts for Rebecca to reveal herself. The moment he says it, a huge energy settles over him. The sword fetched head reacts to the call, and so do the 3 swords. Jin has? With a mocking grin, Satan thanks Park for bringing them all together. Then the energy from the weapons starts to merge, and after a blast, the long-awaited Sword of Creation Rebecca is born. This weapon has the highest rank seen so far, yet its combat power is only 100. That makes no sense to Park, who can read the weapon's description. Satan tells him not to overthink it. The sword's records were altered. He says he'll show its real power right now. Then he shouts, "Come here, Leviathan." An endless amount of energy pours out of the sword, and the ground starts shaking. As Satan laughs, the legendary monster slowly begins to rise. It takes so long to fully appear that only near the end do we finally grasp how insanely huge it is. When Park sees it, he recognizes the serpent from his dreams. Meanwhile, Satan welcomes it to Earth and asks it to help him take this world. Thrilled, he thinks the time has finally come. If Leviathan kills Earth's guardian, Behemoth, the erosion will speed up. Once the world turns into a true hell, he can gain both the right to challenge God and the trust of true hell at the same time. Then the serpent suddenly goes on alert. A huge portal opens in the sky, and after a moment, another giant beast emerges. This time, it's the great whale. Behemoth. Park recognizes this one too, and realizes the myth of the fused swords was probably made to trick people into gathering the weapons and freeing Leviathan. With Behemoth now in front of him, Satan tells it to die so he can open the gates of hell. Then he orders the serpent to keep its end of the bargain. Leviathan wastes no time and moves in front of the whale, then attacks, cutting one of its fins. Just the force of those two moving is enough to shake the whole area. As he shields himself from the debris, Park wonders what he should do. Then the whale makes a sound like it's trying to speak to him, but he doesn't get it, and neither do we. Satan tells the protagonist that his time has come. He himself will erase the protagonist's record from this new world. Calmly, Macy asks if the plan is for the beasts to fight each other while they handle their own battle. Satan says no, he just feels like playing for a while, even as the world dies, and the second gate of hell opens. Out of nowhere, Park asks out loud what it meant. Satan thinks he's being asked and starts to explain the gates of hell, but he wasn't talking to him. That throws Satan off even more when he realizes Behemoth was trying to communicate with the protagonist. We still can't understand the whale, but MC seems to slowly be getting it. Seeing that, Satan goes on guard and decides he won't allow any surprises, so he orders his helpers to kill Park now. Even in terrible shape, both subordinates have no choice but to charge in. Then he suddenly feels like his brain is being blasted. The whale starts glowing, and once it's fully covered in light, it fires a beam at Park. That ray stops Force and Jung from landing their attack. Satan clearly hates what's happening. As the light pours over him, the protagonist finally understands Behemoth's words. It wants him to protect Earth using the proxy. Even though he doesn't know what that means, he accepts the mythical being's will. The instant he does, a huge pain hits him. Satan, who seems to know what's happening, yells at Behemoth, asking why it's letting God's will possess Park Jinsung. A little later, MC looks much calmer. Then he raises his head and says, "Future proxy." As soon as he does, a strange skill activates and starts changing his body, until the transformation is complete. Without turning around, the man says he didn't expect things to happen like this, and it feels strange to arrive almost uninvited. Satan, clearly surprised, asks who the hell he is. The newcomer greets him like it's been years and says he would normally smile at a moment like this, but he hasn't done that in so long that he forgot how. Here we learn this person is apparently at the very top rank, and Park's sync rate shows 100%. Leviathan seems to recognize him too. The white-haired man looks at it and says it's been a long time. Now we finally get told who this person is. It's the strongest future version of Park Jinsung, and he came here because this moment will deeply affect the future. He only lasts 3 minutes, but he can use the current body's abilities at the absolute peak of their potential, and of course, he can't reveal anything that would change the future. The enraged mythical beast charges at him. Future he calls it noisy, then tells Omnivore to help. The little one tries to argue, but can't go against him, so it has no choice but to obey and reveal the strongest Kraken mode Park will ever reach. That form is so absurdly powerful that it can stop and knock back Leviathan like it's nothing. While Omnivore protects him, the man notices the current the protagonist has the Mad One, but only in its normal state, so he calls Omnivore over to do something. When it gets close, he suddenly stabs it. Before explaining, he calls it a drama king and tells the dagger to wake up. Then he drives it into his own hand as usual and instantly fuses both weapons perfectly. Leviathan says something in its own language, and the man tells it to relax. He was just getting ready so he could start his turn in the fight. At the same time, from the point of view of the hero's friends, Fetch says it's impossible for them to help at all. Sunya says this fight is basically a natural disaster, and just watching it is frustrating. The girl can only wonder whether Park will be okay. Back with MC, he says fighting while looking up is annoying. Then he tells Bonehead to stop sleeping and help. As soon as its contractor speaks, the dragon's head reattaches to its body. But that's not all. It also gains a huge power boost and grows 2 more wings. As he climbs onto it, Bonehead proudly says it's stronger now and shows off its extra little wings. He tells it to stop wasting time and use them. Once they rise to Leviathan's head level, the monster attacks at once, but the dragon dodges and calls it slow. At the same time, the protagonist raises the new dagger and unleashes a spatial slash, cutting the giant serpent into several pieces. Wounded, it tries to stretch away from there, but Park notices and smiles, warning that it's not going anywhere. Terrified, Leviathan judges its chances. Then with a huge roar toward the sky, it summons a terrifying gate. Seeing it, Park says he finally understands where that thing came from. Leviathan called it while trying to escape. Just as the monster is about to pass through, MC appears in front of it and says that gate must not open yet. Then he says its divine punishment is about to begin and creates a giant cross from 100% Kraken mode, slamming Leviathan back down to earth. As he lands beside it, he asks if that was too much. The serpent gets furious at that and opens its mouth to attack. Park, sounding totally relaxed, tells it his turn isn't over yet. Then he points to the sky, and an almost endless number of crosses start falling onto poor Leviathan. Seconds later, they all crash into its body and deal massive damage. Even though Leviathan had almost no chance to defend itself, Park still asks if it can survive what's coming next. Before attacking again, the hero says this is the holy gospel, handed down by the killer demon fetus. Then he forms a cross out of his energy and says, "This is the end." As the ritual ends, the crosses still stuck in Leviathan begin to explode. One by one, they go off until the mythical beast is completely reduced to dust. Satan can't make sense of it and wonders if God sent an angel to save humanity. But he quickly takes that back. There's nothing holy about that being. To him, it's more like a demon that was chained up and trained to hunt other demons. In desperation, he tries to use the guillotine on the hero. But for him, the shackles can't even break through the boy's aura. Even more terrified now, he asks what exactly this guy is. Without hesitating, he says that from his point of view, he's Park Jinsung from the future. Satan snaps back furious. That's not what he meant. He wants to know what his Edea is. Mocking him, the hero says he should learn how to ask questions more clearly. Then, since he's so curious, he asks him what 10 plus 3 is. The question throws Satan off. Still desperate, he starts yelling that the answer is 13. The hero answers with a crude joke that leaves Satan completely shut down. After that, he tells him to get ready, because the gate to hell he's been waiting for will open soon. Then he says he'll see him later. He has something more important to handle. With that, he disappears from the area. A few seconds later, he shows up where his friends are. The girl recognizes him the moment she sees him. As always, he smiles and walks over to her. Juai asks the obvious question, why does he look like that? He quickly explains it's because of a skill called Future Proxy. In simple terms, he's Park Jinsung from 10 years ahead. She looks surprised but admits the only thing she really likes is how tall he'll be in the future. Grinning, he asks her to call him Appa, since this is the only time he'll ever be older than her, and he refuses to waste it. Juai says no at first, but gives in pretty fast since this is a one-time thing. Hearing that practically adds years to his life, but before he can keep teasing her, she asks if they really should be doing this instead of dealing with Satan. He smiles and says his part here is already done, then explains it still isn't time for the villain to die. Juai asks why, but the skill runs out and he starts to fade away. Before leaving, he tells everyone that gate will open soon. The current Jinsung won't be able to handle it alone, so they need to back him up. Confidently, the girl says he won't be alone. Everyone will help him no matter what comes next. That finally puts Future Park at ease. Before vanishing completely, he thanks Sun Yak for everything he learned from him. Sun Yak smiles, wishes him luck, and says he'll see him again in 10 years. With that, the skill ends and the present-day hero returns. He asks how he got there and what happened with the enemies. The girl tells him to look behind him. When he does, he sees a furious Satan. That tells him the swap with his future self worked, and the most dangerous enemy is already gone. Then he hears Omnivore say food and is shocked when he looks over. Before he can ask what happened to it, circles appear above him. He quickly realizes they're Satan's. Not wanting Juai caught in the fight, he moves as far away as he can. As he does, he notices he's faster than before, because his synchronization has gone from 70 to 80. In fact, the weapon fusion his future self left behind feels much easier to use. Meanwhile, the villain looks more frustrated than ever, and instead of wasting more time, he decides to open the gates of hell, just like Future Park told him to. The gate slowly starts to open. When it finally does, countless abstract shapes come out, and the moment they touch the ground, they take demon forms. Several of them approach Satan, and with cruel smiles congratulate him for opening the gate. Thinking he's their leader for setting them free, he orders them to obey his every command. One of the specters mocks him and tells him to watch his tone. Then they take solid form and announce that the war has just begun. The hero wonders why his future self allowed this to happen, but stops dwelling on it and focuses on finding an answer. Wanting to destroy the gate, he draws Record Eraser. He also uses the skill that lets him see the paths to kill his enemies. And since he only has 10 seconds to use it at full power, he gets ready to fight. Then he charges in and cuts down every monster in his way with ease. Satan quickly notices what he's trying to do and orders the third to stop him. No matter what, the leopard obeys, but since it's no match for the hero, it forces the dragon up with its roar and makes it fight. Even with one leg missing, it still throws itself at Park Jinsung. The hero doesn't expect that, and after colliding with the dragon and losing time, he realizes he may have been too reckless by ignoring the beasts. Then we see him lose the power struggle against the enemy and get slammed into the ground. To make things worse, he can't use his killing intent now because the 10 seconds are up, and he's about to be crushed by the enemy's power. Out of nowhere, a huge fireball slams into the dragon, knocking it off course. The one behind it is a massive ship, clearly led by Lin and backed up by Coral, who have finally joined the fight. The elf quickly rushes in to help the boy. Bonehead shows up too and tells them to get on so they can get out of there. As they pull back, the hero tells the girl they need to retreat for now. Treyway reminds him they promised his future self they would all support him, so he should look at what's happening around him. Then the young man hears something approaching. When he looks closely, he's stunned, because many of the people who had been watching his fight are now arriving at the battlefield. Among them is Byun Ji-young's group, Kang Jin's group, and many others, all coming to fight for the sake of the world. Furious, the North Korean wonders where all these insects came from. Kang Jin, on the other hand, is fired up and says he'll be the first to fight. Without hesitation, he charges straight into a crowd, kicking up debris everywhere. Behind him, Byun Gi-young says that guy is way too loud, but thanks him for giving him ammo. Then he uses his Edea to wipe out several nearby demons. Like the leader he's become, he tells the Ducks tribe to take down as many enemies as they can without risking themselves. They obey right away. Another one joining the fight is the chubby guy, who drops into the middle of a group of enemies like a bomb. At the same time, people who watch the heroes battle and didn't even know him also join in. The doctor climbs onto a rock and asks Bai Wongyung to throw her toward the group that had been fighting from the very start. He doesn't hesitate, he lifts her up and sends her straight to them. As she passes by Sunjae's group, she uses her healing skill to help them. The captain tells everyone to let her treat only the urgent injuries. They need to join the support unit as soon as possible. Meanwhile, from above, the heroes watch everything happening. The boy realizes that for those people to get here, they must have started running the moment the broadcast of his fight began, and only a few hundred people here actually know him. The other 10,000 plus must have been convinced by someone else to come and fight. Then one person comes to mind, the speedster. Right now she's completely worn out from the strain, but happy that people really came to help Park. Smiling, she says paying him back was the least she could do. Soon after, she falls to the ground, leaving her hope and her late husband's in the hero's hands, begging him to end this hell once and for all. Jinsung thanks her for everything and promises he'll do all he can to make sure her help wasn't wasted. Jiche tells him to give back the sand fairy, because its power apparently isn't working for him anymore. Park realizes it's because he can't use killing intent, so the power the sword gave him no longer works. He quickly hands it over. Without wasting a second, the girl unleashes a huge sandstorm that throws enemies in every direction. She says that with her current energy, the only thing she can do is stop the enemies from gathering in one place. Seeing that makes Park question himself. Everyone is giving everything to end this, and he feels like he can't help at all. Then he hears chains rattling, and at first he thinks they're Satan's shackles, but he quickly realizes the sound is coming from inside him. Now that he understands, he asks Juye to cover him for a while. Then he remembers the abilities he saw on the way to the island, and says there's still one he hasn't activated. When he closes his eyes, he appears in his subconscious again. This time he sees what looks like a massive seal. Curious, he grabs one of the locks, and to his surprise, it breaks easily. He doesn't know what will happen if he frees them all, but he has no other choice. The only bad part is that he has to do it one at a time. When the girl sees him go into a trance, she hugs him and promises to give him all the time he needs. Then she asks Bonehead to go over to Superior Lee. The dragon follows the order. Once they reach him, she explains what's happening. Seeing the hero's condition, he says he and Coral will handle it by force. As for the evil dragon, it's taking non-stop attacks from Superior Lee's fleet, but that soon stops being a problem, and it manages to break free, at least for a few seconds. Coral asks her friend, the Insect King, to handle it. He rushes in and cuts off the path, and like you already know, nothing can overpower him, so he easily forces back into place. The giant says the violence of these creatures is fascinating, but since his lord ordered Park Jinsung killed, he will not allow any resistance. Then he gets up and starts using his folding skill over and over. The crowd panics when those massive walls appear. Even so, Superior Lee fires everyone back up and tells all the long-range fighters to attack together, while the defensive Edea users hold the line. Without wasting a second, everyone joins in and launches a huge attack at the wall. Force made. To everyone's surprise, they break the wall, and with it, Force's confidence. He cannot understand how those pathetic humans beat his violence. Using the dragon's confusion, Superior Lee orders everyone to push toward Force. The dragon tries to strike again, but the beak stops him with a kick and slams him back into the ground. Lee immediately redirects all the power from his ships and fires it straight at Force. That sight fires up Kang Jin and Dong Ho, and by pushing their Adelas to the limit, they charge into the demon army. Vec gets fired up too and uses his sword to call down a huge storm that wipes out many demons with ease. The zombie squad goes all in as well, and the elders jump in too, refusing to be outdone. Little by little, the battle starts to lean their way. Furious, Satan says he cannot believe his plans are falling apart, just because Park Jin-sung showed up. The infernal army cannot even form because of the non-stop attacks. Then he tells the third to do something. The third quickly follows the order, but before he can use his power, a huge rock gets shoved into his mouth. At first, he has no idea where it came from, but Bairang Gyung shows up and tells him he will not let him use those control screams. He also says it is time to settle their unfinished fight. Then the goblin arrives and praises his pose. He tells her to be quiet and help. She answers that killing that leopard is her top job. Without delay, she multiplies and starts a wild attack on the beast, which can do nothing but take it. Bairang Gyung keeps up too, hurling a huge amount of debris at the helpless leopard. That combo leaves the creature close to death. That makes Il Young furious, and with his curses he weakens our allies before charging to crush the goblin. Before things get worse, someone steps in. It is Captain Sun Jae, and he tells Ah Young that he is the one he will face. This time he will not let him escape, no matter what. The North Korean fighter quickly backs off. He wants nothing to do with that cursed ability. The captain asks if he is really going to retreat and ignore what happens to the leopard. He says nothing, but he does move between them and his ally to stop any more damage. Seeing that, Lee says they are clearly at their limit and no longer a real problem. But if that gate to hell stays open, things will only get worse. so he orders Coral to deal with it, and she moves at once. But when she reaches her target and is about to use her sealing skill, someone traps her. Of course, it is Satan. He expected that she would try to seal the gate sooner or later, and he will never allow it. The evil spirits start mocking him because simple humans are pushing him this hard. Angry, Satan asks if they really do not care whether the gate to their freedom closes. Was seeing Earth for a short time enough for them? That challenge gets to the spirits, so they decide to help him. Then they move away from him. Back with Force, Lee's attacks are slowly wearing him down. The samurai notices the spirits are no longer with Satan and wonders where the hell they went. As for them, they are busy mocking Force. He calls them useless and tells them to get lost if they will not do anything. Without warning, they all enter his body. As they evolve him, they tell him to endure, if he can, the true power. Lee is alarmed because the dragon is recovering from all the damage they dealt. The beak throws a kick to try to hold him back, but Force blocks it with ease. Angry, the dragon says that annoying Edea has no effect on him now. Then he uses telekinetic power to slam the beak into the ground, leaving him completely out of the fight. Lee says this is a huge problem. He thought weakening Force would be enough, but now he has not only healed, his power has grown even more. Just surviving now feels nearly impossible. Still, Lee keeps firing attacks at the enemy. Force takes them without even flinching. Then he moves toward the ship where Lee is, ready to smash it in one brutal hit. Not stopping there, he grabs 2 ships in his hands and hurls them into the others. The blast is huge, and many people are hurt by it. The samurai tells everyone to run, but Force says that will not be possible. Lee braces for the blow. Even though he blocks most of the damage, the dragon warns that he will not let him live. The samurai is sent flying toward the explosion from his own ships. Just when he thinks it is over, bats save him. Then Bloody appears on the battlefield and mocks Lee for the state he is in. He smiles and blames her for showing up late. She asks where Park Jinsung is, and Lee says he is preparing something, so they need to buy him time. With blood running from her eyes, the vampire says this is getting very interesting. Then she gathers a huge amount of aura and summons every unit she killed on the way there. The samurai asks where she got those creatures, and she says from hell itself. Force, who used to lead them, says it is annoying that they were corrupted. Still, it changes nothing. Then he senses something. Here we see Baim Gyeong lift a huge piece of rubble and slam it full force into the leopard's mouth. The poor beast cannot even say any last words. Baim Gyeong can do nothing to help him, while Force only says it is a shame that Weakling did not survive. Bloody tells Lee to handle Force instead, since she is better at dealing with armies like the one coming from the Gate of Hell. With that in mind, the samurai tells everyone to focus on taking down the dragon. Everyone gets fired up and takes position, but the monster has no interest in dragging this out, so he starts searching the battlefield for Park Jinsung. The moment he spots him, he says he will deal with the others later and heads straight for him. Bonehead tries to escape at top speed, but the dragon will not let him. He catches up almost instantly. Seeing Park stay still, Force realizes he is planning something. He says he would like to know what kind of violence it is, but he has no more time to waste. Then he rips off Bonehead's arms and makes it clear they are on different levels now. While the black dragon is down, the red one demands Jinsung at once, unless Bonehead wants to die again. Right then, a massive storm hits him. It is fetch technique, and he tells everyone not to just stand there. Kang Jin and Dong Ho arrive at the spot to help stop Force too. Almost all the humans on the battlefield join them. The dragon does not care, but the beak jumps back into action and lands a solid hit. Lee praises everyone for helping and joins the most one-sided fight in history. Force calls them cursed fools. Then he releases his aura and blasts everyone away. That alone leaves most of them out of the fight. Drunk on his own power, he says resisting his violence is useless because it cannot be stopped. From behind him, Park asks who decided that. The dragon turns and asks if he is finally ready to die. Holding a key, the boy thanks everyone. Then he says it is time to end this conflict. After glowing for a moment, the key summons a giant door above the one Satan created. This skill, by the way, is assassination assistance at full power, and it helps not just the main hero but all of his allies too. Force wonders what the hell that thing is, but since Park is clearly the one who summoned it, he knows he has to stop him fast. Right before he reaches the main hero, the samurai cuts in and uses his remaining ships to stop the advance. Without wasting time, he tells Jinsung to run because those are his last ships. The main hero smiles and tells him he is wrong. Lee does not understand, and then his mind is pulled somewhere else. He recognizes it as the sea of his homeland. Then in the distance, he sees the doors Park opened, and an enormous fleet. Back on the battlefield, the samurai says he understands. Now this was the power he had been preparing. The protagonist only smiles at that. Then Force destroys Lee's ships. Angry, he tells Lee to stop getting in the way. If those useless ships are all he has, he will achieve nothing. Lee answers that even so, he will keep standing in his way. Force asks how many ships he has left. Lee confidently says enough, and ships start appearing everywhere. On top of that, they are powered to the limit by Park Jinsung's assassination assistance. Force cannot understand what is happening, but he keeps thinking that Cursed Door is doing something. And he is right. The main hero's new Edea is the peak of power. Its combat value is beyond measure, and it can push his allies to the limit or give them nearly endless power. Lee asks Force if he still thinks his ships are useless. If so, then you should stay right there and feel the new power of the fleet. As every ship prepares to fire, the dragon jumps away, knowing how dangerous it is to take the blast of more than 160 ships at once. As he moves, the samurai warns that a body that big can't dodge forever. He also reminds him he isn't fighting alone. Right after that, a heavy hit slams the lizard into the ground. The ones behind it were Byung-gyung and the others. Furious, Force asks how they recovered so fast. The doctor answers that the gate didn't just boost attack less, it also made her healing power far stronger. Lee tells Force not to lose focus. Then he orders every ship to fire at once. From Il-jung's reaction, it looks like the dragon finally got hit hard. The elf facing him tells him to finish this quickly. Then we see her Edea at full power. She calls this form White Dragon, and honestly, it's completely broken. Panicked, the North Korean fires an attack at her, but she's already behind him, and before he can react, she cuts him with her sword. Then she splits into two. Fed up with her tricks, he attacks and destroys one of them, or so he thinks. They aren't clones at all, just after images from how fast she's moving. Once he realizes the gap in power, the villain tries to run, but Yu-jin doesn't let him. Enraged, he tries to curse her, but it doesn't work. She tells him a dragon can't be hurt by weak magic. Then she lands a brutal kick that sends Il-jung flying. He steadies himself in the air and swings his cursed arm to launch a powerful strike at her. She doesn't flinch, and when it gets close, she uses Dragon Step 8th form and breaks right through the attack. Then she tells Il-jung he'll pay for what Leon did to her sister, before ending him with a massive sword slash. A little earlier, the dragon had managed to endure Lee's ship bombardment for quite a while. Still, it was only a matter of time before they died. And yes, because it's fused with several hell spirits. Seeing that, the spirits called on the army coming through the gates of hell. They rushed in to help, but before they could become a real problem, Vladdy steps in and confidently says she'll handle it. She immediately unleashes a huge attack on the incoming monsters. Then she says she promised to stop that army, and she means it. With that, she summons all the cavalry under her command, and orders them to wipe out every demon. Leela praises her, and the others are amazed by the vampire. Without wasting time, she tells everyone to focus their attacks on Force and leave the rear to Vladdy. Back with Park Jinsung, he's thanking everyone for helping. He explains that for the gate to support someone in battle, they have to be ready to die there. Seeing his friends keep fighting after everything they've been through amazes him. He didn't spend those 4 years in Satan's world, but he knows it was terrible for the ones who did. After that long, holding on to hope isn't easy. Then we get a glimpse of the fast girl who made it possible for everyone to gather there. Park thanks her deeply and says he'll keep his promise and end this hell. Right then, a guillotine traps him. In fact, everyone gets caught in guillotines. And yes, that means all of them. The villain did it, tired of them getting in his way. Ban Yu-jung says that guy's control is unbelievable, using guillotines that precisely takes a terrifying level of genius. Just as the villain tells his weapon to finish them, something strikes him, a holy spear. He has no idea where it came from, but the sacred power hits him before he can think. Everyone is freed from the guillotines, and it's revealed that the protagonist was the one who attacked Satan. He warns Satan not to complain since he attacked them by surprise too. Then he tells Bonehead to get up. Bonehead starts evolving again, and strange symbols appear on his chest. Then they rise into the sky. The dragon tells the protagonist to watch his new power, before firing a huge beam at the villain. Annoyed, Satan says that's nothing, and blocks it with guillotine. When the blast fades, he tells Bonehead that a dead dragon can never compare to him. Bonehead fires back that the only thing Satan has over him is talking too much. Park says the same. Then portals open above them, and the chains of judgment burst out, trying to trap the two of them. They dodge for a while but soon get caught. Then a guillotine appears at Park's neck. Satan quickly orders the execution to finish, but just before the blade drops, the protagonist uses assassination assistance, and survives by using Vladdy's ability. That leaves Satan stunned, and before he can figure it out, Park Jinsung charges straight at him. He smashes him hard into a wall. As the villain gets back up, the protagonist appears beside him, and coldly says this fight ends now. The villain refuses to accept that. He unleashes a storm of attacks at Park, but MC easily dodges them using another friend's Edea. He counters right away, but Satan knocks him back with his wand. The protagonist shields himself with one of Coral's abilities, and seeing those Edeas aren't enough, switches to the ones he knows best. He lifts rubble with telekinesis, and Satan asks if he's joking. Those powers have never matched his, but when he looks up, the protagonist is gone. Before he can find him, the boy uses his wife's Edea at full power and says he'll kill him right now. To make the attack stronger, he splits into several copies and unleashes the elf's thrust. Satan blocks with guillotines, but it's clearly taking effort. The protagonist notices that fast, so he activates the holy power of the spear and breaks through the guard. Then the huge slash crashes down on him. Park brushes off the dust and then looks surprised, because he didn't expect the floor to collapse. Below them, the villain is still wounded. The protagonist says he's impressed by the hiding place they had down there. Satan tells him to shut up. He built this through his own effort. It wasn't handed to him by God the way power was handed to Park. Someone born with a superior Edea could never understand him. The protagonist says he's wrong. He hated his power his whole life and only accepted it a few years ago, thanks to the captain and Chuyi. Ignoring that, Satan calls him God's puppet and says without that power he's nothing. The boy smiles, then uses Captain Sun Yai's Edea and says now they're on equal ground. The villain asks what trick that is, and Jinsung says he'll understand soon enough. Then Satan's Edea shuts off, and he returns to his original form. The protagonist tells him to get ready. The man begs him to stop. That's not what he meant. Park doesn't listen and drives a hard punch into him, and he doesn't stop there. Another punch hits his stomach and lifts him off the ground. Beaten up, Satan asks how he's so strong. The protagonist says it's because he's always believed Edeas don't define them, and he grew stronger thanks to people who believed that too. People who trained non-stop even when they were already strong. People like Jue, who chose to protect instead of destroy. People like Bo and Gilyung, who pushed themselves to become true leaders. And people who kept fighting even when everything was against them. But Satan has done nothing, and even rejects his own race. So of course he never grew, and that made him lose from the start. With his power back, Satan says he still hasn't been defeated. Then his book suddenly appears. The protagonist recognizes it at once. It's the one that started the mental hell 5 years ago. With a twisted grin, the villain asks what should be done with the losers. Park quickly realizes people are still trapped inside. Satan shouts that more than 19 million people are still in his hands. If the book is destroyed, everything outside will return to normal, but those people will stay there forever. Does he understand what that means? That chills the protagonist, because he spent more time in that hell than almost anyone, and he knows how awful it is. Satan argues that if they still haven't escaped, they never will, so he'll end their suffering himself. The protagonist rushes at him to stop him from destroying the book. Grabbing Satan by the neck, he demands that he free those people. The villain refuses and warns that if he dies, those people die with him. That terrifies Park Jinsung. Then Satan calls him God's representative and begs him to kill him so he can carry out his master's will. He says not to worry about the trapped people. They're useless, too weak to overcome their trauma, and by now they've probably gone insane. That cursed gate of God ruined his plans, but the people trapped inside the Hygas Codex are what he'll use to shame both God and Park Jinsung. The protagonist uses assassination assistance and, with the fat guy's ability, slams Satan into the floor. Satan mocks him, saying torture won't make him free those useless people. Park says he has no plan to torture him, he just needs to keep him there while he comes back. Then he draws the record-erasing sword. The villain warns that if he uses that sword, the result will be the same. Those people will never return. The boy says he knows. Alarmed, Satan asks if he seriously plans to save them one by one. He tells him to stop asking the obvious. Angry, the villain calls him arrogant. Saving nearly 20 million people one at a time is impossible. Even at one person per year, it would take over 20 million years. That's insane. Park says he knows. As long as he stays tied to the book, time inside and outside will stop for him. Satan agrees, but he still can't believe the protagonist would willingly enter that prison. He says no human mind could stay sane for that long, so he'll gladly help him get inside. Then he just has to wait for his win. Park watches the book turn on. Right after that, he uses his sword's power and cuts into it. After a very long time, MC is still inside the book, saying only one person is left. Without wasting a second, he places his hand on the door and is instantly pulled into that person's hell. To his surprise, he returns to the moment when the Codex Gigas first activated, the instant that mental hell trapped everyone. After a while, he finally reaches the last person. The moment he sees her, he's shocked because it's Yin Chang, the little girl Satan used before to bring hell to Earth. She looks completely lost, repeating, "I'm sorry," over and over. Park quickly realizes her trauma comes from using her power by accident and hurting others. Knowing how heavy that guilt is, he sits by her, takes her hands and gently tells her it's okay, that none of this was ever her fault. He keeps repeating those words for a long time, so long that when she finally hears him and comes back to herself, his hair is turned completely white. Even so, he greets her with a warm smile. Jian asks why he's there. Then she suddenly screams and covers her ears. Park explains that every time he pulls her out of the trauma, they get dragged back to the day it began. There, Satan blames her for the suffering of millions. Back then, she cried out to him for help, but he couldn't answer her. Through tears, the girl begs not to see it again, and little by little, the trauma starts swallowing her. Park calls her daughter and asks her to face it with him. Jian admits she's terrified. Jinsung tells her he understands, but now she isn't alone. He'll stay with her as long as she needs to heal. Back in the real world, at the same moment Park used record erase, Satan's book briefly shows the number it had before the protagonist went inside, then seconds later it drops to 0 and starts breaking apart. The villain screams that it's impossible. Totally confused, he demands to know how MC endured so many traumas and came back sane. As his hair changes color, Park says he already told him he was always going to come back because this fight had already been won. Jinsung says he doesn't get why Satan keeps calling him a monster. Satan says no human could live through that many traumas. The only answer is that Park is a monster God made to defeat him. He admits he's right about one thing. No human mind should be able to handle that much. In fact, by the 10th person's trauma, he He was close to breaking. Satan asks how he survived it. Then, the protagonist says he used record erase. Every 24 hours he erased all the pain he had taken on. That plan even dulled his sense of time, so he can't say how long it really took to free everyone. That answer leaves Satan stunned. Then he bursts out laughing. After a move like that, even he has to accept defeat. Park says he'd love to cut off his head right now, but he won't be the one to kill him. A little later, the two of them come up from underground. MC asks the monster handling the live broadcast for one last favor. After that, he'll set it free. That lets him speak to all his allies. The moment they see Satan captured, they erupt in celebration. Force, still alive, can't understand why his leader surrendered. The spirits try to flee to hell before the gate closes, but the dragon blocks them. Shouting that this isn't over, Force absorbs all the power the spirits had lent him. In one last desperate move, he charges straight at Park. He doesn't even flinch, and before Force can reach him, he uses assassination assistance. This time, he calls on the monsters from Daniel's book, more exactly the power of the dragon. As he fights back, the creature curses Park. The protagonist coolly asks if he likes this kind of violence. Force says this is nothing. His violence will be the one that wins. MC says he's glad Force still thinks that, because now he'll be crushed by the greatest violence he's ever felt. Then he starts repeating the words, "Bend the earth," again and again. Each time, the attack grows in power. And when he closes his fist, the dragon is crushed by a massive wall of earth, finally ending that stubborn enemy. After that, Park takes Satan to the top of the mountain left behind by the attack on Force. Satan asks if this is where he'll be executed. He says yes, his death needs to be seen by everyone. Satan tells him to get it over with. Park says not to rush. First, he has to prepare the ceremony that will end the war. That catches Satan off guard. Then he smiles and praises the protagonist for acting just like God's puppet. In his place, he would have used his own death as an example too. So he won't resist the ending MC has prepared. He uses assassination assistance again, but not on himself. He uses it to empower everyone there. Out of nowhere, each person receives a weapon. The moment they touch it, they understand what to do and what it means. Satan says he can feel every weapon aimed at him. Before it ends, he tells Park that sooner or later, someone like him will appear and carry on his legacy. That's unavoidable. The protagonist smiles because he already knows that. But when that day comes, someone like him will rise again to stand in the way. Satan smiles. Then he shouts to all the humans there that they may have won this time, but this is not the end of their struggle. When he finishes speaking, everyone throws their weapons at him. The moment feels so epic, it might be the best thing we see today. Even Satan seems to feel that way, and just before the weapons hit, he says maybe he should have chosen differently. If he had, he might have been one of the humans below. That day, the war with hell finally ended. Then the story jumps 100 days into the future. A girl is trying to wake someone up. It's Cheon, trying to get her father out of bed. He doesn't want to get up, but she warns him it'll be worse if her mother finds him like that. A little later, they're eating breakfast while watching the news. The report says Lee was promoted to president of Korea and is setting up a meeting with the temporary leaders of each country. Then Park asks Cheon if living with her mother might be better. She says that house is too big and makes her feel trapped, though if he wants her to leave, she'll go right away. MC says that's not it. He's just away so often that he's worried she feels lonely. Chaemin says if he really cared about that, they would have gotten her a little brother. Then she goes to answer the door. Chaemin has just arrived. She calls Chaemin her daughter and asks where her father is, and Chaemin says he's inside. They were just talking about getting a little brother. From inside, Park tells her to please drop it. A bit later, the dragon asks if they'll be long. They say no, and ask him to take good care of Cheon. Bonhead tells them not to worry. As long as he's there, nothing will come near. Then he says he's exhausted, and Juya tells him everyone is. They've only managed to free a few areas from the monster's influence. Park explains that after they won the war, the corruption stopped, but the world was still wrecked. The monsters left behind still caused trouble, and so do the people who got used to chaos. The protagonist says now isn't the time to celebrate that victory, but Juya disagrees. They deserve this. Byung welcomes them, then calls Park trash like in the old days. MC tells him to grow up, but when the blonde asks if he'd rather be called Zombie Mask, the hero awkwardly admits trash is way better. Just then, the captain and the zombie squad arrive too. They say it's strange to be adults and only now have their graduation ceremony. Park tells them not to say weird stuff. Then he asks the captain who will hand out the diplomas if Lee is busy. Sungjae says an old acquaintance will do it. Then the teacher from the start of the series walks in. He says it's an honor to give diplomas to the heroes of the world. Later, he gives a heartfelt speech to everyone. When he's done, he thanks them for everything and apologizes on the school's behalf for failing them. Byung tells him not to overdo it and urges him to finish. A few minutes later, Park steps up to receive his diploma. The teacher congratulates him on graduating. Still remembering the past, he says he never thought he'd see the day a teacher would congratulate him. That's why he'll treasure this diploma. The zombie group asks everyone to celebrate at a nice restaurant. Miss Lin warns them it better not be a bad one, and Captain Sungjae reminds them not to drink, since they have patrol tomorrow. Park disagrees. This moment calls for some real drinks. Then he looks back at the school and says to himself that he feels a strange emptiness. At first he had nothing, and now he has so much. Ju-jae calls him honey and asks if he forgot something, then holds out her hand. He smiles and says he didn't forget anything. Right now, everything he needs is in front of him. More than that, he can finally say his school life of pretending to be useless is over. Thanks for staying with me through all of this.